My phone started buzzing somewhere near my ear. For a second, I thought it was part of a dream, monitors beeping, someone calling my name over the ER noise. Then the vibration rattled against wood, and reality clicked back in. I cracked one eye open. The ceiling above me was still wrong. Not the yellowed stain of my old rental, but clean white paint and a cheap light fixture I hadn't gotten around to replacing. To my left, the wall was bare except for the outline where I meant to hang pictures. To my right, a tower of half-opened boxes leaned like it was judging me. New house, I reminded myself. New job, same exhaustion. I groped on the nightstand until my hand hit my phone. 6:07 a.m. The hospital's scheduling app had sent the same notification it did every morning. Shift, 8 a.m., General Med. Yeah, I muttered, swiping it away. Under that was a grocery app offer and a spam text about some miracle cream that could erase 10 years. I snorted softly and dropped the phone back on the table. My shoulders ached when I pushed myself upright. Yesterday's shift and the boxes I'd forced up the stairs were still in my back like someone had tucked rocks under my shoulder blades. I scrubbed my hands over my face, trying to rub the heaviness out of my eyes, then reached back and gathered my hair into a quick ponytail. "Come on, Megan," I told the room. "Up." The room didn't argue, which was something. I swung my legs out of bed, slid my feet into worn house slippers, and tugged a big gray hoodie over my t-shirt. A strip of pale light leaked through the side of the curtain where I hadn't fixed the rod properly yet. The boxes in the corner, kitchen, BOOKS, random, sat like quiet reminders that I was still halfway between moving in and camping. I opened my bedroom door and stepped into the narrow hallway. The house smelled faintly like fresh paint, and the cheap vanilla candle I'd burned last night to hide the hospital smell that liked to come home with me. At the end of the hall, on the left, was my mother's room. I paused with my hand on her doorknob for a heartbeat the way I always did, listening. No coughing, no call, just the soft, constant sound of her little oxygen concentrator through the wall. I pushed the door open gently. "Hey, Mom," I said. "Morning." The room was dim, shades pulled halfway down. The concentrator hummed softly near the bed, a clear tube looping up to the nasal prongs resting under her nose. The pill organizer sat next to a half-empty glass of water on the nightstand. She was lying turned slightly on her side, gray hair messy around her face, blankets pulled up. I crossed to the bed and touched her shoulder. "Mom, time to get up a little." Her eyelids fluttered. She blinked at me, eyes a little unfocused in the low light. Meg," she said, the word blurred at the edges. "Yeah, it's me." I kept my voice light. "You drew the short straw, you get me again." One corner of her mouth twitched. It was close enough to a smile that my chest gave a tiny squeeze. "Let's sit," I said. It was muscle memory by now. One arm behind her shoulders, the other under her knees, sliding her upright in stages. Her body had that heavy, reluctant weight sick people get, like gravity had decided to love her too much. I propped pillows behind her, then swung her legs toward the edge of the bed. "Feet," I said, tapping her ankle. She worked with me, slow, a little shaky. I guided her feet into her slippers, then braced my legs and wrapped an arm around her back. "Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. We stood up together. Her knees wobbled, so I tightened my hold. "Bathroom," she managed. "Bathroom," I agreed. "Tiny walk, we're basically Olympians." We moved through the short stretch to the bathroom door. Her weight leaned into my side, the way it had since the last flare-up of her illness. Her breaths came a little louder but steady. The hallway outside the 2 bedrooms was only a few steps, but with her, it always felt longer. "Cold today," I said, more to fill the space than anything. She made a soft sound that could have meant yes or stop talking. I hadn't decided which yet. In the bathroom, I got her settled, then stepped back into the hall, pulling the door halfway shut. The sound of running water came a moment later. I leaned my shoulder against the wall and let my head rest back for a second. Old drywall met my skull. I stared at the opposite wall where I'd stuck a little sticky note to remind myself to call the insurance company. There were too many sticky notes. When she called for me, I went back in, helped her wash up, then guided her out again. We shuffled down the hallway together, through the doorway and into the small living room. Her chair sat by the window, the one thing that had been unpacked and placed the first day we moved in. I eased her down into it, made sure her back was supported, and shook out a folded blanket over her knees. "There," I said, "front row seat to the most exciting view in town." The view was the neighbor's yard, but there was a big maple tree that made it feel less depressing. She looked up at me. "Coffee," she said. "I like how you think." I squeezed her hand once, then straightened and turned toward the open archway to the kitchen. "I'll get us both some." The kitchen was small enough that 2 steps got me from the arch to the counter. I set the coffee maker going, then pulled a pan for eggs, dropping a little butter in. While it melted, I reached for the pill organizer from the shelf, checked the holographic Tuesday square, tiny white and pink pills lined up like little soldiers. "Okay, 8 a.m. showtime," I muttered. I carried the organizer and a fresh glass of water back to the living room. Mom watched me with the kind of sleepy interest of someone who's been through this too many times to be surprised. "All right, meds," I said. "Today's flavor is things that keep you alive and slightly annoyed." Her lips pulled again at that. I poured the right pills into my palm and handed them to her one at a time with sips of water. She swallowed slow and careful. I waited, not rushing her, just watching her throat move, her fingers curl around the glass. When we were done, she exhaled, shoulders dropping a fraction. "Hospital?" she asked, the word thicker than it used to be before all this started. "Still there," I said, heading back into the kitchen to plate the eggs and toast. "They didn't burn it down while I was sleeping, so that's good." I made 2 plates and brought them out on a tray, using my hip to bump open the doorframe. I set the tray on the low table and cut her toast into small squares. She picked up her fork slowly. "New place good?" she asked. I perched on the arm of the sofa across from her, balancing my plate on my knee. "It's fine," I said. "Same kind of people, same kind of problems. People still forget to breathe and then act shocked when their body complains." She blinked, then made a sound that I knew was a laugh even if it came out rough. "Dr. Megan," she said, and there was something proud buried under the broken syllables. That word still hit me, even now. "Yeah," I said softly. Then I cleared my throat and lifted my fork. "Eat. I made eggs without burning them. It's a medical miracle." We ate in silence for a couple of minutes. The morning news murmured from the TV on low volume, all bright anchors and bad stories. Albury kept glancing at me between bites, like she was still trying to read my face the way she used to when words came easier. "Friends," she asked finally, "at hospital?" I shrugged one shoulder. "Coworkers, they're fine. There's a guy named Jerry who thinks he's funny." Her eyebrows raised a bit. "He's nice," I said, keeping my tone neutral. "The nurses tease him too much, so I feel bad for him, that's all." She gave me a look that said she didn't totally buy that, but she let it go. Her spoon clinked against the plate. I focused on my own food, chewing and swallowing without tasting it much. By the time we finished, the coffee maker had beeped. I set her plate aside, took our dishes to the sink and rinsed them. As I turned off the faucet, I glanced up at the old clock over the stove. If I didn't move, I'd be late. "Okay," I called toward the living room. "Last check before I run away." I walked back in, wiping my hands on a towel. Albury had sunk a little lower in the chair, her eyes on the TV, but she looked up when she heard my steps. I picked up the remote, placed it next to her hand, then put her phone next to it, screen facing up. A full water bottle joined the small army on the side table. "Remote, water, phone," I said, tapping each one. "You're the commander of this section." She smiled again, slow and crooked. "Don't rush," she said. "Kind of my whole job," I answered, softer. "But I'll text you on my break, okay?" "Okay." I crossed to my room, pulled off the hoodie, and changed into clean scrubs, navy blue hospital logo on the chest. Badge clipped on, stethoscope around my neck, comfortable sneakers on my feet. I caught my reflection in the cheap mirror leaning against the wall. The circles under my eyes were still a thing. I tugged my ponytail tighter, pinched my cheeks lightly to bring some color back. It didn't do much, but it made me feel like I was trying. You look okay enough, I told myself. No one there is looking at you anyway. That wasn't strictly true, but it made it easier to walk out the door. I grabbed my light jacket, slipped my phone into my pocket, and went back to the living room. Mom's eyes followed me. I bent down and pressed a quick kiss to her forehead. Her skin felt warm but not feverish. Call me if you need anything, I said. Phone is right here, don't be a hero. She huffed a small sound that definitely meant, you're the one who does that, but she nodded. I straightened, went to the front door, double-checked that I had my keys, then stepped out and locked the door behind me. The air outside was cool, carrying that faint smell of neighbors' laundry and someone else's breakfast. Our street was quiet. A couple of cars in driveways, one dog barking half-heartedly down the block, the maple tree out front dropping a few early leaves. My small car sat at the curb where I'd left it. I slid behind the wheel, tossed my bag onto the passenger seat, and started the engine. The radio came on low, a pop song humming under the sound of the air vents. I let it play. As I drove toward the hospital, I hit a couple of lights, watched people crossing streets with coffees in hand, imagined all the reasons they might end up under fluorescent lights later. My brain wandered to the stack of bills sitting in a kitchen drawer, waiting for my next paycheck. Property taxes, medical supply receipts, moving costs. I forced those thoughts back into their box and focused on the road. By the time the hospital came into view, a multi-story slab of glass and concrete with the big emergency sign glowing red. The coffee I'd had with breakfast had fully kicked in. I pulled into the staff lot, found a spot between two older sedans, cut the engine, and sat there for just a second with my hands on the steering wheel. New city, new hospital, I thought. Same sick people, same white coats, same noise. I picked up my bag and climbed out. Inside the staff entrance, the automatic doors hissed open. The smell hit me immediately. Disinfectant, plastic, that faint sharp edge of something metallic that never quite went away no matter how much they cleaned. I swiped my badge at the security scanner. It beeped, a little green light flashing, and the inner doors unlocked. The locker room was half full. A couple of nurses were switching out shoes. Someone at the far end was tying their hair back. I found my locker, spun the combination, and tugged it open. Bag in, phone on the top shelf, a quick glance at the small snapshot taped on the inside of the door, me and Mom last year at some free outdoor concert, both of us not realizing how fast things would slide. I shut the locker, took a breath, and headed out to the nurses' station. The central desk of our department was already busy. Phones ringing, printers whining, nurses moving in quick, purposeful lines. A tall nurse named Carla looked up as I approached. "Morning, Dr. Barley," she said. "Hey, Carla," I replied. "What did I miss?" "Same nonsense, different day," she said, sliding a clipboard onto the counter for me. "You've got chest pain in room 12, migraine in 9, and a guy in 14 who swears he has every disease he read about online last night." My favorite kind of variety," I said. I skimmed the patient list, eyes flicking over names, ages, notes. The computer screen to my right glowed with open charts. A couple of lines down, I saw Jerry's name attached to 2 cases already. New hospital, same chaos, I thought. "Hey, you," a voice said at my side. I looked up. Jerry stood there with a paper cup in his hand, and that easy, lopsided smile that seemed to come standard with him. His hair did that messy, styled thing that probably took longer than my entire morning routine. "You again," I said. "Didn't I just see you yesterday saving everyone?" He handed me the cup. "I come bearing offerings. Black, 3 sugars, don't say I never learn." I took it, suspicious. "Since when do you remember things I say?" He put a hand over his chest. "Wow, I'm wounded, right here." Carla snorted as she passed. Our favorite duo is back, she said under her breath. Think of the billing. Please, another nurse added, walking by with a stack of files. You two should just get married so we can schedule you on the same shifts without HR yelling. I took a sip of the coffee to hide my eye roll. It was exactly how I liked it, which annoyed me a little on principle. It's not like that, I said, setting the cup down long enough to sign off on a note. Not yet, Jerry murmured, just loud enough for me to hear. I shot him a look. He lifted his hands in surrender, smile widening. I'm kidding, he said. Mostly you look tired. I woke up at a time that should be illegal, I answered. How's your day so far? Had a guy earlier who thought he was allergic to gravity, Jerry said. I told him to avoid tall buildings. I snorted. You're a menace. Yeah, but I'm your menace, he replied. I didn't respond to that one. Instead, I grabbed the first chart on my list. Room 12, I said. Chest pain, you're taking 9. Yes, ma'am, he said, giving me a little mock salute. The next stretch of hours blurred in the way hospital time does when you're inside it. But it didn't blur in my head. I walked every step. I went into room 12, introduced myself to an older man clutching his chest with more fear than actual medical signs, ordered EKG and labs, listened to him talk about his brother who died too young. I reassured him with simple words and clear explanations. Then room 9, a young woman with a splitting headache who hated bright lights. I dimmed the room for her, asked about her history, talked through triggers, ordered the right meds, told her it was okay to cry when she apologized for it. I changed a dressing on a surgical wound, explaining each step so the patient wouldn't flinch every time my gloved fingers came near. Between rooms, I charted on the computer, the rhythm of typing and clicking something my body knew now. Jerry appeared at my elbow now and then. You need help with labs, he'd ask. Got them, I'd say, but sometimes I handed off a form and he'd disappear and reappear with results. Once, we ended up side by side at the vending machine near the break area. I held a bag of pretzels. He was eyeing the candy bars like they were an ethical dilemma. You ever wonder what's in these? He asked, pressing his thumb against the glass. If it hasn't killed us yet, it's probably fine, I said around a mouthful of pretzel. Low bar barley, he said. Then he picked a chocolate bar, paid, and handed me half when it dropped. In the tiny break room, we sat on opposite sides of the small table. How's your mom? He asked, unwrapping his piece. Same, I answered, shrugging. She got mad at me yesterday because I made her take a nap. Sounds healthy, he said. I'd be mad too. She just hates feeling like she can't do things, I said, tearing the wrapper carefully. It used to be the other way around. She was the one nagging me. He nodded. I'd like to meet her one day, he said, casual but not really. You know, as your official favorite doctor. I snorted. You're not even my favorite doctor here. He clutched his chest again. Wow, brutal. I smiled into my coffee. Inside, I kept that little invisible wall where I always did. Work, home, a line down the middle. The clock on the wall moved. Patients came and went. Vitals were checked, meds given, charts updated. I walked hallways, took stairs 2 at a time when someone called for help, sat at bedsides for an extra minute when a patient clearly needed a human more than a prescription. By the time the overhead lights shifted slightly for evening, the energy of the place changed. Day shift filtered out, night shift filtered in. The noise didn't stop, but it changed flavor. I finished up a routine check on a woman with a minor heart rhythm issue, reassured her that we were watching her closely, and signed off on her chart. As I left her room, I rolled my shoulders, feeling the weight of the day settle more. Back at the nurse's station, I sank onto the edge of a chair and started updating notes on the computer. Carla slid a file past me. I initialed where she pointed. How's your first week treating you? She asked. Still here, I said, so that's a win. You'll fit, she said. You actually talk to people, not just to lab reports. That's rare. I gave her a half smile and focused on my screen again. Jerry leaned on the other side of the desk a minute later. "Hey, thinking about going home without me?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "Rude," he replied. "You free this weekend?" I hesitated, eyes still on the monitor. "Maybe," I said, "if I'm not dead from work." "We can take you to the morgue if that happens," he said. "Less paperwork if we're dadding, I think." I shook my head, fighting a smile. "That's not how any of this works." He opened his mouth to say something else, but a voice over the intercom cut across the hallway. "Dr. Lane to the ER. Incoming trauma. All available staff to triage." The word cut through our conversation like a blade. Jerry straightened. I pushed my chair back, heartbeat shifting gears. "Guess that's us," he said. "Yeah," I answered, already moving. We headed down the corridor toward the ER area. The air there always felt tighter, even if I refused to name it or dramatize it in my own head. Nurses moved quicker. A gurney rattled past us with an older woman holding her arm. The double doors to the ambulance bay were pushed open, and 2 orderlies rolled a stretcher in. On it was a man. His clothes were torn in several places, hanging off one shoulder. Dark stains soaked parts of the fabric, especially along his side and down one pant leg. His skin was marked with rough scrapes, bruises already blooming in ugly shades. A shallow cut traced along his brow, close to his hairline. He wasn't limp, though. His head was turned toward the harsh ceiling lights, eyes half open. He looked more annoyed than weak. "30s male, found near the edge of town," one of the EMTs called out. "Witness said he walked out of an alley and went down. No ID. Responsive but won't say much. Vitals surprisingly stable." "Name?" Carla asked, coming around the side. The man's gaze flicked toward her. "Wetheart," he said, voice low but clear. "Wetheart Cannelwood." That pulled my attention, harder than anything else. The charge nurse looked at me. "Barley, you're up. Room 6, let's move." I stepped in, hands already pulling on fresh gloves. "On 3, I said. 1, 2, 3. We lifted him from the ambulance stretcher to the hospital bed. He didn't groan or swear. He just sucked in one breath, jaw tightening for a second. "Room 6, Carla repeated. "Megan, he's yours." We wheeled him down the short hallway into one of the curtained bays. I walked alongside the bed, one hand on the rail, my mind already ticking through checklists. Inside the bay, we locked the wheels. I stepped to the head of the bed. "Mr. Cannelwood," I said. "I'm Dr. Barley. I'm going to check you over, okay?" His eyes focused on me properly for the first time. They were darker than I expected. Not just in color, there was something sharp in them, like he was measuring me the same way I was measuring him. "Just Wetheart," he said. "Okay, Wetheart," I replied. "Can you tell me what happened?" "Got into a fight," he said. "Where?" I asked, starting at his head. I shined a light in each eye, watching his pupils respond. "With who?" "Outside," he said. "Does it matter?" "Yes," I said simply. "If someone is out there hurting people, it matters." His mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "Not your usual someone." "We'll start with you," I said. "Take a breath for me." As he inhaled, I listened with my stethoscope, moving it across his chest, then to his back. Lungs clear. Heartbeat strong. Too strong for someone who looked like he'd been dragged across asphalt. I worked methodically, my hands cutting away some of the more shredded pieces of clothing so I could see what was under them. Dark stains had dried in several areas, but the skin underneath looked torn, not shredded. There were deep scrapes, some puncture-looking marks, and a lot of bruises, enough to make most people look pale and shaky. Wetheart's skin was warm. His color was okay. His breathing was steady, rhythm unbroken. "Pain anywhere specific?" I asked. He shrugged the shoulder that wasn't half torn. "Everywhere," he said, "but I've had worse." "Okay, tough guy," I muttered. Carla came back with a portable monitor. We got the cuff on his arm, the clip on his finger. Numbers started popping up. His blood pressure looked annoyingly normal. Heart rate elevated, but not by much. There was something off about that. I couldn't name it. It just hit that inner alarm that goes off when a picture doesn't match its caption. Any allergies? I asked. No, he said. Medications? No. Family we can call? I asked, glancing up at him. His eyes met mine again. No one to call. The answer was too flat to be a lie, or maybe he was just good at lying. Either way, I made a note. The curtain rustled, and one of the intake nurses poked her head in. We need prints on him, she said. No ID, and the system's being cranky about the name. Fine, I said, checking the last of the visible injuries. You can do it now. She wheeled the small fingerprint scanner over. It was a simple tablet with a glass pad attached. Just put your hand here for a second, she told him. Wetheart's gaze flicked from her to the device, then back. He held out his hand without comment, resting his fingers on the glass. The screen blinked. Scanning, the little display said, a progress bar filled. Then a red error box popped up. Pattern incomplete. Please scan again. The nurse frowned. Hold on, she said. Maybe your hands are too dry or something. She wiped the pad and his fingers, then guided them back onto the glass. Pattern mismatch. Please scan again. Oh, come on, she muttered. I leaned in slightly to look at the screen. The image of his fingerprint looked weird. Not wrong exactly, but the ridges seemed less clear, like someone had smudged the lines. The system tried to outline them and failed, little red marks flashing. This thing's been acting up all week, the nurse said, annoyed. It keeps doing this. Maybe it just hates me, Wetheart said dryly. The nurse huffed. You and half the city, apparently. She tapped a few buttons, trying to salvage what she could. The computer spit out another partial error. Whatever, she said finally. I'll save what it gives me and write that the device glitched again. It can yell at it later. She clicked through a couple more screens, then pulled the scanner away. Thanks, she said to him, then gave me a helpless look. We need new equipment. When do we not? I said. She left. I watched the back of the tablet as it rolled away. The partial pattern burned into my brain in the same way abnormal lab values did. I finished cleaning his injuries, using soft pressure and careful hands. I wrapped the worst ones in fresh bandages. You're lucky, I said. Nothing looks like it needs surgery. You're beat up, but it's mostly surface. Feels deeper, he said. Well, I don't have a cure for stubborn, I replied. He let out a breath that might have been a laugh. I ordered some basic imaging and labs anyway, more out of professional paranoia than anything else. By the time I stepped out of the bay, Jerry was at the station again. New case, he asked, nodding toward the curtain behind me. Guy who collects fights for fun, I said. Your type, he said. In your dreams, I shot back. He grinned, but his eyes flicked toward the room with a hint of something more serious, like he was cataloging a potential problem too. Then the moment passed. He got called to another room, and I dove back into my list. The next stretch of the evening was a loop of small crises and smaller victories. An older lady who was more scared of the beeping monitor than her actual condition. A teen who had sprained his ankle trying to jump a fence he definitely shouldn't have been climbing. A middle-aged man who claimed he was dying, but really just needed to stop drinking energy drinks like they were water. I walked, charted, talked, reassured. Every so often, my thoughts flicked back to room 6 and the man with the strange name. When the first round of labs came back for him, they were fine. Slightly elevated markers from stress and injury, but nothing that matched the way he'd looked when he came in. I stared at the results on the screen, feeling that same offbeat sensation in my gut. He should look worse, my training said. I told my training to calm down and kept moving. Later, how much later I couldn't have said, just that the clock on the wall had moved enough. I headed back to his bay for a check. I pulled the curtain aside. He was awake, propped a little higher now, one arm resting across his midsection. His face looked less drawn. The darker stains on his skin were mostly under bandages now, but where bruises had started to bloom earlier, they already looked different. The edges had faded from that angry, fresh color to something less intense. That wasn't how bruises acted, not in this amount of time. I walked closer, my brain already shifting into clinical mode. "How are you feeling now?" I asked. "Better than I should," he said. "We agree on something," I replied. I checked his blood pressure. Normal. Heart rate, still just a little up, but not enough to explain some of the earlier readings on the EMT's sheet. I unwrapped one of the less critical bandages to look beneath it. The scrape underneath had already started to look smaller. The skin at the edges wasn't as red or puffy as it should have been this soon. "That's fast," I said before I could stop myself. "What is?" he asked. "You're healing," I said, rewrapping the bandage. "It's like you've had these for days, not hours." He watched me for a second. "Maybe I'm just lucky," he said. "Sure," I said. "We'll call it that." I wrote the improvement down in his chart, feeling my pen hesitate for a half-second on the paper. Then I forced myself to move again. Sometimes bodies did weird things. Sometimes people surprised you. When I stepped back out into the hallway, the hospital lights felt a little harsher. The night wore on. One by one, my patients were either admitted, discharged, or turned over to night doctors. My shift ticked closer to its end. My feet ached. My neck complained every time I bent it to read a chart. At the nurse's station, I started closing my last few files for the night. Carla handed me a new pen when mine sputtered out. Jerry slapped a sticky note on my desk with a dumb doodle of a stick figure doctor holding 8 coffee cups. "Souvenir," he said. "I'm going to frame it," I answered dryly. He glanced at the clock. "You heading out soon?" "Once I check one more thing," I said. "Then I'm going home and eating salt straight from the bag." "Text me if you die," he said. "Very supportive, thanks." I signed the last note on the screen and pushed my chair back. Before I grabbed my bag, I looked down the corridor toward the curtained bays. I should check on him one more time, I thought, just to see. It wasn't medical necessity. It was curiosity, and maybe something else. A tug in my chest that said the story with this guy wasn't over yet. I walked down the hall, the sound of my sneakers soft on the polished floor. The lights were a notch dimmer now, night mode. Monitors beeped softly from various rooms. A nurse chuckled quietly at something another had said near the far desk. I reached the bed that had been assigned to Wetheart and pulled the curtain aside with my hand. The bed was empty. The white sheets were pulled half off the mattress, twisted toward the side. The pillow lay on the floor. The side rail closest to the aisle was bent outward, the metal slightly warped. I stared at the space where his body had been. "Wetheart," I said, even though I knew he wasn't there. No one answered. I stepped all the way in, checked the small bathroom attached to the bay. Door open, light off, empty. I stepped back out and flagged down the nurse at the nearby station. "Hey," I said, "do you know what happened to the patient in 6, Wetheart Cannelwood? Did he get moved?" She blinked and looked at her screen. I don't see a transfer order," she said. She typed a few more keys, frowning. "No discharge either. He was yours, right?" "Yeah," I said. "He was right here." "Maybe someone from upstairs grabbed him early," she said, but she didn't sound convinced. "I can check with." "No," I said quickly. "It's okay, I'll look around." She nodded and turned back to her monitor. I went back into the bay, picked up the chart from its holder at the foot of the bed. His name, written in my handwriting, stared back up at me. Vitals, meds, notes. The line I'd written about his injuries looking improved faster than expected, still fresh ink. I looked from the chart to the bed rail. I reached out and touched the bent metal with my fingertips. It wasn't a lot, just a slight warp, but enough that it hadn't been that way earlier. I would have noticed. He was hurt. There had been fresh scrapes and deep marks when he'd come in. Even with whatever weird fast healing he apparently had, he shouldn't have been up and strolling around the hospital like nothing happened. And if he had left on his own, how had he done it without anyone seeing him? Security hadn't called any alerts. No one had said anything about a patient walking out. I ran through the possibilities in my head. Another doctor discharged him without telling me. A nurse moved him and forgot to log it. He was delirious, got up and wandered off. None of them sat right. My eyes drifted toward the opening in the curtain, the slice of hallway visible beyond. For half a second, I had the ridiculous thought that he would be out there leaning against the opposite wall, watching me with that steady, measuring gaze again. There was no one there, just an empty stretch of corridor, linoleum reflecting the overhead lights. I looked back at the bed, at the rumpled sheets, at the dented rail under my hand. You couldn't just walk out of here like a normal patient, I thought, my fingers curling slightly around the metal. So how did you? I didn't stop thinking about the empty bed all night. Even when I finally crashed, it was there behind my eyes. The twisted sheet, the bent rail, that blank space where Wetheart should have been. Every time I drifted, I saw the way the monitor had glowed calmly with strong vitals hours earlier, like his body hadn't gotten the memo that it was supposed to be hurt. When my alarm went off, it felt like someone shaking me out of the middle of that same scene. I slapped at my phone on the nightstand until the buzzing stopped. The room was gray with early light, the curtains still hanging crooked, one corner lower than the other. My neck hurt from the way I'd slept. My back protested when I rolled onto my side. New bed, same aches. I checked the time, 6:11 a.m., and for a second I thought about calling in sick. Then I pictured the bills in the kitchen drawer, not an option. I swung my legs out of bed, slid my feet into the same worn slippers, and pulled my hoodie over my sleep shirt. The air in the house was cool, not cold. The faint smell of hospital soap clung to my skin even after last night's quick shower. I opened my door and stepped into the hallway. Mom's room was the first stop, like always. "Morning," I said softly as I pushed the door open. She was on her back, eyes half open, staring at the ceiling. The oxygen machine hummed its thin song next to the bed, green light steady. "Hey, Mom," I said again, coming closer. "You awake or just pretending so you can eavesdrop on me?" Her gaze shifted toward me. "Meg," she said, voice thick. "Yeah." I sat on the edge of the mattress, the old springs creaking. "It's me, lucky you." A small grunt that could have been a laugh came out of her. "Let's get you up," I said. We moved through the routine step by step, the same dance we'd done so many times it was stitched into my muscles. I braced my arm behind her shoulders, helped her sit, swung her legs gently toward the floor, slid her feet into her slippers. Her hands latched onto my forearm when we stood, fingers surprisingly strong for someone whose body fought her this much. We shuffled to the bathroom. She leaned on me more than she'd ever admit, breath audible in my ear. "Cold?" I asked, mostly to make the walk feel shorter. She shook her head once. "Slow," she said. "Slow is fine," I answered. "We're not racing anyone." I waited outside the door long enough to rehearse what I was going to say. "Strange patient" sounded stupid in my head, like something from a bad TV show, but I needed to say it to someone who knew me. When we were done and I'd helped her wash and get fresh clothes, we headed back out. I settled her into the living room chair, propped a pillow behind her, and tucked the blanket over her knees. The TV remote sat on the table, the screen still dark. "Coffee," I said. She nodded once. "Please." I went into the little kitchen, started the coffee maker, and pulled out bread and eggs. While the pan heated, I grabbed her pill box from the shelf and clicked open the morning section. Today's little stack of pills rattled into my palm. I poured a glass of water and walked them out to her. "Medication time, my favorite part of the day," I said. "Today's special, continued existence." She rolled her eyes slightly, which made me feel better for reasons I didn't want to examine too closely. One by one, she took the pills from my hand, washing them down with slow sips of water. I watched her throat, counted each swallow in my head. When she was done, I sat back on the arm of the sofa. "I had a weird night," I said. Her eyes moved back to my face. "Work," she said. "Bad." "Not bad," I said. "Just weird." I stood up again to flip the eggs before I said more. It was easier to talk when my hands were busy. The smell of butter and toast started to fill the room. "There was this patient," I said, raising my voice a little so she could hear. "He came in pretty beat up, walking biohazard basically, bruises, cuts, stains all over his clothes, but his vitals were solid, like he'd just gone for a jog or something." She answered. I plated the food and brought it out on a tray, setting it on the low table. I cut her toast into small squares and slid the fork into her hand. "And then," I said, sitting on the arm of the sofa again with my own plate, "when I went back to check on him later, he was gone." She frowned slightly. "Discharged?" "No," I said. "That's the thing, no discharge, no transfer. Bed rail was bent. No one knows who moved him. He just wasn't there anymore." We ate in silence for a moment. The TV screen reflected us vaguely, two blurry shapes on a second-hand couch and chair, a tray of eggs and toast between us. "Fast," she said finally. I looked at her. "What?" "Heal," she said. "You said fast." "Yeah," I said slowly. "His bruises looked better in just a couple hours. That's not really normal." She chewed a piece of toast, then swallowed carefully. When she spoke again, her words were slower, but each one landed with weight. "Strange cases," she paused, searching for the rest. "Keep them in hospital. Don't bring them into your life." I let that sit there between us. Her gaze stayed fixed on me, even with the effort it cost her. "I'm not bringing him anywhere," I said. "He left, remember? Trust me, I'm probably never seeing him again." Even as I said it, something in my chest read it as a lie. Her eyebrows pulled together in a way I recognized from before she got sick. Her "you're lying, but I'm too tired to fight about it right now" face. "Just work," she said. "Keep it just work." I stabbed a piece of egg with my fork and shrugged like it was easy. "Yeah," I said, "that's the plan." We finished breakfast. I took the plates back to the kitchen, rinsed them, and stacked them in the dish rack. When I glanced at the clock, it was already later than I liked. I went back to the living room. "Okay," I said. "Last check before I abandon you for the joy of fluorescent lights." She huffed that almost laugh again. I put the remote, her phone, and a full water bottle within reach. "Remote, water, phone," I said, tapping each. "You're the queen of this kingdom." "Be safe," she said. "I'll text you on my break," I answered. In my room, I changed into clean navy scrubs, clipped my badge to the neckline, and looped my stethoscope around my neck. I grabbed my light jacket, checked my pockets for keys and phone, and looked in the mirror just long enough to pat down a rogue strand of hair. "You look fine," I told my reflection. "No one cares what you look like at 8 a.m. in a hospital anyway." Back in the living room, I leaned down to kiss her forehead. "Call me if you need anything," I said. "Don't try to climb any mountains while I'm gone." She made a face that said she'd climb the kitchen step stool just to prove a point. I smiled and headed for the door. Outside, the street was caught between quiet and busy. A couple of parked cars, a jogger on the far sidewalk, the maple tree out front rustling in a light breeze. I got into my car, started the engine, and pulled away from the curb. The drive to the hospital was a straight line of stoplights and familiar storefronts. The radio murmured some upbeat song I barely heard. Every red light, my mind flicked back to that empty bed. Bent rail. No discharge. No ID. Strange cases. Keep them in hospital. I tried, I said under my breath to no one. The hospital loomed up ahead, all glass and beige concrete and big red letters. I pulled into the staff lot, parked in roughly the same spot as yesterday, and sat for a moment with my hands on the steering wheel. New day, I told myself. Regular patients, no disappearing men. I got out, slung my bag over my shoulder, and headed inside. The staff entrance swallowed me with a whoosh of automatic doors and the familiar blend of disinfectant and coffee. I swiped my badge, waited for the beep, and went through to the locker room. A couple of nurses were already there, changing shoes and chatting about a show they'd watched last night. I opened my locker, slid my bag inside, and stared for a moment at the taped photo of Mom and me. Her hair had been thicker then. Her smile had been easier. I shut the locker and walked out to the nurse's station. "Morning, Dr. Barley," Carla said without looking up from her chart. "Morning," I answered. "What disaster did I miss?" "Actually kind of quiet," she said. "You've got a kid with a sprained wrist, a woman with weird abdominal pain that's probably nothing, and a guy who thinks sneezing means he's dying." "So the usual," I said. "And we're short one nurse, so try not to order every test in the book," she added. "I make no promises." I was scanning the patient list on the computer when a paper coffee cup appeared in my line of sight. "Look who crawled back," Jerry said. I took the cup. "Did you sleep in this hospital or do you teleport?" "Don't be jealous," he said. "I have range." He leaned against the counter, his badge crooked on his scrub top, hair doing that effortless mess again. "Black 3 sugars," he said. "See, I listen." "You listen to things that benefit you," I said, taking a sip. It was exactly as I liked it, which annoyed me more than it should have. "At least we know my brain works," he said. "Any mysterious disappearances last night?" My grip on the cup tightened before I could stop it. "Just the usual," I said. "People missing their follow-ups." "You sure?" He tilted his head, watching my face. "You look like you saw a ghost." "Just tired," I said, turning back to the screen. "We doing this or you here to model scrubs?" He clutched his chest. "You wound me. I bring you caffeine, you bring me cruelty." "Seems fair," I said. He grinned and pushed off the counter. "I'll take 9 and 11, he said, nodding toward the board. "You want 12 and 14. "Deal," I answered. The first couple of hours went by in a blur of normal. I checked a teenager's sprained wrist, sports injury, nothing dramatic, just a scared mom needing clear explanations. I examined the woman with vague abdominal pain, ordered the basic labs and imaging, and reassured her gently. I listened to the sneezing man's lungs, confirmed he was not, in fact, dying, and sent him home with instructions and a tissue box. Between rooms, I updated charts at the computer, the keys clicking under my fingers. Jerry swung by a few times, dropping comments. "At this rate, I'm going to steal your favorite nurse," he said once. "I don't have a favorite nurse," I said. "You should. It should be me," he replied. "You're not even a nurse, Jerry." Details. By early afternoon, I was almost convinced it would stay a regular day. Then Carla called my name from the front of the intake area. "Barley," she shouted down the hall, "we've got a walk-in for you." I finished writing a note, signed off, and headed toward her voice. The waiting area near the ER doors was busier than it had been that morning. A kid with a cut chin sat pressed against his crying dad. A woman rubbed her temple, eyes squeezed shut. Near the registration desk, a man stood out without even trying. He was tall, shoulders squared despite the way one leg favored the other. His clothes were different from last night, cleaner, but still worn. Dark jeans, a plain t-shirt, a jacket with frayed cuffs. New bruises mottled the side of his neck and along his forearm. There was a tightness around his mouth that spoke more of irritation than fear. "Wetheart." For a second, I just stopped. The coffee cup in my hand might as well have vanished. He looked up as if he felt my stare and met my eyes like he'd been expecting me. My heart did a weird little jump and then remembered its regular beat. Carla glanced between us. "You two know each other?" she asked. "He was here last night," I said. "Room 6. "Right," she said. "Well, room 3 is free now. He just limped in and said he needed a doctor." Before I could respond, Jerry appeared at my side, following my line of sight. "So that's the famous mystery guy?" he asked under his breath. "He's not famous," I said. "You're going over there like he is," Jerry said. "Should I be worried?" "No," I said too fast. "He's just a patient." Jerry raised an eyebrow, the kind of knowing look that made me want to smack him with a chart. "Sure," he said, "just a patient." "Don't you have people to save?" I asked. He held up his hands in surrender. Going. Try not to marry anyone before lunch." I left him there and walked toward Wetheart. Up close, the new damage was easier to see. A bruise shadowed one cheekbone. His lower lip was split, a thin line of dried red at the edge. He held his weight slightly off his left leg, enough that every step must have sent a jolt through his thigh or hip. But his eyes were clear. No glassiness, no dazed confusion, just that same sharp, assessing look. "You weren't on the discharge list," I said instead of hello. "And yet," he said, "here I am." "Come on," I said. "Let's get you off your feet." "Feet are the least of the problem," he muttered. We moved back through the sliding doors and into an open bay. He insisted on climbing onto the bed himself, teeth clenched, as he swung his injured leg up. "You know you're allowed to admit you're in pain," I said, hooking up the monitor. "Pain is just information," he said. "It means I'm still alive." "That's a catchy slogan," I said. "Might get you some followers." The monitor beeped to life. Numbers appeared on the screen: blood pressure, heart rate, oxygen saturation. I frowned. Once again, his vitals looked good. Better than half my patients who came in for routine checks. Blood pressure steady, heart rate mildly elevated, but nowhere near what I'd expect from someone who had to limp in with visible bruises. "Any dizziness?" I asked. "No," he said. "Shortness of breath?" "No." He said it like the questions were boring him. I examined the bruises and scrapes methodically. A deep contusion along his thigh, a cut on his forearm that should have bled more than it apparently had, a fresh mark along his ribs when he lifted his shirt, like something hard had met his side. "Who did this?" I asked, fingers gentle as I palpated around the bruise to check for anything broken. "The same kind of people," he said. "That's not an answer," I said. "It's the one I have right now." I pressed a little closer to the ribbed area. He sucked in a sharp breath, a flash of pain cracking through his controlled expression. I glanced up at the monitor. Heart rate ticked up a little, but not as much as it should have. The numbers stayed annoyingly solid. "Your chart from last night and today don't match how you look," I said. "Maybe your machines are lying," he said. "They don't do that," I said. "People lie, machines don't care enough." "Then maybe you should trust them," he replied. Before I could answer, the intake nurse pushed the curtain aside, rolling the fingerprint scanner with her. "Sorry," she said. "We need to try this again. His file from last night is a mess." "He's not wrong," I said quietly. "What?" she asked. "Nothing," I said. "Go ahead." She positioned the device and nodded at him. Same thing as yesterday, hand on the pad. Wethart gave me a long look, then placed his fingers on the glass. The scanner whirred, a little bar filling on the tiny screen. Error message. "Pattern incomplete. Please scan again." The nurse groaned. "Not again." She wiped the glass with a cloth and pushed his fingers down again, trying a different angle. "Pattern mismatch. Please scan again." She tipped her head back toward the ceiling. "I swear, this device is out to get me. It did this to 3 people this week." "Maybe it needs therapy," I said, eyes on the tiny fingerprint image, lines blurred and half-formed. She clicked around in the menu, saved whatever it would give her, and made a face. "I'll log it as another device error," she said. "It's going to love me." "Can we just tattoo bad scanner on it and be done?" I asked. "Don't tempt me," she wheeled it away. I glanced at Wethart. He watched the scanner go with that same too-aware look. "I'm going to order some imaging and pain meds," I said. "Try to stay out of fights for at least 24 hours. "No promises," he said. I stepped out into the hall, wrote the orders, and got pulled into 2 other rooms in quick succession. A kid who needed stitches, a woman sobbing quietly over a pregnancy scare. By the time I made it back to the nurse's station, the scanner situation had already turned into paperwork. "Hey, Barley," the intake nurse called from her desk. "Can you look at this? The system's freaking out." I walked over. On her screen, Wethart's file was open. The fingerprint section was a disaster. Partial images, red warning icons, notes from last night about pattern errors. "It won't link cleanly," she said. "It keeps telling me the prints are corrupted and mismatched. We need a doctor override to clear some of these flags, or it is going to send me a list of emails I don't want to read. I stared at the screen. To anyone looking casually, it was just a technical mess. But if someone higher up decided to dig, a guy coming in with repeated injuries, weird fingerprints, and bad data trails, that looked like a problem worth solving. If they can't track me through this place, you'll save more than just me. That line didn't exist yet, but the thought was already there. Yeah, I said. I'll handle it. Go get your lunch before they steal all the good vending stuff. She sighed. You're an angel. Don't spread that rumor, I said. When she left, I sat down at the terminal and logged in with my credentials. Wetheart's record blinked open deeper than she could see. I scrolled through the fingerprint entries, error after error. Pattern incomplete, mismatch, unreadable. The system had flagged it for manual review. Anyone with too much time and a suspicious mind could decide that was their new hobby. I chewed on the inside of my cheek, my finger hovering over the keys. Hospital rules were clear. You didn't alter core ID data. You did clean up records to make them pretty. It was there so if the police needed something, or if a missing person turned up, there was a trail. But whatever trail this was, it wasn't going to lead anywhere good. I opened the edit function and started stripping. I deleted the cleaner of the partial prints, the ones the system had almost made sense of. I resaved the worst ones, adding a note. Device malfunction, multiple failed scans. Do not use for matching. I cross-linked the error with the hardware ID of the scanner itself, so anyone following the breadcrumbs would blame the machine, not the man. When I hit save, the system gave me a polite little warning about data quality. I confirmed anyway. Congratulations, I murmured at the screen. You're officially useless. Talking to the computer now, Carla asked, passing behind me. Always, I said. It's the only one here who listens. She snorted and moved on. The pager at my hip buzzed. Call back, room 3. I didn't need the number to know who that was. I walked back to his bay, chart in hand. The curtain was drawn halfway closed. I pushed it aside and stepped in. Wetheart was awake, propped against the raised head of the bed. The monitor behind him beeped steadily. His eyes were on the ceiling until I appeared, then they shifted to me. You fixed something, he said. You're dressing, I said, setting the chart on the side table. It was sloppy. I mean the thing that wanted to eat my hands, he said. The machine. I shrugged, checking the bandage on his forearm. Maybe it just got tired of you. Did you delete me? He asked. It was such a blunt question that I looked up without thinking. His gaze met mine. Whatever he saw on my face seemed to confirm his suspicion. Why would you ask that? I said. Because you looked at the screen like it was dangerous, he said, and then you walked out of here like you had a plan. The room felt smaller for a second. I can't delete you, I said finally, but I can make sure that if someone comes looking, they're going to blame our dinosaur equipment before they blame you. His jaw moved, like he was thinking it over. If they can't track me through this place, he said quietly, you'll save more than just me. There was no drama in his tone, no theatrics, just a simple statement of fact. Is that a thing people are trying to do? I asked. Track you. Track all of us, he said. Any place that keeps records is a net, especially if the wrong hands learn how to use it. You talk like you've done this before, I said. He looked back up at the ceiling. I've had a lot of practice being a problem they want to find. I leaned back against the counter, arms folded. You know I could lose my license for doing what I just did, I said, if anyone ever cared enough to check. Then you shouldn't have done it, he said. That's not helpful, I snapped. You shouldn't risk your job for someone who keeps walking in like this, he said, still in that maddeningly calm way. You keep saying that like I had a choice, I said. You came back here, limping again. I didn't come back for fun, he said. Then why? I asked. Frustration bled into the question before I could filter it. Who is doing this to you? Why do you keep ending up like this? His eyes slid from the ceiling back to me. For a moment, the lines around them softened, like he was weighing something. "I'm the one who doesn't stop," he said. "That's why they keep coming." "That doesn't answer anything," I said. "It answers everything," he replied. I stared at him. "Do you ever say anything in straight lines?" "Sometimes," he said, "just not about them." "Who are them?" I asked. He spaced his words carefully. "People who think my kind are just parts, things they can study, cut, sell." The word kind lodged somewhere between my ribs. "And they're the ones who did this." I nodded at his bruises. "They tried," he said. "They didn't enjoy it." "So you're what, some kind of vigilante?" I said. "You wander around getting into fights on purpose." He lifted one shoulder in the faintest hint of a shrug. "If I didn't, you'd see a lot more people like me on your table. You just wouldn't know why." I wanted to tell him that wasn't how the world worked, that there were systems, procedures, laws. But his chart on the counter, with its conflicting numbers and weird gaps, and his body on the bed, all bruised and somehow not failing, didn't fit any of that cleanly. I reached down to adjust the blanket over his legs. He winced as I brushed his thigh by accident. The pain flickered through his body in a brief, sharp wave. For a split second, his eyes changed. They didn't glow. There were no movie effects, but something in them sharpened, pupils narrowing, focus narrowing, the whites going cold and bright around the dark center. It was like watching a mask slip to show teeth underneath. The air felt thinner for a heartbeat. Then he blinked and his face was just a man's face again. Tired, bruised, stubborn. "You okay?" I asked more quietly. "I've been worse," he said. "That's not the same as okay," I said. "You really like definitions," he said. "They keep people alive," I replied. The monitor behind him showed his heart rate settling back down with an almost arrogant steadiness. "I'm going to keep you for observation for a while," I said. "We'll see what the scans say. If nothing's broken and your body keeps showing off, I'll let you disappear properly next time, through the front door." "Generous," he said. "You have no idea," I replied. A nurse called my name from the hall, snapping the moment. I glanced toward the curtain. "I'll be back," I said. "I'm not going anywhere," he said. I stepped out and plunged back into the rest of the shift. Another hour, another round of rooms. A teenager whose panic attack felt like a heart attack. An older man who needed someone to sit and listen while he talked about his late wife. I stitched, ordered tests, explained, reassured, mediated. But Wetheart stayed sitting in the back of my mind, like a question that refused to be filed. By the time the overhead lights dimmed slightly and the night shift doctor showed up, my feet were screaming and my brain felt overcooked. I handed off my last couple of cases, updated the charts with everything the next team needed, and slumped briefly at the nurse's station. "You look like you need a vacation," Jerry said, dropping another doodled sticky note in front of me, a badly drawn stick figure doctor fighting a dragon. "I'll settle for a nap," I said, picking it up. "Any plans tonight?" he asked, "besides crashing face first into your bed?" "Just that," I said. "Maybe some fancy cooking like making cereal." "You know, normal people call other people after a day like this," he said. "Friends, dates, Netflix buddies." "I have my mom," I said. "She gives excellent commentary." He tilted his head. "You've been somewhere else all day," he said. "Is it about him?" "There is no him," I said. "There are patients and charts, that's it." "Okay, Dr. Icewall," he said, holding up his hands. "Enjoy your cereal." I stood up, pulled off my stethoscope, and looped it around my hand. "I'm going to check on a patient and then I'm out," I said. "Try not to adopt anyone on your way out," he called after me. I walked back to Wetheart's bay. The curtain was mostly closed. I eased it aside. He was lying back now, eyes half shut but not really sleeping. The monitor still hummed steadily. The scans had come back clear. Nothing broken, nothing requiring surgery. Just bruises and damage that would keep most people hobbling for days. "You're very annoying," I said. "One of my many talents," he replied without opening his eyes. "You're stable," I said. Scans look fine. I'm signing you over to night staff, but they're not as nice as I am, so try not to get into arguments. I'll be quiet, he said. I hesitated, then added, I made your record as meaningless as I could without setting the building on fire. If anyone comes digging, they'll find a broken machine, not a neat stack of fingerprints. His eyes opened fully. For once, there was no joke in them, just something like gratitude stripped of everything fancy. Thank you, he said. I looked away first. Don't make me regret it. I'll try, he said. That's not good enough, I said. It's the truth, he replied. I couldn't argue with that without opening doors I wasn't ready to go through, so I didn't. Good night, Wetheart, I said instead. Good night, Megan, he said, and hearing my name in his mouth sent a tiny shiver down my spine that I refused to talk to myself about. In the locker room, I changed into my hoodie and jeans, stuffed my scrubs into my bag, and shut my locker. The hall lights outside the staff door buzzed softly. The hospital felt different at night, not quieter exactly, but more hollow, like most of the world had gone to sleep and left this place in its own time zone. I signed out at the station, waved at Carla, and pushed through the staff exit. The sky was full dark now. The parking lot glowed under a scatter of pole lights and a sliver of moon. My breath clouded a little when I exhaled. I walked to my car, unlocked it, and slid in. For a moment I just sat there, hands on the wheel, eyes closed. Strange cases, keep them in hospital. Too late. I drove home on autopilot. Same streets, different lights. The closer I got to my neighborhood, the lighter my shoulders felt, even with everything swirling in my head. I parked outside the house, grabbed my bag, and went inside. Mom was half dozing in her chair, TV casting a soft blue glow on her face. She looked up when she heard the door. You're up late, I said. Thought you'd abandoned me for sleep hours ago. Wait, she said, pointing at the screen. Show. Okay. I dropped my bag by the door, hung my jacket, and went into the kitchen to throw together something that could pass as dinner. Grilled cheese and tomato soup, the lazy classic. While the soup heated and the bread browned in the pan, I went back out with her evening meds. She took them without complaint, eyes occasionally flicking back to me. So, she said slowly when she'd swallowed the last pill, work. I eased down on the edge of the sofa. He came back, I said. Her eyebrows lifted a fraction. Strange patient. Yeah, I said. Walked in like he hadn't vanished into thin air last night. New bruises, new limp, same everything else. Fast, she said again. Faster than usual, I answered. His scans are clean, vitals are perfect. It's like his body didn't get the memo about gravity or physics. She watched my face while I talked. The way she used to when I was a teenager trying to lie about my bedtime. The corners of her eyes crinkled a little. You helped, she said. I looked at the TV to avoid her gaze. That's my job. More, she said. You did more. I swallowed. I didn't tell her about the fingerprints, about how I'd sat at that terminal and played with data like it was clay. I didn't tell her how a single error note might have shifted the way some invisible hunter looked at a file. I did what I had to, I said, for a patient. She let that sit for a few seconds. The TV clicked to a commercial about some shiny new car. You like him? She asked. I laughed, a short, too loud sound. No, I said instantly. Her eyes didn't move. They just stayed on me, steady and knowing. I don't, I repeated, softer. I stood up, suddenly needing to move. He's trouble, and he shows up like he owns the place, and he thinks my machines are lying. Her lips curved just a little, not a full smile, something between amusement and concern. She said. That was all, but it was enough to make my skin feel too tight. I went back to the kitchen, stirred the soup, and flipped the sandwiches. We ate together in front of the TV, her bites small and slow, mine automatic. I told her stories about the harmless patients, the guy with the sneezes, the dramatic teenager. I left out everything that mattered. After, I helped her to the bathroom one last time, then to bed. I adjusted her pillows, made sure the oxygen tube wasn't kinked, turned on the small nightlight she liked. "Sleep," I said, smoothing her hair back from her forehead. "You too," she said. "I'll try," I answered. When her breathing settled into the familiar pattern, I slipped out and closed her door partway. I changed into old sweatpants and a t-shirt, then remembered I'd left my stethoscope in the car. The idea of going into another day without it made my stomach twitch. "Great," I muttered. "Nice job, Dr. Competent." I grabbed my keys from the table, stepped outside, and let the door fall mostly closed behind me. The night had that quiet suburban hush. A few porch lights glowed amber up and down the block. Somewhere, a dog barked twice and then stopped. The maple tree rustled overhead. I walked down the short path to where my car sat at the curb, keys in hand. The air was cooler than it had been when I'd come home, brushing against my bare forearms. Halfway to the car, the feeling hit. It was nothing at first, just a prickling at the back of my neck, like cold fingers trailing slowly over skin. My steps faltered. I stood still on the cracked concrete and listened. Nothing obvious, no footsteps, no voices. But the sense of eyes on me slid between my shoulder blades. I turned slowly, scanning the street. Across the way, near the edge of the apartment building lot, a man stood. He wasn't as tall as Wethart, but he had the same kind of solid, coiled posture, like he could move fast if he wanted to. His clothes were dark, his hair shaggy, his jaw shadowed with stubble. The light from a nearby street lamp touched just enough of his face for me to see the intensity there. He wasn't pretending to look away. He wasn't on his phone. He was just watching me. My fingers tightened around my keys. "Can I help you?" I called, trying to keep my voice flat. He didn't answer. He didn't even tilt his head, just kept his eyes on me, steady and unblinking. A car turned onto our street from the far end, headlights sweeping over the pavement, over the parked cars, over him. For a second the light hit my eyes, making me squint and lift my hand to shield them. The car passed. When the glare cleared, and I lowered my hand, the spot where he'd been standing was empty. No door closing, no footsteps running, no engine starting, just the rustle of leaves and the low hum of a distant air conditioner. I stood there for a long moment, heart thudding hard enough that I could feel it in my throat, keys biting into my palm. First a man who heals too fast, I thought. Now someone watching my house. I looked up and down the street again, but the shadows stayed just shadows. "What did I just get pulled into?" I whispered. The night didn't answer. I woke up like someone had hit a fire alarm inside my skull. The sound was just my phone buzzing on the nightstand, same cheap alarm tone as always, but my body reacted like it was a siren. I jerked upright too fast, the room tilting for a second. My foot hit the half-unpacked box at the side of the bed, shoved it sideways, and one of the flaps popped open. "Great," I muttered. The alarm kept buzzing. I reached for the phone and clipped my knuckles against the water glass instead. The glass wobbled, tipped, and went over the edge. I grabbed for it on instinct and caught only air. It hit the floor with a dull thump and rolled under the bed. "Seriously?" I slapped at the phone until the alarm cut off, then sat there for a second, breathing hard like I'd run somewhere. The room was quiet again. The curtains still hung slightly crooked, letting in a crooked strip of gray morning. It was the exact same bedroom I'd gone to sleep in, but it felt tighter, like something unseen was still pressed up against the edges. I rubbed my face with both hands and told myself it was just the memory of last night, the man on the sidewalk, the way he'd been there 1 second and gone the next. My brain replayed it like a stuck clip. I shook it off, swung my legs out of bed, and shoved my feet into my slippers. Hoodie over t-shirt, ponytail gathered with fingers that didn't quite want to work yet. "Normal day," I told the room. "You're going to have a normal day." The floorboards creaked as I walked down the hallway to Mom's room. I pushed the door open gently. "Hey, Mom," I said. "Morning." She was on her side, blankets rumpled around her, eyes closed. The oxygen machine hummed its soft, steady pulse. When I touched her shoulder, her eyelids fluttered, and she turned her head toward me. "Meg," she said, just the one syllable, thick and slow. "Yeah," I gave her a small smile. "You ready to do the glamorous morning circuit?" She tried to smile back. It came out slightly crooked, but it was there. I slid an arm behind her shoulders and helped her sit up. My grip was too tight. I felt the tension in my fingers, the way my hand dug in as if I was holding onto something that might vanish. She winced. "Slow, Meg." "Sorry." I let out a breath and forced myself to loosen my hold. "I got you. We're not late for anything. No one's timing us." We took it step by step. Swing her legs over the edge. Wait while she gathered herself. Help her slip her feet into slippers. Stand together, my arm around her back, her fingers gripping my forearm. This was muscle memory by now, but my body was moving a notch too fast, trying to get ahead of a day that hadn't even properly started. We shuffled toward the bathroom. Her foot snagged for half a second on a ridge in the hallway rug, and my heart slammed so hard I felt it in my throat. "Hey," I said quickly. "I've got you, it's okay." She looked up at me, eyes a little sharper than her voice. I kept the rest of the walk slower, counting our steps under my breath until we reached the bathroom door. "I'll be right here," I said, and leaned against the wall in the hall while she went inside. I stared at the framed print opposite me, some neutral beach scene from the discount bin that came with the house, and all I could see was last night's street instead. Headlights flashing by. The space where that man had been standing. The way my skin had known I was being watched before I actually saw him. "You're fine," I told myself. "He's gone. You imagined half of it anyway." The toilet flushed. Water ran. I straightened up and helped her with the rest of the routine. Face, teeth, clean clothes, all of it with the practiced care of someone who'd stopped seeing it as a burden and started seeing it as just life. In the living room, I settled her into her chair, tucked the blanket over her legs, put the small pillow behind her lower back. The TV remote and her phone sat on the side table. I made sure they were where she liked them. "Okay," I said. "Stay put. I'm going to make the famous barley breakfast special." She gave me a look that said I had never once made anything famous. In the kitchen, I grabbed a mug from the cabinet, misjudged the distance, and nearly sent the whole stack clattering. I caught two, bumped a third, and had to snatch it midair with my other hand. "Seriously," I hissed at myself. I put the mugs down, carefully, and found the coffee. While it dripped, I cracked eggs into a pan, dropped bread into the toaster. My hands weren't steady. The spoon I reached for slipped out of my fingers and hit the counter, then bounced to the floor with an obnoxiously loud clatter. "Okay." I bent to pick it up and tossed it straight into the sink. "That's one death for gravity, it's fine." I shook my hands out once, then again, forcing my shoulders to drop from around my ears. When I went back out with her pills and a glass of water, Mom was watching the doorway like she'd been waiting to catch me. I sat on the arm of the sofa and held out the pills. "Morning meds," I said. "Today's menu, all the usual suspects." She took them one by one, washing them down carefully. Her fingers brushed mine each time. When she was done, I put the empty glass on the table. Her eyes stayed on my face. "What's really going on?" she asked. It took effort for her to string the words together like that. She wouldn't waste it if she didn't need to. "Nothing," I said automatically. "Just long shifts, annoying charting, you know, the usual." She frowned. The tiniest lines appeared between her brows. "Meg." "It's work drama," I said, grabbing for the easiest label. "Weird patients. Nurses threatening to sacrifice the computers to the gods of bad software. Same stuff, different building." She didn't look away. The coffee maker beeped in the kitchen. I stayed sitting there anyway, eyes on a chipped spot on the edge of the table. Mom's voice was quiet but firm when she spoke again. "If something scares you," she took a breath, chose her words, "don't carry it alone." The sentence hung there like a hook. I lifted my head and met her eyes. The concern there was clear, even with all the limitations her body had put on her. "I'm fine," I said too quickly. "Really, I've got it." Her gaze said she didn't believe that for a second. I reached out and squeezed her hand. "Thank you," I added, softer. "I'll tell you if it turns into anything real, okay? Right now it's just hospital nonsense." She held my stare for a bit longer, then let it go. "Coffee," she said. "Now that I can fix." I went back to the kitchen, poured the coffee, plated the eggs and toast, and brought everything out on a tray. We ate together, the TV murmuring some morning show in the background. I made jokes about patients whose biggest emergency was losing their Wi-Fi, about Jerry thinking he was the star of his own medical drama. It was easier than talking about the thing that had my nerves wired. Some stranger in the dark, the way he'd looked at me like I'd stepped into something I didn't understand. When breakfast was done and the dishes were in the sink, I checked the time. "I've got to move," I said. "The hospital gods will be angry if I'm late again." I helped Mom to the bathroom one more time, then back to her chair. I gave her the remote, pulled the blanket up, set a bottle of water next to her. "Text me," she said. "On my break," I promised. "And if you need anything before that, hit the call button for Queen Meghan of overreacting." She snorted quietly. In my room, I changed into fresh scrubs, clipped my ID badge on, looped my stethoscope around my neck. I grabbed my jacket and bag, checked for keys and phone. When I glanced in the mirror, I barely recognized my own expression, jaw tight, eyes a little too wide. "Stop it," I told my reflection. "Work, then home, that's it." I went back to Mom, leaned down and kissed her forehead. Her skin was warm under my lips. "Be back tonight," I said. "No inviting strange men in while I'm gone." Her eyebrow twitched upward. I regretted the joke immediately. "Love you," I added quickly and headed for the door. Outside, the air was cool, the sky a pale, washed-out blue. I locked the door, checked it twice without meaning to, then walked to my car and slid behind the wheel. The drive to the hospital was the same route as always. 4 lights, a stretch of shops, the big intersection where everyone pretended turn signals were optional. Today, every time I stopped, I checked the rearview mirror. Nothing out of place, just other people in their cars, minding their own mornings. No rough men standing in the middle of the road, no familiar stiff shoulders. By the time the hospital came into view, my fingers had cramped around the steering wheel. I parked in the staff lot, took a moment to pry my hands off, and grabbed my bag. Inside, the automatic doors whooshed open, spilling that familiar blend of disinfectant and coffee into my face. I swiped my badge, waited for the beep, and slipped through the staff entrance. In the locker room, I shoved my bag into my locker and looked at myself in the little metal mirror. My ponytail was fine. My scrubs were fine. The dark circles under my eyes were not fine, but they weren't new. I sighed and headed to the nurse's station. "Morning, Dr. B," Carla said, eyes on a stack of charts. "Morning," I answered. "What brand of chaos do we have today?" "Starter pack," she said. "Mild chest pain, mystery stomachache, 2 colds, 1 man convinced the mole on his arm is trying to kill him." "So the usual," I said. She slid a clipboard toward me. "Usual." I glanced at the patient board to get my bearings. "Barley." I turned. Jerry was approaching, holding 2 coffee cups like offerings. His hair looked even more annoyingly good than yesterday. "Peace token," he said, handing me 1 cup. "Or bribe, depending on how your morning's going." I took it. "Is it actually for me, or is this one of your decoys?" "Black 3 sugars," he said. "I remember things." "That's creepy," I said, but took a sip anyway. It was exactly how I liked it, trader coffee. He studied my face. "You look tense." "That's my natural state," I said. "What gave it away?" "You didn't insult me first," he said. "Very unsettling." I huffed a small laugh I didn't feel. "Just tired." "You say that every day," he pointed out. "Then it's true every day," I said. "Wow, science." He watched me a second longer. I turned back to the board, pretending to be engrossed. He let it go, at least on the surface. "All right," he said. "You want the chest pain or the mole assassin?" "You take murder mole," I said. I don't have the emotional strength for that conversation. He grinned. My hero. By late morning, I'd seen the chest pain patient, indigestion, not heart attack, reassured the mystery stomachache, and convinced a teenager that he did not, in fact, need an MRI for a mild headache. Work did what it always did if I let it, gave me a script. Ask, listen, examine, plan, chart, move to the next. I was halfway through updating notes on the computer when Carla called down the hall. Barley, she shouted, your frequent flyer is back. I turned. Who? She jerked her chin toward intake. Your walk-in champion, Wetheart. The name hit like a jolt. My fingers paused over the keyboard. I looked past her, toward the automatic doors. He stood just inside them, near the registration desk. Dark jacket, worn jeans, plain t-shirt, like he might be any other guy off the street. Except for the way his body held itself, shoulders squared, spine straight, eyes alert even as he rolled one shoulder experimentally. Fresh bruises darkened the skin along that shoulder and across his upper arm. There was a scrape on his knuckles, the skin roughened and raw. He moved that arm with a little hitch in his motion, not enough to make him stumble, just enough for me to see it. He walked himself in. Again. I set the chart down and started toward him before my brain even finished deciding. Jerry fell into step beside me, noticing the line of my gaze. I'm serious this time, he murmured. What is he, underground fighter, some criminal? He's a patient, I said. That's all you need to know. Are you sure you're safe around him? Jerry pressed. The concern in his voice was real, but there was something else under it too, a tightness around the words. I'm fine, I said. Can you go save someone else's day right now? You keep getting him, Jerry said. You're the one he keeps asking for. He doesn't ask for anyone, I snapped, a little sharper than I meant to. He just walks in. Jerry studied me, then blew out a breath. Okay, he said, but if the underground fight club shows up, I'm going to say I told you so in your eulogy. Deal, I said. I left him there and went to Wetheart. Up close, the bruises were more defined. Some edged in yellow and green, older. Some a deep, fresh purple, spreading like spilled ink under his skin. The scrape on his knuckles looked like they'd met something rough, concrete, maybe, or stone. You realize most people would take a few days off between visits, I said. Most people don't have my schedule, he replied. His voice was steady. His eyes met mine like we were continuing a conversation instead of starting a new one. You should sit, I said. I'm fine, he said. You're limping, I pointed out. He glanced down at his leg, then back up. Fine enough. I didn't argue. The triage nurse had already handed me his temporary chart. I led him into an open bay and waited while he climbed onto the bed on his own. He did it without asking for help, but I could see the way his jaw tightened when his shoulder moved. I hooked up the monitor and watched the numbers blink onto the screen. Blood pressure, good. Heart rate, slightly up but nowhere near where I'd expect it. Oxygen saturation, perfect. I stared at the numbers. Do you ever plan on having vitals that match how you look? I asked. Where's the fun in that? He said. I examined his shoulder, fingers careful. The muscle felt tight under the skin, the bruise warm to the touch. Range of motion, I said. Can you lift your arm? He obliged, raising it slowly. At about halfway, he sucked in a sharp breath. The line of his mouth thinned. Don't be a hero, I said. Tell me when it hurts. It hurts, he admitted. I eased his arm back down. Any hits to the head, dizziness. No. Shortness of breath. No. Do you own anything besides trouble? I asked. Silence stretched for a beat. Then I took a breath and went for it. Is someone hunting you? I asked. His eyes flicked to mine. For a moment, the air between us shifted. No, he said. I waited. I'm hunting them. The words landed, harder than any admission of victimhood would have. That's worse, I said. You know that's worse, right? Depends who you are, he said. Who is them, exactly? I asked. People, some gang, are you walking into fights on purpose? Because from where I'm standing, you're treating this hospital like a pit stop on a very bad road trip." His jaw worked once, like he was chewing on the decision to answer. "People who hurt others like me," he said finally. "People who think we're just parts they can use." "Others like you," I repeated. "What does that mean?" He looked away, gaze drifting up to the ceiling. "You don't want that answer yet," he said. "I think I do," I said. "You think you do now," he replied. "You won't later." I hated that he might be right. I hated that he thought he knew what I could or couldn't handle. Before I could push more, Carla's voice rang from down the hall. "Dr. Barley, can we get you in room 7? Labs are back." "I have to go," I said reluctantly. "Trust me," Wethart said, still staring at the ceiling. "You have better things to do than orbit my problems." "You're on my list now," I said. "You don't get to decide if I orbit." He huffed something that might have been a laugh. "Careful," he said. "You'll make me think you actually like me." I rolled my eyes, even as some part of me flinched at the idea of liking someone who came packaged with this much danger. "Try not to pick a fight with the furniture while I'm gone," I said, and stepped out. The next few hours were a blur of ordinary emergencies. A kid who'd swallowed a coin, a woman clutching her side and trying not to cry, a middle-aged man furious that his blood pressure medication made him pee too often. I moved from room to room, my body doing what it knew how to do while my brain replayed 4 words in the background. "I'm hunting them." Every time I passed Wethart's Bay, I glanced in. Once he was asleep, or pretending to be. Once he was just sitting there, eyes closed, breathing like someone meditating in a storm. By the time the sky outside had started to fade from blue to that soft pre-evening gray, my legs ached and my brain felt frayed. I finished updating a chart, signed off on lab results, and handed over my last patient to the oncoming doctor. Jerry gave me a 2-finger salute from across the station. "You look less dead than usual," he said. "That's progress." "That's the coffee lying to you," I said. "I'm signing out." "You sure you don't want to hit a bar and complain about humanity?" he asked. "Very healthy coping mechanism. 10 out of 10 specialists recommend it." "I have a mother and a couch," I said. "Top-tier subscription plan, sorry." "Rain check then," he said, but his eyes drifted toward Wethart's Bay. "If you follow me," I warned, "I will hide all your pens." "Monster," he said softly. I changed out of my hospital shoes in the locker room, stuffed my stethoscope into my bag, and shrugged into my hoodie. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting everything in that familiar too-bright tone. I signed out at the station, waved to Carla, and pushed open the staff exit door. The parking lot was thinning out. A few cars remained scattered under the tall lamps. The sky was sliding toward dark, the edges of the clouds picking up the last light. I walked down the road toward my car, keys in hand. "Doctor." The voice came from my left. I stopped. A man stepped out from between 2 parked cars, from the shadow of a tall SUV. The same man I'd seen across from my house. Same shaggy hair, same rough clothes, built like someone used to being hit and not staying down. My heart should have leapt into my throat, but it didn't. It just changed its rhythm, harder and more focused. "You were outside my house last night," I said. "Who are you?" He stopped a few feet away, close enough that I could see the lines on his face. He was maybe late 30s, maybe early 40s, hard to tell. There was tiredness around his eyes, but no softness. "Name, Rylan," he said. No hesitation, no attempt to pretend this was coincidence. I tightened my grip on my keys, the metal biting into my palm. "Okay, Rylan," I said. "Why are you following me?" "I'm not," he said simply. "I'm following him." "You have 5 seconds to make that less creepy," I said. "Wethart," he said. "I'm following Wethart. You're standing too close, so you keep ending up in the same frame." I swallowed. "You know him." "Better than you do," Rylan said. "He's my patient," I said. "That's all." He looked at me like I'd called a hurricane, a bit of wind. You're in danger if you stay close to him, Rylan said. So is your mother, your house. Everyone who thinks this city is just coffee shops and traffic and late-night TV. My skin tightened. Why do you know where my mother lives? Because the people he fights would use her if they thought it worked, Rylan said. They haven't tried yet. If you stay this close to him, they will. I slid down my spine. What are you talking about? He stepped a little closer, just enough that his voice could drop without anyone else overhearing. Wetheart is not just a man, he said. You know that already, you've seen it, the way he heals, the way he moves. My mouth went dry. He's the only shield you've got, Rylan went on. If he falls, your whole city loses its shield. The words landed like they had weight. Shield from what? I asked. From who? From people you don't want to meet, he said. People who don't care if this place burns as long as they get what they want first. That's not an answer, I said. That's a horror movie trailer. You don't know the people he fights, Rylan said. You don't want them to notice you. Right now, most of them don't know your name. If you keep helping him, that changes. I felt it then, the edge between anger and fear. My hands were shaking, but I held his gaze anyway. What is he really? I asked. What do you mean by shield? Rylan's jaw tightened. He looked away for half a second, toward the hospital doors, then back. I'm not the one who gets to give you that word, he said. That's not good enough, I snapped. You show up outside my house, you show up in my parking lot, and you tell me to stop helping one of my patients, and you won't even tell me what he is. You already know enough, he said. You're not stupid, you saw how he heals, you saw his eyes. I thought about the way Wetheart's gaze had changed when the pain hit. A flash of something sharp and not quite human. Rylan took a breath. Call him what you want, he said. Monster, protector. But understand this, he's the only shield you've got right now. If he falls, this place is open. And the things on the other side of that opening do not care about you or your mother or your friends. They care about what's in his blood. My stomach turned. So what, I'm supposed to? What? Walk away. Pretend I didn't see any of this. Let him keep dragging himself in here half destroyed and tell myself it's not my problem. You should walk away, Rylan said. Let him do his job. Live your life. Take care of your mother. Forget he ever existed. You can't tell me to stay out and then drop a bomb like that, I said. My voice came out sharper than I meant. But I didn't rein it in. You don't get to scare me for my own good and then act like I'm unreasonable for asking questions. He studied me. The parking lot lights cast shadows along the lines of his face. You want safety, he said. I'm handing it to you. All you have to do is let him carry this and go back to your normal. Normal, I repeated. You think normal is still an option for me? You could try, he said. I laughed once harshly. If you want me to stop helping him, tell me what I'm actually stepping into. Tell me who they are. Tell me why he walks in here half-broken and walks out like nothing can touch him. Rylan shook his head. You already stepped in, he said. The second you touched his file, the second you made it harder to track him. My breath caught. He knew. How? You aren't the only one watching the systems, he said. The people he fights, they buy access. They read logs, they look for patterns. You broke one of their patterns, that makes you interesting. Cold slid under my skin. So I'm screwed either way, I said. Is that where this conversation ends? It ends with this, Rylan said. Either you walk away now and try to build as much distance as you can, or you go back in there, and you ask him for the whole truth. But if you pick the second one, you don't get to pretend you didn't choose it. We stared at each other. He took one step back, into a deeper shadow between cars. Last time I'm going to say it, he added. Stop helping him, stay out of this. He turned, moving along the row of vehicles, and within a few seconds the angle of the cars and the dim light swallowed him. I stood there, breathing too fast, my keys digging crescents into my skin. Everything in me that had been screaming for safety should have propelled me to my car, driven me home, locked the doors, and curled up on the couch next to my mother like none of this had ever touched us. Instead, my feet turned toward the hospital doors. My hand shook when I swiped my badge, but the reader still beeped green. Inside, the air hit me like a different temperature. It didn't feel like my workplace right now. It felt like a backstage area to something bigger and meaner. The night shift had taken over. The hallways were dimmer. Voices were lower. I walked straight past the nurse's station, nodding at Carla when she raised an eyebrow. "Forgot something," I said. "Your sanity," she asked. "Too late for that," I answered and kept going. Wetheart's Bay was farther back, near the quieter rooms. I reached it and pushed the curtain aside. He was sitting up this time, one leg bent, the other stretched out, bare foot resting on the cool sheet. His jacket was folded on the chair next to the bed. The monitor behind him beeped its steady rhythm. His eyes cut to me the moment the curtain moved. "I was wondering if you'd listen to him," he said. I froze halfway into the room. "So you knew he was going to ambush me?" "Not the exact timing," Wetheart said, "but Ryland doesn't keep his opinions to himself for long." I stepped in fully and let the curtain fall closed behind me. "He said if you fall," I said, voice tight, "this whole city loses its shield." One corner of his mouth twitched. "That sounds like him." "He told me to stop helping you," I went on. "He said you're not just a man. He said I don't know who you're fighting and I don't want them to notice me." Wetheart watched me silently. "So," I said, "this is your chance to prove he's being dramatic." He huffed a small sound. "Ryland doesn't do dramatic," he said. "He does blunt." "He was very successful," I said. "I am now sufficiently blunt traumatized. So talk. What is actually going on? And don't tell me you're just hunting bad people. I need details." Wetheart shifted, carefully rolling his sore shoulder as if testing its limits. "You're not going to like it," he said. "I don't like any of this," I said. "My mother told me if something scares me, I shouldn't carry it alone. Congratulations, you're about to help me carry it." Something like respect flickered in his eyes. "Fine," he said. "You asked if someone was hunting me. The answer is yes, but not just me." He paused, picking his words. "There is a network of humans," he said. "Not by accident, organized. They have money, equipment, lawyers. They started with rumors, stories about people who heal too fast, survive too much. Then they found proof. My kind." He held my gaze when he said it. I couldn't look away. "They capture wolves," he said. "And rogue wolves. They pay some rogues to help them. They take us to facilities hidden off the books and they run experiments." The word sat in the room like something foul. "What kind of experiments?" I asked. My voice sounded small. "Painful ones," he said. "They want what's in our blood, the healing, the strength. They want to extract it, bottle it, sell it to whoever can pay." Images flashed uninvited in my mind. Cages, restraints, needles, IV bags hanging from poles. "They don't care what it does to the ones they take," Wetheart said. "If we live through it, we're data. If we don't, we're waste." My stomach tightened. I thought about what I'd seen on his body, bruises in patterns that didn't match street fights, scars that looked older than the last 3 days. "And the rogues," I said. "You said some of them help." "They get paid to track their own kind," he said. "To bring wolves in, or they get told they'll be spared if they cooperate. It's a lie. The house always eats you in the end." I swallowed around the taste in my mouth. "You asked what I'm walking into," he said. "I find those places. I hit them. I free who I can. I break what I can. I make it harder for them to rebuild." "And they hurt you for it," I said quietly. "They try," he said. "They're getting better, so am I." I thought about Ryland's words again. Shield, if he falls. "This is real," I said. It wasn't a question anymore. "Yes," he said. "And it's happening here," I said. "In this city, not on some documentary far away." "Yes." I pressed my fingers to the bridge of my nose, trying to steady myself. "Why come here?" I asked. "Why keep using this hospital if you're trying to stay off radar? Why keep showing up in my department on my shift?" "Because I still need someone to put me back together between fights," he said simply. "And this is one of the few places I can do that without waking up chained to a bed that doesn't belong to a hospital." And me specifically, I asked. Why me? You didn't call the police the first night I disappeared, he said. You didn't flag my file when the data went weird. You didn't ask the kind of questions that make people dangerous. You helped, and you didn't demand a story I wasn't ready to give yet. Yet, I echoed. He nodded once. I know what you did with my record, he said. Rylan told you they read logs. He wasn't lying. They do. You made something they were building go fuzzy. You're welcome, I said faintly. He almost smiled. You took a risk for someone you barely know, he said. That's rare and stupid, and I appreciate it. Don't call me stupid and then say thank you, I said. That's not how this works. That's exactly how this works, he said. I let out a breath, somewhere between a laugh and a groan. So what now? I asked. What do you expect me to do with this? Because if you think I'm just going to walk away and live my life after hearing about people turning wolves into lab rats. You're safer if you step back now, he cut in. They will notice patterns if you stay too close to me. You, your mother, anyone who touches my charts. Rylan was right about that part. Are you really doing this? I asked. Telling me a nightmare story and then suggesting I go back to normal. Yes, he said, because normal is still an option for you. It's not for me. You shouldn't throw that away lightly. Something in me snapped at that. It's a little late for safer, I said. You and your friend already dragged my life into this. They tried to take my mother. They were at my house. You show up here half broken every other day. You think normal is still sitting on my porch waiting for me. He looked down at his hands. The scrape on his knuckles stood out against the otherwise healthy skin. You have every right to hate me for that, he said. I don't hate you, I said. The words surprised me, but they felt true. I hate that this is real. I hate that I can't unknow it. And I hate that you're apparently one of the only people standing between those lunatics and everyone else. He lifted his gaze back to mine. There was something in his eyes that hadn't been there before, a mix of weariness and something like relief. Most people run when they hear this, he said. I might still run, I said. I haven't decided yet. I'd understand, he said. I thought about my mother's face this morning. If something scares you, don't carry it alone. Newsflash, I said. You're not doing a great job at not carrying it alone either. His lips quirked. Occupational hazard. A nurse poked her head through the curtain then, eyes flicking between us. Sorry, she said. Dr. Barley, are you still on shift? No, I said. Just finishing a conversation. Okay, she nodded. We're going to move him to observation in a bit, but I've got it. Thanks, I said. She disappeared again. I looked back at Wetheart. I have to go, I said. For real this time. My mom will worry and she already thinks I'm juggling knives. Then go, he said. She's right to worry. I hesitated. This isn't over, I warned him. It never is, he said. I stepped out of the bay, letting the curtain fall closed behind me, and walked down the hall. The walls felt different now, not like neutral paint and plaster, but like something that had seen too much and stayed quiet about it. Outside again, the parking lot seemed almost peaceful. The sky had deepened into full night. My car sat where I'd left it. No Rylan in sight. On the drive home, I didn't bother turning on the radio. My head was too full. Humans capturing wolves. Experiments. Rogue wolves helping. Wetheart hitting facilities like some kind of one-man wrecking crew. The phrase, they will notice patterns, looping in my mind. I thought about my mom's chair. Her meds, our little rented house trying to pretend the world was small and manageable. When I pulled up to the curb, the porch light was on. I sat in the car for a moment, hands still on the wheel, gathering myself. Then I got out and went inside. Mom was where I'd expected her to be, in her chair, the TV on low with some sitcom laugh track bleeding into the room. She muted it when she saw me. You're up late again, I said, dropping my bag by the door. Wait, she said, pointing vaguely at the TV. Show bad. Then why are you watching it? I asked. Noise, she said. Where were you? The question came out simple, but there was a blade under it. Work ran a little long, I said, going to her. I checked the time on my phone. Yeah, a little long. We got a last-minute conversation. I reached for the pill organizer and her evening meds, but my hands were slower now, not jumpy, just heavy. She watched me line up the pills and the water glass. A stranger stopped me in the parking lot, I said before I could decide not to. Her eyebrows rose slightly. I handed her the pills one by one. He said there's someone out there protecting the city, fighting things we don't see. He said that if that person falls, the city loses its shield. She swallowed, eyes never leaving my face. He told me to stop helping that patient who keeps coming in, I added. Said I don't know who he's fighting, said I don't want them to notice me. We went quiet long enough for the hum of the fridge to become loud. Mom shifted in her chair, the blanket rustling. This is, she started, then paused to gather the words. Not normal hospital mess. I let out a breath that almost sounded like a laugh. Yeah, I said. I'm starting to figure that out. If you stay close, she said slowly, your life changes. I leaned my elbows on my knees, laced my fingers together. I know. She waited until I looked at her. Know why you're staying, she said. The sentence settled on my shoulders like a weight and a guide at the same time. I thought about the fingerprint record I'd scrambled, about the nights I'd gone back to check on Wetheart even when I could have gone home, about walking back into the hospital just now instead of driving away like Rylan had told me to. I don't think I know exactly why yet, I admitted. I just know that walking away and pretending it, not happening, feels wrong. She studied me for a long moment, then she nodded just once. Then learn, she said. Learn enough to choose. I swallowed hard and nodded back. Okay. We went through the rest of the nightly motions, bathroom trip, brushing teeth, changing into sleep clothes. I helped her into bed, adjusted her pillows, checked the oxygen line. Night, Mom, I said, brushing a strand of hair from her forehead. Night, Meg, she said. Lock door. I always do, I said. I turned on the little nightlight and left her door half open the way she liked it. In the hallway, lights low, the house felt smaller but not safer. Just honest. The world I'd been pretending existed only in hospital walls had bled into these ones. I washed my face in the bathroom, changed into an oversized t-shirt and shorts, and went to my room. I checked my phone, a meme from Jerry, a spam text about some sale, nothing else. I tossed the phone on the nightstand and turned off the main light. The room sank into shadows, the only illumination a strip of streetlight sneaking through the thin curtain. I lay down, stared at the ceiling, and knew sleep wasn't coming yet. After a few minutes of tossing, I got up and padded barefoot to the window. I hesitated for half a second, then hooked a finger under the edge of the curtain and pulled it back. Outside, the street stretched quiet and still. A few porch lights burned on houses up and down the block. The maple tree in front of our place shifted in the breeze. On the opposite sidewalk, under the glow of a street lamp, Rylan stood. He wasn't moving, hands in his jacket pockets, shoulders relaxed but ready. His gaze was turned toward my house, not up at my window, but I knew he knew I was there. He had the stance of someone on watch, not someone lurking. My heart thudded once hard. He wasn't stalking me. He was guarding the street. Guarding us. Guarding whatever line existed between my little rented house and the things Wetheart had talked about. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. The sidewalk was empty. No footsteps, no car door, no engine, just the shiver of leaves and the distant sound of someone's TV spilling laughter into the night. I let the curtain fall back into place and leaned my forehead briefly against the cool glass. Whatever war Wetheart had just admitted to, it wasn't happening somewhere far away. It was standing on my sidewalk, slipping in and out of sight. And I'd already stepped onto the field. Day started with the feeling that I'd already messed it up. My alarm buzzed on the nightstand, same sound as always, but it dragged me out of a restless, chopped-up sleep. I rolled over, slapped at the screen until it shut up, and stared at the ceiling for a second. My head was thick with leftover images. Rylan under the street lamp, Wethart on the hospital bed, my mom's voice saying no while you're staying. I shoved back the blanket and got up. My body felt like it had forgotten what rested was supposed to be. Hoodie, slippers, ponytail. The routine carried me down the hallway before my brain fully caught up. I pushed open Mom's door. "Morning, Mom," I said quietly. She lay on her side, blanket pulled up, eyes closed. At my voice, her lids fluttered. She turned her head toward me. "Meg," she murmured. "Yep, it's me." I put a hand on her shoulder, ready to do the glamorous morning walk. Her mouth twitched, which I chose to interpret as a yes. I slid an arm behind her shoulders, another under her knees, and helped her sit up. Her body resisted, stiff and tired, but we knew this dance by now. Feet into slippers. Pause. Let her wake all the way up. "Okay," I said. "Bathroom time." She nodded slowly. We stood together. I let her lean most of her weight on me, but my mind kept jumping between yesterday's conversation with Wethart and Rylan's warning, like a radio picking up two stations at once. We shuffled to the bathroom, my eyes tracking every little wobble of her steps. If she fell, I knew exactly what I'd do medically, but that didn't stop the panic every time her foot dragged. When she was done, I walked her down the hallway to the living room, her hand gripping my forearm. She lowered herself into her chair with a soft sigh. I adjusted the pillow behind her back, pulled the blanket over her knees, and made sure her oxygen line wasn't kinked. "Comfortable?" I asked. She looked up at me, studying my face longer than usual, but she nodded. "Good," I said. "Stay there. Chef Megan will now prepare the finest in breakfast cuisine." I went into the kitchen. The coffee maker sputtered to life, filling the air with that bitter smell I was permanently dependent on. Bread in the toaster, eggs in the pan. My hands moved automatically. My brain was back at the hospital already. Wethart saying Hargrove's people turned wolves into experiments. Rylan saying they'd notice me if I stayed too close. The toast popped. I plated everything, grabbed her pill organizer and a glass of water, and carried the tray out. She watched me the entire time I set it all up. Eggs in small bites, toast cut into strips, pills lined up next to the plate. "Here we go," I said. "Morning meds first." She took them slowly, one by one, washing each down with a sip of water. I sat on the arm of the sofa, close enough to catch anything if she dropped it. When she was done, I set the glass down and started to get up, but her hand caught my wrist. "Wethart," she said. My stomach flipped. I turned back, forcing my face to stay neutral. "What about him?" "He came back," she asked. The words were slow, but the question was sharp. I hesitated for a heartbeat. It was barely a pause, but she saw it. "No," I said. "He hasn't." Her fingers tightened on my wrist. Her eyes, usually soft from the effort of speaking, went hard. "Don't lie to me, Megan." The use of my full name hit harder than the words. "I'm not lying," I said automatically. "I just meant—" "You're walking," she drew a breath, choosing every word like it weighed something, "into a fight that isn't yours." Heat flooded up my chest, a mix of fear and anger and that stupid, teenage feeling of being cornered. "I'm not a kid," I snapped. "I can make my own choices. I don't need you to approve every single thing I do." Her face shifted like I'd slapped her. Her hand slipped from my wrist. She looked down at her lap, the blanket, anywhere but at me. Silence dropped between us. The anger drained almost as fast as it flared, leaving guilt in its place. I knew the words came from panic, from imagining her name on some invisible list of targets. But that didn't make them sting less. "I have to get to work," I said finally, because I had no idea how to fix what I'd just broken in the moment. I'll be home later." She didn't answer, didn't look up. I stood, my chest tight, and carried the tray back to the kitchen. The clink of dishes in the sink was too loud. I focused on the motions, water on, soap, rinse, because thinking about her expression made my throat close. In my room, I changed into fresh scrubs with fast, sharp movements. ID badge, stethoscope, jacket, wallet, keys. I tugged my hair into a tighter ponytail, caught a glimpse of my own face in the mirror, eyes bright with leftover anger and damp with almost tears, and looked away. I went back through the living room. She sat exactly where I'd left her. The TV remote lay untouched on the table. "I'll be late," I said softly. Don't worry if I don't text right on time." Her eyes stayed on her hands. I hovered for 1 second, wanting to say I'm sorry and not finding the courage yet. Then I did the coward's thing and left. The door closed, harder than I meant it to behind me. Outside, the air was cool and smelled like dew and exhaust. I walked to my car, my chest buzzing with adrenaline that had nowhere to go. On the drive to the hospital, I replayed the conversation in my head on a loop. Each time I heard myself say I'm not a kid, it sounded uglier. "You are 31, I scolded myself. "Congratulations on throwing a tantrum like you're 15. It didn't change anything. By the time the hospital came into view, the guilt sat heavy and solid under my ribs. I parked in the staff lot, grabbed my bag, and walked in through the employee entrance. The automatic doors sighed open, washing me with the familiar hospital cocktail of antiseptic and burnt coffee. Badge swipe, soft beep. I slipped into the staff corridor and made my way to the locker room. In the little metal mirror above my locker, I looked like a fairly functional adult who had not just failed basic human interaction with her mother. Neutral scrub top, ponytail, badge. Only my eyes betrayed anything, a little too bright, a little too tight. "Focus," I told my reflection. "Patience, then you can fix the mess at home." I stowed my bag, kept my phone in my pocket, and headed to the nurse's station. "Morning, Dr. B," Carla said, flipping through charts. "Morning," I replied. "What's broken today?" She snorted. "Couple of maybe heart attacks that are probably heartburn, one sprained ankle, one guy convinced his headache is a brain tumor because he Googled it, and a kid who shoved a bead up his nose." "Classic lineup," I said. "I'll start with the bead." "Already did," she said. "He sneezed it into my face." I grimaced. "You're a hero." "I expect flowers," she answered. We fell into the familiar rhythm. Check the board, pick up charts, start rounds. A few patients in, I stopped thinking about my own problems and started thinking about theirs. That was one of the perks of the job. I'd just finished reassuring a woman that her blood pressure was high, but manageable, when I felt someone fall into step beside me. "You look like you got hit by a truck," Jerry said cheerfully, offering me a coffee. "Good morning to you too," I said, taking the cup. "And thank you for this honest and supportive feedback." "Black, 3 sugars," he said, like that made everything better. I took a sip. It did a little. "How's your mom?" he asked, tone softening. I stared into the coffee for a beat. "She's the same," I said. "Slow mornings, TV, me trying to act like I know what I'm doing." "She's lucky she has you," he said. "I yelled at her this morning," I blurted. He blinked. "That doesn't sound like you." "Apparently it does today," I said, trying to make it a joke and failing. "It was stupid. I'll fix it later." He bumped my shoulder lightly with his. "You will," he said. "She's your mom, you're you, it'll work out." I huffed out a breath. "Look at that, you're optimistic today. Did you sleep at all or just mainline espresso?" "I'm branching out," he said. "Optimism is my new personality." "Try it on some of the patients," I said. "You're scaring them with your resting disaster face." He put a hand over his heart, wounded. Before I could answer, he glanced at the clock on the wall. "We've got 10 minutes before we get buried," he said. "Cafeteria." "Sure," I said. "If I say no, you'll just bribe me with more coffee later." "Correct," he said and led the way. The cafeteria was its usual bland self. Beige walls, plastic tables, a line of vending machines that always looked like they regretted their life choices. We grabbed coffees we didn't need and sat at a small table near the back. Jerry leaned his elbows on the table. "So," he said, "how's she really doing, your mom?" I picked at the edge of the cardboard cup. "She's tired," I said. "Walking is harder some days, talking is work, but she's still stubborn enough to critique my cooking, so there's that. Sounds like she hasn't changed, he said. She's sharp, I said. Even when everything else is, it's like her brain refuses to give up just to spite us all. I'd like to meet her someday, he said. You know, when I'm ready for the full evaluation. I smiled, but it faded quickly. I could just picture Mom scanning him and seeing all the things I wanted to pretend weren't there. His crush on me, my avoidance, the way I was letting my attention drift toward someone who kept arriving half-destroyed. Maybe, I said, when she's having a good day. He nodded, then his eyes narrowed slightly, like he was shifting gears. Speaking of good days, he said, that guy, the one who keeps showing up in your department. My stomach tightened. Which one? I said, like I didn't know exactly who he meant. Tall, stubborn, walks in like the rules don't apply to him, Jerry said. Keeps coming back with new injuries and no real story. Calls himself, what was it? Wetheart. Yep, I said, that's his name. I don't like it, Jerry said. His tone turned more serious. This guy keeps showing up hurt around you. I don't trust him. He's a patient, I said, keeping my voice neutral. That's my job. Patients show up hurt. I patch them up. Revolutionary, I know. I'm serious, he said. It's not just that he's hurt. It's the way he's hurt. The way he disappears. It's like he's plugged into something we're not seeing. He held my gaze. I don't like that you're in the middle of it. I stared back at him, feeling my defenses rise. What do you want me to do, Jerry? Refuse to treat him because he gives you a weird feeling. I want you to be careful, he said. That's it. I don't trust the guy, and I don't trust whatever keeps putting him back in front of you. I took a slow sip of coffee to buy myself a second. I know how to be careful, I said. I appreciate your concern, but you're not my bodyguard. I'm not trying to be, he said, but there was something in his eyes that said he'd like to be more than that. I dropped my gaze to the table, unwilling to go there. A small cluster of people entered the cafeteria then, drawing some attention. They were dressed a little sharper than the usual staff, suits, not scrubs. Our hospital administrator was with them, along with a man in a clean, dark suit and a confident, polished posture. That's Dr. Miles Hargrove, someone said at the next table. Research coordinator. Admin was doing the polite tour thing, talking about funding, rare case studies, cutting-edge trials. Hargrove nodded and smiled in the right places, his eyes scanning the room like he was assessing inventory. Research people always make me nervous, Jerry murmured. Same, I said. They show up and suddenly you're in 5 new studies and no one has time for lunch. Jerry huffed a laugh, but his eyes stayed on Hargrove a beat longer than mine. When I looked back, he was watching the man with an expression I couldn't quite read. Come on, I said. We're going to get paged if we pretend to be decorative plants much longer. We dumped our cups and went back to the floor. The next hour was a blur of normal medicine. A kid with a sprained wrist from falling off a skateboard, a woman with a migraine, a man panicking over chest tightness that turned out to be anxiety. It grounded me just enough that I almost forgot about the suited man in the cafeteria. Almost. After finishing with the migraine patient, I cut down a side corridor toward the small supply room to grab more gauze. This hallway was quieter, used mostly by staff moving between offices and exam rooms. As I rounded a corner, I heard voices. I slowed, not snooping on purpose, but not announcing myself either. The sound was coming from a little alcove near a door marked Research/Administration. I recognized Jerry's voice first. I just want her safe, he was saying. He shouldn't be near her. My heart stuttered. Another voice answered, smoother, with that practiced confidence I'd heard in the cafeteria. If you help us with the right subject, Dr. Hargrove said, it will be good for both of us. Right subject. My hand tightened around the box of gauze I'd picked up. I stepped forward, and all 3 of us noticed it at once. Hargrove turned his head, his expression flipping to polite professional in an instant. Doctor, he said, giving me a small nod. Good afternoon. Dr. Hargrove, I replied, my voice even. "Welcome to our circus." He smiled. "I've heard good things about your department." Jerry stood a little too straight, eyes flicking from Hargrove to me and back. "We were just," he started. "Discussing some potential collaborations," Hargrove said smoothly. As if nothing serious had been said. Nothing concrete yet. "Sounds productive," I said, because I didn't know what else to say without starting a fight in the hallway. Hargrove nodded again. "I'll let you get back to your patients," he said. He clapped Jerry lightly on the shoulder. "We'll talk later." He walked past me, his cologne faint but expensive, and disappeared around the corner, heading back toward the administrative offices. I looked at Jerry. He opened his mouth, closed it, then tried again. "We were just talking about research funding," he said, too quickly. "You know how they are, always fishing for interesting cases." "Interesting cases like who?" I asked. His jaw worked. "It's not." "I need to get back to work," I cut in, not ready to hear whatever excuse he had lined up. "Talk later." I walked away, the words right subject echoing in my head. They could have been talking about anything, I told myself. Any patient, any rare disease, any complex case. But he shouldn't be near her, wasn't about a disease. And I was pretty sure I knew exactly who he was. I forced myself back into the rhythm of rounds. A blood pressure check here, a reassured family there. My body moved, my mind hovered somewhere else. I had just finished updating a chart at the station when Carla called down the hallway. "Dr. Barley," she shouted, "guess who's back?" I didn't need a guess. "Wethart," I said quietly. She nodded. "Triage is calling you specifically," she said. "They said he asked for you." Of course he had. I walked toward the intake area, every step heavier than it should have been. He was standing near the desk, talking softly to the nurse. His jacket had a tear near the shoulder, and there was a fresh mark along his jaw, darker than his skin. A stiffness in the way he held his left arm told me he'd taken another hit there too. He turned his head as I approached, eyes meeting mine like he'd known I was on my way. "You weren't kidding about being a frequent flyer," I said. "I like the lighting in this place," he said. "Very flattering." The nurse rolled her eyes and handed me the quick triage notes. "He says he fell," she said, deadpan, "because apparently the sidewalk punches back now." "I trip on it all the time," I said. "Maybe I should admit myself too." The nurse snorted and moved on to her next task. "Come on," I said to Wethart. "Let's take a look at how gravity treated you this time." I led him to an exam bay and pulled the curtain closed behind us. He climbed onto the bed with a small wince, settling against the pillow. I checked his vitals first because habits die hard. The monitor flickered to life. Strong pulse, good oxygen saturation, stable blood pressure. The numbers had no idea his face looked like he'd argued with a brick wall. "You're very committed to this. I heal fast brand," I said, wrapping the blood pressure cuff around his arm. "I'm consistent," he said. I removed his jacket carefully, taking in the pattern of new bruises along his upper arm and shoulder. Some were fresh, some overlapped older ones that were already fatting. I prodded lightly along the bone. "That hurt?" I asked. "A little," he said. "Which in your vocabulary probably means a lot for a normal person," I said. "Normal is a stretch," he replied. Something knotted in my chest, and I realized I wasn't going to be able to pretend this was just a usual exam. I set the cuff aside and looked him straight in the eye. "Dr. Miles Hargrove was in the cafeteria today," I said. "You know, our shiny new research coordinator." His expression didn't change, but something in his eyes sharpened. "And just now," I continued, "I walked past a hallway and heard him tell Jerry, 'If you help us with the right subject, it will be good for both of us.' Jerry said, 'I just want her safe. He shouldn't be near her.' Then they shut up when they saw me." I crossed my arms. "So I'm going to ask you a very simple question, and I'd really like a straight answer." "Okay," he said quietly. "Is Hargrove one of your them?" I asked. "Is he part of the network you talked about, the ones hunting your kind?" He held my gaze for a long moment, then exhaled slowly. He's not part of it, Wethart said. He's the one holding the map for this city. I felt my throat close. Meaning, Wethart said. Miles Hargrove is the main mastermind here. He's the one who coordinates the captures. He chooses who gets taken where. He signs off on which facilities get supplies and which ones get shut down and moved when they think someone's getting too close. The hospital around us suddenly felt like the wrong place to be saying any of this. You're sure? I asked. I've seen his name on files, Wethart said. Fake names mostly, front companies, but they all trace back to him if you know what to look for, and I've heard it out loud from wolves who survived. Hargrove said this. Hargrove ordered that. He doesn't get his hands dirty. People like him never do. I swallowed. And these labs, the ones you said you've hit before, they were his. Some of them, he said. Some were run by his friends in other towns. Many of those are gone now. Because of you, I said. Because of us, he corrected lightly. I'm not the only one fighting. I'm just the one who doesn't stop when it gets ugly. I leaned my hip against the bed rail, needing the support. He's the one you're hunting here, I said. He's one of them, Wethart said. But he's the one who matters most locally. Take him out of the board and the others lose coordination. They can still hurt people, but they're slower, sloppier, easier to track. I thought about Hargrove's smooth smile, the way our admin had introduced him like some kind of savior of research. What exactly are they trying to do with these experiments? I asked. You said they want what's in your blood, but why? To sell miracle cures? To make weapons? Both. Both, he said. They think if they can pull out the healing and strength and package it, they can control it. They want to build treatments that make humans tougher, harder to kill. They want soldiers who don't stay down. They want rich clients who can buy themselves 10 extra years. And the wolves they use to get there? I asked. Collateral, he said. Test subjects. If they survive, they get pushed harder. If they die, they get replaced. I felt sick. And you said, I went on, voice low, there were other labs. Small ones in other towns, he said. I hit those first, cracked them open, freed who I could. A lot didn't make it. Some did. Those that did gave me names, locations, patterns. That's how I found Hargrove. He's careful, but he's not invisible. I took a breath through my nose, trying to steady the spinning in my head. So when Hargrove says, right subject to Jerry, I said, what does that mean? It means he wants someone who fits his criteria, Wethart said. Someone unusual enough to be worth the risk, fast healing, strength, something they can point a chart at and say, look what we found. And Jerry's saying, I just want her safe. He shouldn't be near her. That's the part I don't like, Wethart said softly. If he was talking about you, he thinks keeping you away from me will somehow keep you out of this. He's wrong, but I understand the impulse. If he was talking about me, he shook his head. Either way, he's too close to Hargrove. People who stand that close to fire usually get burned. I thought about Jerry's face in the cafeteria, the sincerity in his voice when he said he didn't trust Wethart, the way he'd always hovered a step too close to me. Do you think he's working with them? I asked. On purpose. I don't know yet, Wethart said. But when men like Hargrove say, good for both of us, they don't just mean money. They mean leverage. They mean protection. They mean feeding someone's fear and calling it a favor. I pressed my fingers to my temples for a second. Okay, I said. So to recap, the polished research guy in our hospital is the local head of the network that turns wolves into experiments. My colleague is talking to him about subjects and my safety. And you keep showing up with new bruises because you're blowing up his smaller playgrounds while he tries to build a bigger one. That about covers it, Wethart said. I let out a shaky breath. Great, love that for us. His mouth curved, just slightly. You're taking this reasonably well, he said. I yelled at my mother this morning for warning me, I said. I don't think reasonably well is in the cards today. He studied my face. You're going to apologize, he said quietly, not a question. Yes, I said. Tonight, right away, before anything else. Good, he said. I shook myself back to the task at hand. All right, hero complex, I said. Let me finish what I'm actually allowed to do for you while I still have a medical license. I cleaned the worst of the scrapes, documented the bruises in a way that wouldn't scream organized fight ring, and wrapped his shoulder. He bore it all with his usual stubborn calm. You know this is going to keep getting worse, I said as I secured the last bandage. I know, he said. And you're going to keep walking back in here until... I trailed off. Until they stop, he finished. I met his eyes. Just try not to die in my department, I said. The paperwork would be a nightmare. He almost smiled. I'll do my best. The rest of the shift flowed around that conversation like water around a rock. On the surface, I did my job, checked vitals, ordered tests, reassured families. Underneath, there was this constant hum. Hargrove, Jerry, right subject, main mastermind. At some point, Jerry crossed my path, chart in hand. You okay? He asked quietly. Busy, I said, keeping my face neutral. You? Same, he said. His eyes flicked to Wethearts Bay, then back to me. Be careful, Meg. I'm always careful, I said, and walked past him before I could ask one of the dozen questions sitting at the back of my throat. Evening crept in without my permission. The sky outside the windows turned from gray to muted orange to deepening blue. The night shift started to trickle in. I signed over my last patient to another doctor, finished my notes, and sat for a second at the nurse's station, letting my brain catch up. The argument with Mom replayed itself again, clearer this time than it had been all day. Her face when she said, "Don't lie to me," the way her shoulders had slumped when I snapped. I stood up so suddenly my chair squeaked. Going home? Carla asked. Yeah, I said. I need to fix something before it gets worse. That sounds ominous, she said. Just me being dramatic, I lied. See you tomorrow. I changed shoes in the locker room, grabbed my bag, and headed out. Jerry was at the end of the hall talking to a nurse. He lifted a hand in a small wave. I nodded back but didn't trust myself to stop. In the car, I sat for a moment with my hands on the wheel, staring at the hospital entrance in the rearview mirror. Okay, I said out loud. Game plan. Step 1, go home. Step 2, apologize. No excuses, no deflecting. Tell her she was right to worry. Tell her I'm scared and I'm staying anyway, and yes, that's a mess, but it's mine. I turned the key and pulled out of the lot. The drive home felt shorter than usual, like my brain compressed the distance. Streetlights flicked by in streaks of yellow. The city hummed around me, oblivious to the small war I'd learned about in its shadows. When I turned onto our street, the porch light was on. It always was when Mom was awake. I parked at the curb, grabbed my bag, and walked up to the door, rehearsing the words in my head. Mom, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have shouted. You were right to be worried. I'm scared too. My hand closed around the doorknob. It turned without resistance. I frowned. We never left it unlocked, not on purpose. I pushed it gently. The door swung inward with a soft creak. Mom, I called, stepping into the hallway. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have shouted. The house didn't answer. I took another step, my shoes hitting something small and hard that rolled underfoot. I looked down. A shard of glass glinted on the floor, catching the light from the porch. My stomach dropped. I moved into the living room, heart pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. The room was wrong. One of the chairs was on its side, legs tilted up, cushion half off. A glass lay shattered nearby, its pieces spread in a small fan across the hardwood. There was a dark, wet patch where water or juice had spilled. The blanket that usually lay across Mom's lap was crumpled on the floor. The TV was on, frozen in the middle of a commercial, the sound muted. The remote lay on the other side of the room, far from where she could have reached. Mom, my voice came out thin. I cleared my throat and tried again, louder. Mom. No answer. I crossed to her chair, picking my way around the glass, eyes scanning every corner of the room. No sign of her. Not on the couch, not on the floor. Panic surged up my spine, like something physical. Mom, I yelled, the word ripping out of me. Mom. The house stayed quiet, the only sounds my own ragged breathing and the faint hum of the fridge in the kitchen. Albury was gone. I didn't move for a second. The chair on its side, the broken glass, the blanket in a heap, none of it changed. My mom just hung in the room like an echo that had nowhere to go. Mom, I tried again, quieter this time. Nothing. My bag slipped off my shoulder and hit the floor with a dull thud. I stepped over the shattered glass, trying not to crunch it, and started tearing through the room like maybe she'd been hiding behind the furniture as a joke. She was. The couch was empty. Behind it, nothing. The space between the TV stand and the wall, dust and an old sock. I moved down the hallway. Mom. Her bedroom door was half open. I pushed it with my fingertips, like something heavy might be behind it. It swung all the way in, hitting the wall with a soft bump. Her bed was empty. The covers were pushed halfway down, like she'd started to sit up and never finished. Her slippers waited neatly at the side of the bed. "Mom," I whispered, already knowing she wasn't here. Bathroom next. Light on, fan humming, no one inside. I checked the tiny storage closet, the corner where we kept the laundry basket, the hook where her robe hung. Nothing. Back through the hallway, into the kitchen. No note on the counter. No dishes moved from where I'd left them. Her mug was still in the drying rack from the morning. She didn't walk out of here, Megan. My brain kept throwing me that same flat line. She could barely make it from bed to the bathroom without me. There was no way she'd decided to go for a stroll, flipped a chair, smashed a glass, and just wandered off. I pulled open the back door anyway and stepped outside. The little patio was empty, the neighbor's yard was dark and still. No figures, no movement. I called her name out there once, felt stupid, and went back inside. My pulse felt too loud in my ears as I grabbed my phone off the coffee table. Hospital first. I punched the number with clumsy fingers, paced between the couch and the TV while it rang. Central Hospital, how can I direct your call? A woman answered. Hi, this is Dr. Megan Barley, I said too fast. Can you check if a patient named Albury Barley was brought in? She's 61, trouble walking, speech impairment. I came home and she's gone. I just need to know if someone called an ambulance. One moment, doctor. Silence, then muffled typing. I stared at the knocked-over chair and chewed the inside of my lip until I tasted a metallic hint I didn't want to think about. Dr. Barley, the woman came back. There's no recent intake under that name. Do you want to check another facility number? No, I said. No, thank you. I hung up and immediately scrolled to Jerry's contact. It rang and rang and rang. He finally picked up on what had to be the last ring, his voice groggy. Hello. Jerry, it's Megan. Megs, it's what time is it? I heard sheets rustle. Everything okay? No, it's not. My voice cracked and I tried to swallow it down. My mom is gone. I came home, the chair's knocked over, there's a broken glass, she's not here. I've checked every room, the yard, everything. He woke up fast after that. Did you call 911? I called the hospital. She's not there. I'm about to call emergency. Okay, he said. Do that. They'll send someone. I can call in and see if anyone heard anything, but... But what? I snapped, then forced my tone down. I don't know what to do, Jur. I know, he said softly. Just call them. I'll check in after my shift starts, see if there's any word. Try to breathe, okay? Yeah, I lied, already pulling the phone away to hit the emergency number. The operator answered with that calm, neutral tone I'd used 100 times when I was the one calling from the hospital. Emergency services, what's your situation? My mother is missing, I said. She's sick. She can't walk far on her own. I came home and everything's disturbed. Her chair is knocked over, a glass is broken. She's not anywhere in the house. She didn't call an ambulance. This isn't normal for her. Okay, the operator said. When did you last see her? I left for work this morning around 8. I just got home maybe 15 minutes ago. So she's been alone all day. Yes, but she can't just leave like that. She has mobility issues. Someone had to help her. Is there any sign she left a note? The operator asked. Any indication she told someone she was going somewhere? I looked at the blank countertop again. No, nothing. And the living room looks like there was something happened. Furniture moved. Could she have wandered off? The operator asked. We do sometimes see older adults become confused and... She didn't wander off, I said, sharper than I meant to. She can barely make it to the bathroom without support. There's a broken glass on the floor. Something happened. Okay, ma'am, he said, sliding into that soft, placating tone. We can send a unit to take a report and do a welfare check in the area. How long will that take? I asked. It depends on current call volume, but someone will come by as soon as they can. In many cases, adults return on their own. We also recommend filing a missing person report if she hasn't returned within. I don't need a brochure, I cut in. I need someone to actually look for her. I understand you're upset, he said. Right now, keep your phone nearby in case she calls. If you notice anything else that might indicate where she went, call us back, okay? He was doing his job, saying all the right things, and none of it made me feel any less like I was standing on the edge of something eating my life from underneath. Fine, I muttered. Thanks. I ended the call and just stood there with the phone in my hand. The house felt wrong. Every shadow looked sharper. The TV screen was still frozen mid-commercial, a man halfway through a smile that never finished. The blanket that should have been over my mother's knees was twisted on the floor. I went to the front door and yanked it open. Cold air rushed in. I stepped onto the little front porch, then down to the walkway and crossed to the first neighbor's house. I hit their doorbell once, then started knocking, harder than I should in the middle of the night. It took a while, but eventually a porch light flicked on, and a man in sweatpants opened the door a crack, peering out at me. Megan, he said, blinking, everything okay? Have you seen my mom? I asked. Did you see anyone come to the house, a car, a van, anything? He frowned. No, I was out late. I think I got home around 10-ish. I went straight to bed. You didn't hear anything? I pressed. Voices, a door slam, anything like that. He shook his head slowly. Sorry, if I had, I'd say, want me to check my backyard cameras in the morning? Yeah, I said, please. Next house, same routine. Sleepy woman in a robe this time, hair up in a messy bun. I'm sorry, I said as soon as she opened the door. My mom's missing. Did you see anyone over by my place? A van, maybe. Her face softened. Oh my God, no, I didn't. I heard a car earlier, I think, but I didn't look. I thought it was just somebody's teenager coming home. Do you remember what time? I asked. Not exactly, she said helplessly. Maybe an hour ago. I'm sorry, honey. It's okay, I lied. By the time I got back inside, my chest hurt from breathing too fast. My hands didn't feel like they were fully attached to my arms anymore. I set my phone on the coffee table and stared at it like maybe it would do something on its own. Nothing did. No callback from the police yet. No random incoming number that could be a hospital calling. No text from my mother. I sank down onto the floor near the fallen chair. My legs folded under me in a way that would make my knees scream later, but I didn't care. I rested my forehead against my wrist and tried to think. This isn't your fight, my mother had said. Yeah, well, too late. The sky outside the windows was starting to pale by a shade I only noticed because the TV's frozen light wasn't the only brightness anymore. My body felt like it was flickering between wanting to run and wanting to pass out. I pulled my knees up to my chest, wrapped my arms around them, and for the first time since I walked in, I let myself cry. Not pretty crying, not one tear sliding down my cheek like a movie. Ugly, shaking breaths, hot tears hitting my hands, I shouldn't have yelled at her, pounding inside my head on repeat. I was still there, on the floor, next to the broken glass and the blanket, when the front door creaked open behind me. My head snapped up so fast my neck twinged. I turned, scrambling to my feet, heart pounding hard enough to make the edges of my vision blur. Wetheart stood in the doorway. He filled the frame without even trying, one arm braced on the side as if he'd shouldered the door open without thinking. His shirt was rumpled, his hair damp and pushed back, and he had my mother tucked under his other arm, his body taking most of her weight. She looked pale more than usual, but she was standing, on her feet. One hand clutched his sleeve. "Mom," I choked. I ran to them before I finished the word. "Careful," Wetheart said quietly, but he didn't stop me. He just shifted his grip so I could get to her. I wrapped my arms around her, careful and still too tight. She made a soft sound, and I eased back a little, cupping her face with both hands. Her eyes were wide and glassy, but she was here. She was here. "Are you hurt?" I asked. "What did they do? Are you dizzy? Can you breathe okay?" She shook her head a little, lips trembling. "Meg." Her voice was rough, the way it always was now, but hearing it was enough to make my knees want to give out. Behind them, another shape moved into view. Rylan. He stepped inside, pulling the door shut with a small click. He looked exactly like someone who'd been up all night doing things no one would ever thank him for, dark circles under his eyes, shirt creased, a faint scrape along his jaw. "Let's get her sitting," Wetheart said. Between the three of us, we half-walked, half-carried my mother back to her chair. The blanket was still on the floor. I grabbed it with my free hand and shook off the bits of glass clinging to it before draping it over her knees again. "Water," I muttered to myself, already moving to the kitchen. I filled a glass with shaking hands, brought it back, and held it while she took a slow sip. I watched her throat work, every swallow like a miracle. Her pulse under my fingers was fast but steady. No obvious new cuts. A bruise was blooming near her wrist where they must have grabbed her, and something inside me went tight and hot. When I finally tore my eyes away from her, I looked at Wetheart and Rylan. "What happened?" My voice was ragged. "Where did you find her? How did you even know?" Rylan's gaze met mine. For once, he didn't look like he was trying to scare me off. He just looked tired. "I was watching one of Hargrove's routes," he said. I blinked. "What?" "Out by the main road," he went on, like we'd started this conversation at some reasonable hour. "They like to use the same paths when they move people. Easier for them. Easier for us to track." He shifted his weight, glancing at the window before he came closer. "Last night," he said, "I saw a van I knew, same one they've used to move wolves before, same driver, same guy riding shotgun. I've seen them with Hargrove's people more than once." I felt my jaw clench, and "They stopped next to your place," he said. "Two guys went toward your door. A few minutes later, they came back dragging a woman, older, shaky, your mother." My hand tightened around the back of my mother's chair. "You're sure it was her?" "I've seen you walk her out to the car," he said. "I know her face." He flicked a glance at Wetheart. "I didn't have time to play hero alone, so I ran." "Ran where?" I asked. "To him," Rylan said, jerking his head toward Wetheart. "He has a spot by the city edge, high view. We meet there when I see something." Wetheart finally spoke again, voice low. "He found me," he said. "Told me they took your mother and where the van was headed." "How did you know where they'd take her?" I asked. "We've heard about that warehouse from others we pulled out," Rylan said. "Temporary holding place. They don't keep anyone there long." "Short stop before the lab," Wetheart added. My mind flashed to the words he'd used before. Labs, experiments, wolves. I swallowed. "So you what? Just drove after them?" Wetheart's mouth curved, not quite into a smile. "I don't really do traffic," he said. "Rylan gave me the street. I know the back ways." Rylan huffed, almost like a laugh. "He ran the roofs. I took the ground." I tried to picture it. Wetheart in the dark, moving on top of buildings like the city was just another forest, Rylan tracking shadows below. "And the warehouse?" I asked. "What did you see?" "A quiet building that wants you to think it's dead," Wetheart said. "Old brick, metal doors, no sign, but the van went in through a side gate and didn't come back out." My head felt a little light, but I forced myself to listen. 3 human guards out front, he went on. Another inside the gate, 1 rogue wolf with them. My chest tightened, and you just walked in. I waited until the guards got bored, he said. They always get bored. Then I took the first 2 down fast. How? I asked, then immediately regretted it. You know what? No, I don't think I want the play-by-play. He nodded like that made sense. I kept it quiet. No alarms. When the rogue caught my scent, he shifted halfway, tried to block me from the door. I pictured flashes of claws, teeth, and forced myself to hang onto the word, halfway, and not whatever came after. We fought, Wethart said simply. He was strong, but I was faster. I put him down without making a mess of it. No graphic words, no details, just enough for my brain to fill in soft-edged shapes. What about the humans? I asked. Unconscious, he said. They'll wake up sore and confused, maybe with some regrets. I didn't stay long enough to ask. I exhaled slowly. And my mom? His expression softened. She was in a small room in the back, he said. Chair in the center, hands bound. She was scared, but she was breathing fine. My vision blurred for a second, and I nodded, biting it back. I got her loose, he said. She couldn't walk on her own, so we did it together. Rylan watched the hall, checked for more men. We didn't see any. Rylan shrugged. They didn't expect anyone to come for her that fast. Why didn't you take her to the hospital? I asked, the doctor and me pushing through the panic. Because that's the first place they'd think to look, Wethart said, matter of fact. Hargrove watches records. He likes data. If she showed up as an intake right after they grabbed her, he'd know she got away, and he'd know who helped. She needed you, Rylan added. Not a waiting room and a clipboard. Wethart nodded once. Bringing her here was the fastest way to get her back to you, and the safest. I looked at my mother again. She had her eyes half closed now, but she was following the conversation. Her fingers were curled around the edge of the blanket, knuckles white. I sank down in front of her chair, on my knees, and took her hands. I'm sorry, I said, the words cracking out before I could think them through. I'm so sorry for yelling at you yesterday, for walking out, for everything. Her fingers tightened around mine. You were scared, she managed, each word carefully placed. I was scared too. But I took it out on you, I said. I shouldn't have. You were trying to warn me and I pushed back like a teenager. You were right. You were right about all of it. Tears burned again. I let them go this time. You're my girl, she said softly. I'm not going anywhere, not if I can help it. My throat closed up. I lowered my head until my forehead rested gently against the back of her hands. I thought I lost you, I whispered. You didn't, she said, because of him. I lifted my head. My mother's gaze moved, slowly, to Wethart. He stood a few feet away, like he wasn't sure how close he was allowed to be. Shadows from the window cut across his face, but his eyes were steady. Thank you, my mother said, through all the difficulty in her mouth and tongue. She took her time, but the words came out clear enough. For saving me. Something in his expression shifted. Not a big change. It was small, quiet, like a line of tension dropped somewhere behind his eyes. You're welcome, Miss Barley, he said. You didn't deserve to be there. She held his gaze for a moment longer, then nodded, as if deciding something for herself. The way she looked at him was different now, less wary, more like the way she used to look at the nurses who really tried. I wiped my face with the back of my hand and sat back on my heels. My attention slid over to Rylan. Why are you helping us? I asked. Why are you always, I gestured vaguely, out there? He leaned against the wall near the doorway, crossing his arms across his chest. For a second I thought he wasn't going to answer. Then he sighed, long and tired. Because I know what it's like to be on the other end of their cages, he said. My fingers tightened around the blanket on my mother's knees. You were one of their experiments, I said quietly. Yeah, he said. I was a rogue, no pack, no one that was going to file a missing person report if I vanished. I got into the wrong fight one night. I woke up in a lab. He glanced away, jaw working. They put me in a cell, he said. Strapped me to tables, tried different doses of whatever they thought might pull pieces out of me. Painkillers when it suited them, nothing when they wanted to see what I could handle. My stomach turned, but I kept my face steady. He wasn't dramatizing it. If anything, he was underplaying it. Hargrove's people, I asked. He nodded. I saw him once, didn't get close. Men like that don't roll their own patients around. How did you get out? I asked. Ryland's eyes flicked to Wetheart. He hit that place, Ryland said. Back before this city got as bad as it is now. Smaller lab, fewer guards. They didn't think anyone knew about it. They were wrong. Wetheart said nothing, but his shoulders went a fraction tighter. I thought he'd see rogue on me and leave me, Ryland went on. We don't exactly get high marks in the community, but he opened my cell, got me loose, helped me walk when my legs wouldn't work right, got me to a safe spot and didn't ask for anything back. So you stuck around, I said. Yeah, Ryland shrugged one shoulder. He needed eyes. I needed something to do besides wait for them to find me again. I know streets. I know how people move when they're hiding something, so I watch Hargrove's routes. I follow vans, I count guards, I bring everything back to him. He jerked his chin toward Wetheart. I owe him my life, he said, and I owe this city a chance to not turn into one big lab. My skin prickled. Why my mom? I asked. Why did they take her? 2 reasons, Ryland said, and he held my gaze when he said it. 1, you. Me, I repeated. You're a doctor, he said. You have access to systems, records, door codes, and you're already bending rules for him. Heat crept up my neck. I didn't deny it. Grabbing her gives them leverage, he said. They use family to make people cooperate. Seen it before. And 2, I asked. 2, Ryland said, him. He didn't have to point. We all knew who he meant. Hargrove knows Wetheart cares about the humans who help him, Ryland said. He doesn't like leaving dead bodies on the ground unless he has to. That makes people like you important. You patch him up. You keep him moving. Ryland's jaw tightened. This was a move to force his hand, he said. Take the doctor's mother, see if he shows up where they can control the fight. If we'd been slower, they would have moved her again. Somewhere deeper. Somewhere we can't just storm. My mother's fingers dug into the blanket. This won't stop, she said, words broken but meaning clear. Right. Ryland shook his head. No, this was not a one-time move. This was a line crossing. If we don't shut down his main lab, he'll keep taking people. Wolves, rogues, anyone he can use to get leverage. Silence settled for a moment. I looked at my mother, wrapped in her blanket, breath still shaky. I looked at Wetheart, standing like he'd been standing between us and something all along. I looked at Ryland, leaning against my wall like he'd always belonged in the dark parts of this story. So what do we do? I asked. Ryland pushed off the wall. As much as I'd love to say, go back to your normal life, he said. You already crossed that line. They know your name. They had your mother. You're in it whether you like it or not. Ryland, Wetheart said quietly, a warning in his tone. She deserves the truth. I heard under that. Ryland nodded once, conceding. There's a larger lab, he said. Outside the city, not these little warehouses, not the side spots. The main one. Wolves packed in, some rogues, maybe even a few human subjects. That's where they do the real work. My throat went dry, and you know where it is. We have a strong idea, Ryland said. Between what I've seen and what he's been told by the ones he's already pulled out, yeah. It's hidden, but it's there. Wetheart met my eyes. It's the heart, he said. This, he gestured around the room, at the blanket, at my mother, is what happens when they think they're untouchable. Ryland stepped closer, his gaze weighing both of us. If you want this to end, he said, voice low and clear, it's there. The words landed like a stone in my chest, and then sank deeper, like they'd been waiting for somewhere to go. I looked at my mom. Her breathing had calmed some. Her eyes were half closed, but she was still listening, taking this in. Her hand found mine and squeezed. Then I looked at Wetheart and Ryland. The The two people who had walked my mother through my front door when every normal system I called had given me hold music and forms. The police would come eventually. They'd take a report, scribble notes, maybe walk the street. The hospital would keep doing what it always did, one patient at a time. But none of them had gone into a warehouse in the middle of the night to pull my mother out of a chair she never should have been tied to. My life was already changing. The line Albury had drawn, "If you stay close, your life changes," wasn't a warning anymore. It was a fact. "I get it," I said slowly. My voice sounded different to my own ears, tired, clear. Rylan watched me like he was trying to figure out which way I was going to fall. "You're saying as long as that lab is standing," I said. "This doesn't stop." "That's exactly what I'm saying," he replied. I looked around my living room one last time, at the glass shards still glittering on the floor, at the chair that had been knocked over, at the spot by the door where my mother had been dragged out. Then I looked back at him. "Then we find it," I said, "and we figure out how to shut it down." Wetheart's eyes flickered, something like approval sliding through them before his face went calm again. Rylan exhaled once, a short sound that might have been relief. Outside, the daylight was starting to grow stronger, slipping through the curtains. Inside, everything else felt darker and sharper at the same time. The fight I'd been told wasn't mine was sitting in my living room now, wearing human faces and stolen bruises. And I wasn't walking away. By the time my alarm dragged me out of sleep, I already had a headache. It felt like I'd spent the whole night half awake, replaying the warehouse, Rylan's last words about a bigger lab, and the image of Wetheart standing in my living room with my mother leaning on him. I fumbled for my phone on the nightstand and blinked at the time. 6:07 a.m. "Okay," I muttered. "You're alive, you're in your bed, that's a good start." I pushed the covers back and swung my feet down, brushing against one of the half-unpacked boxes still sitting by the wall. The cardboard scraped my ankle. I caught myself on the edge of the mattress, took a breath, then stood up. The house was quiet. No TV, no voices, just the faint hum of the fridge and the soft buzz of the ceiling fan in the hallway. I tugged on a hoodie over my sleep shirt, slid my feet into slippers, and padded down the hall toward my mom's room. "Mom," I called softly, knocking once before I eased the door open. Albury lay on her side, facing the window, blanket tucked up around her shoulders. The bruises along her arms and collarbone looked lighter today, more yellow than purple, but they were still there. I documented every one in my head even though there was no official chart for them. "Hey," I said, moving closer. "Morning." Her eyes fluttered open. When she focused on me, some of the worry I'd gone to bed with finally loosened. "Meg," she murmured, her voice still thick and slow. "Time." "Yeah, too early," I said. "Let's get you to the bathroom before my brain remembers I have a job." She tried to smile at that. I slid an arm behind her shoulders and another under her knees, helping her sit up. She gripped my forearm, fingers cool but steady, and we moved through the familiar routine, her feet into slippers, stand, wait for the dizziness to pass, then slow steps toward the bathroom. "Easy," I murmured when she wobbled. "I've got you, no rushing today." In the bathroom, I stayed close but gave her as much privacy as I could. We'd done this dance so many times now it felt like a second language. When we were done, we shuffled back down the hallway, the two of us moving in sync. I sat her in her usual chair in the living room, the one with the extra cushion and the faded blue blanket. The TV remote was on the side table, next to her pill organizer and a glass of water I'd left there last night. "Comfortable?" I asked. She breathed out through her nose, which was as close to yes as she usually got without more effort. Her eyes followed me as I crossed into the tiny kitchen. I turned on the coffee machine and set a pan on the stove for eggs. While the coffee dripped, I opened the pill organizer to the right morning slot and tapped 2 tablets into my palm, then added the smaller white one from the second row. Behind me, the chair creaked as she shifted. "Rylan came," she asked, each word spaced like it weighed something. "Yeah," I said, cracking the eggs into the pan. He did. The sizzling filled the quiet for a second. I stared at the pan, at the yellow spreading out along the metal, and I knew half-truths weren't going to cut it anymore. I turned the heat down, grabbed the pill cup and the water, and carried them to her first. "Okay," I said, crouching so we were eye level. "We're doing this for real today, no editing." Her gaze sharpened. She took the pills, one at a time, washing them down slowly. When she was done, she set the cup back in my hand and waited. I put the glass on the table, then sat on the edge of the sofa opposite her, elbows on my knees, fingers laced together to keep them from shaking. "Wetheart isn't just some strange patient who keeps showing up," I started. "You already know that. You felt how strong he was when he helped you walk." Her eyes narrowed just a little, encouraging me to go on. "There is something going on in this city," I said. "With wolves, not just normal wild animals, people like him." I hesitated, searching for simple words. "They heal too fast, they're stronger than they look, and there are humans who know that and are trying to use it." I told her about the network, the one Wetheart had described in short pieces before. Humans grabbing wolves and rogue wolves, hidden labs, experiments meant to squeeze out every drop of healing and strength. I told her about Rylan being one of them, caught, used as a test subject, then freed when Wetheart tore a hole in one of the earlier labs. I told her about Hargrove, how he wasn't just some random research doctor but the local head of that whole operation. How the warehouse where she'd been taken wasn't a one-off thing, it was part of a system. I described last night, step by step, the way Rylan had watched the street, seen the van, known the faces, realized they were Hargrove's men. How he'd sprinted to Wetheart's usual lookout spot. How Wetheart had gone to the warehouse, fought through guards and one rogue to get to her. By the time I reached the part where she'd been freed and brought home, my throat felt tight. Albury listened without interrupting. She'd always been good at that, just watching, letting you talk, putting pieces together with those sharp brown eyes while you tried to make sense of your own words. After a long, heavy moment, she said, softly, "Wolves, experiments, all of this is real." Her voice didn't have doubt in it, just a tired acceptance. "Yeah," I said, "it's real." She studied my face, her gaze going from my eyes to my clenched hands and back again. "If you stay in this," she said, carefully forming each word, "be honest with yourself." I swallowed. "Know why you're helping him," she continued. "Not just because you feel pulled." She didn't say the word "in love." She didn't have to, it hung there anyway. I looked down at my hands. I don't even know what to call it," I said. "I just know he's the one stopping them. And I've already changed his records, I've already lied for him. I'm in it, whether I like it or not." Her fingers reached across the gap between us, slow but deliberate. I met her halfway and she squeezed my hand. "He saved me," she said. "I accept that, I'm grateful." She took a breath. "But he walks in war, you walk in with him." I nodded, my eyes stinging. "I know." "Then don't lie," she said, "to yourself or to me." "I won't," I said, and I meant it. "If I stay because I choose it, not because I'm blinded." Her mouth tugged in the smallest smile at that. She let my hand go. I stood, wiped at my face with the heel of my palm, and went back to the stove to rescue the eggs before they turned into rubber. I plated them with some toast and brought her breakfast, cutting the toast into smaller pieces so she could handle them easily. We ate together in a quiet that wasn't exactly comfortable, but wasn't hostile either. When she was done, I helped her to the bathroom one more time, then back to the chair. I placed the remote, her phone, and a bottle of water within easy reach. "I'll call on my lunch," I said, straightening the blanket over her lap. "If anything feels off, you call me, or Rylan, or both." She gave a small shrug that meant okay, then lifted her hand. I leaned down and she pressed her lips to my cheek. "Be safe," she whispered. "I'll try," I said. In my room, I swapped the hoodie for clean scrubs, pulled my hair back into a ponytail, grabbed my badge, stethoscope, and a light jacket. I took a last look around the living room, my mom in her chair, the faint lines of worry between her brows, the new bruises fatting along her skin, and locked the front door behind me with more care than usual. The cool morning air hit my face as I stepped onto the porch. My small car sat at the curb, exactly where I'd left it. No vans, no strange silhouettes. I slid in, started the engine, and let out a long breath I didn't really feel ready to let go of. Okay, I told the steering wheel. One normal shift, sure. The drive to the hospital felt shorter than usual. Or maybe my brain skipped parts. Trees, traffic lights, the cluster of buildings that marked the city center, all of it blurred past while my mind replayed the warehouse and Ryland's last line. If you want this to end, it's there. I pulled into the hospital parking lot and backed into my usual space. The big glass front of the building reflected a pale blue sky that looked too calm for the things happening underneath it. Inside, I swiped my ID at the staff door, gave the security guard a distracted nod, and made my way down the corridor to the locker room. I shoved my bag into my locker, traded my sneakers for work shoes, and took a quick look at myself in the mirror. Yikes, I muttered. Dark circles under my eyes, hair already trying to frizz out of the ponytail. I pinched my cheeks once to bring some color back and forced a half-smile. Dr. Face, I told my reflection, you can fall apart later. At the nurse's station, Carla was tapping something into a computer. Morning, Dr. Barley, she sang out. Back at it. Apparently I live here now, I said, leaning over the edge of the desk to scan the patient board. Welcome to the family, she said, then lowered her voice. Hey, how's your mom? You looked wrecked when you left yesterday. She's okay, I said. Rough night, but she's home. That's good, Carla said, sincerity cutting through her usual joking tone. Before I could say more, a familiar paper cup slid into my field of view. Thought you might need jet fuel this morning, Jerry said. I turned. He stood on the other side of the station, his usual easy smile in place, but the skin around his eyes looked a little tighter than normal. Thanks, I said, taking the cup. The warmth seeped into my fingers and I realized how cold they'd been. We stepped aside to the little corner near the printer so we weren't blocking the main desk. I took a careful sip. Strong, a little too sweet. He remembered how I took it. How's your mom? He asked. I tried to call back last night, but it went straight to voicemail. She's home, I said. It was bad, but she's safe now. His shoulders relaxed. Good, I was worried. You sounded not like you. Yeah, well, I stared down at the coffee for a second. It was that kind of night. His gaze flicked over my face, searching. Did he show up again? I frowned. What? That guy, Jerry said. Your walking disaster, the one who keeps coming in like he wrestled a truck. Wetheart, of course. He's a patient, I said, just like everyone else. Jerry raised his eyebrows. He's not just like everyone else, Megan. He's dangerous. Look at what's happening around you. My grip tightened on the cup. My mother was taken by Hargrove's people, I said, and she's alive because of him, so maybe we don't start with this is all his fault. Jerry's jaw flexed. If he wasn't in your life, do you really think your mom would have been dragged into this in the first place? The words hit a raw nerve. I felt heat climb up my neck. That's not how this works, I said, trying to keep my voice level. They were already doing things before he walked into my ER. I just didn't see it yet. He shook his head like he couldn't believe I wasn't understanding his angle. You're bending rules for him, he said. You know that, right? I see how you look when he's brought in, and it's not just professional. Wow, I said, a humorless laugh slipping out. Are we really doing this in front of the printer? I care about you, he said, softer. And every time he shows up, you go somewhere else, you're all in, and then your mom gets grabbed, and we're just supposed to act like that's not connected. He didn't kidnap her, I snapped. He pulled her out of a warehouse where someone else left her, so if we're blaming people, maybe we start with the ones who actually put her in a van. His mouth opened, then closed. For a second he looked more hurt than angry. I'm not saying he did it himself, he said. I'm saying trouble follows him, and now it's following you. I forced myself to breathe. Jerry, I appreciate the coffee. I appreciate that you care. But I'm not going to stand here and pretend my mother would be better off if the man who carried her home didn't exist. We stared at each other for a beat. His eyes looked raw, like he wanted to say something else, but couldn't find the right words without tearing something open. "Fine," he said finally, stepping back. I don't like seeing you end up in the middle of something you can't walk out of." "Too late," I said quietly. I lifted the coffee in a half salute and turned away before the conversation could sink any deeper. The rest of the morning blurred into the kind of steady work that should have calmed me. Vitals, medication orders, a woman with a chest flutter that turned out to be anxiety, an older man who just needed someone to explain his new pills in plain English. It was the part of my job I usually liked, the feeling that I could actually help. But Jerry's words kept circling in my head. Trouble follows him. Now it's following you. Around early afternoon, I grabbed a chart and headed down one of the quieter corridors toward radiology. The admin offices lined this hallway, doors mostly shut, little nameplates gleaming under the fluorescent lights. As I passed one door that was half open, Jerry's voice drifted out. "Tonight at the old factory." I slowed. He keeps showing up around her. My heart gave a hard, stupid lurch. I took a half step closer without meaning to, my shoulder almost brushing the frame. "Just be ready." I couldn't hear the other side. The voice on the phone was a muffled buzz. Jerry's tone was tight, nothing like the light teasing from earlier. Angry, edged. "Old factory. Around her, be ready." My mind went straight to Wetheart, because of course it did. The chair inside creaked. I jerked back, forcing my feet to move. By the time the door opened wider a second later, I was already a few steps down the hall, pretending to study the chart like it held the secrets of the universe. "Megan," Jerry called. I glanced over my shoulder. "Radiology," I said, lifting the folder. "See you later." He watched me for a second longer, like he was trying to read what I'd heard, then gave a small nod and disappeared back into the office. My stomach sat like a stone for the rest of the walk. Back at the nurses' station later, I was finishing an order entry when Lauren, the unit clerk, walked over holding a small white envelope. "Hey, Dr. Barley," she said. "This was dropped off for you at the front desk. No return address, but it's got your name." I frowned, wiping sanitizer off my hands. "Thanks." I took the envelope. My name was written in neat, formal handwriting on the front, Dr. Megan Barley. Inside, there was a single folded sheet, heavier paper, with a familiar header at the top once I opened it. Miles Hargrove, MD. Clinical Research Coordinator. My stomach tightened. The note was short. "Dr. Barley, given your interest in complex cases and your repeated contact with a particular patient of unusual recovery patterns, I believe it is time we spoke directly. There are ongoing activities in this city that I believe you would want to understand, especially if you wish to keep your patients and your family safe. I am prepared to negotiate the release of certain captives and to consider scaling back particular operations, provided I can speak with your patient in a controlled, neutral environment. Tonight, Old Factory on Miller Street, 8:00 p.m. Come with him if you want to hear the truth. Dr. Miles Hargrove." I read it twice, just to be sure I wasn't misinterpreting anything. Captives, release, consider scaling back. Everything about it screamed trap. Every line was written like a man convinced of his own importance. But if there were captives, if he was arrogant enough to admit even part of this out loud, if I could hear it myself, see something. My fingers creased the edge of the paper before I forced them to relax. I folded the note back along its original line and slid it into my scrub pocket. If we're going, he needs to know exactly what's on the table, I thought. It's his war, not just mine. Almost like the universe heard me, a call came over the intercom. "Dr. Barley to triage, please," the speaker crackled. "Returning patient, previous injuries. Dr. Barley to triage." Of course. I left the station and headed for the ER. Wetheart was sitting on the edge of a bed when I pulled back the curtain in his bay, hands resting loosely on his knees. His t-shirt was marked with darker patches around his side, but it wasn't as bad as some of the nights before. A faint bruise bloomed along his jaw, and he held himself a little stiffly, like his ribs were complaining. "Starting to feel like you live here," I said, reaching for the blood pressure cuff. He gave that small, tired half-smile. "You too." His vitals, as always, were better than his body should have allowed. Strong pulse, clean breathing. I cleaned and bandaged the worst of the new marks, keeping my touch steady, my brain in doctor mode even while the note burned a hole in my pocket. "Hargrove sent me something," I said, finally, once the nurse who'd been helping with vitals stepped out and we had a sliver of privacy. His gaze sharpened instantly. "What?" I pulled the folded paper from my pocket and handed it over. He read it in silence. By the time he reached the bottom, his jaw had gone tight. "It's bait," he said. "No kidding," I said softly. He kept his eyes on the letter. "He knows I can't ignore a hint like this," he went on. "He's used this kind of thing before. Name a place that could be neutral. Dangle the idea of captives. Make you think you're walking into a negotiation when really you're walking into a box." "So there might not even be anyone there," I said. "There might," he said. "That's the problem. Sometimes he mixes truth with the trap. A few wolves in cages, enough to make you hesitate. Enough to make you choose between saving them now or waiting for a cleaner shot later. And if you wait, they disappear," I said, my stomach twisting. "Yeah." I folded my arms, more to keep from wringing my hands than anything. "So what do you do?" He finally looked up at me. "What I always do," he said. "I go anyway." "Alone?" I asked. His brows pulled together. "You don't need to be there for this." "Yes, I do," I said, surprising myself with how fast the words came out. "He used my mother as bait. He sent that letter to me, not you. If he thinks he can scare me into backing off, I want to look him in the face when he realizes he's wrong." "You've already seen enough," Wetheart said. "You don't need to see him. You don't need to hear the way he justifies all of it." "I do," I said. "If we ever want anyone to believe what he's doing, I need proof. I need to hear him say it. I need to know I'm not just following you because my head got turned." His eyes softened for a second at that, then hardened again. "It's going to be dangerous." "It's already dangerous," I said quietly. "I picked that the second I changed your records, the second I asked Rylan for answers instead of calling the police on him." We stared at each other across the small space. The monitor beeped steadily beside us, completely unaware of our argument. He exhaled. "Fine," he said. "You come, but you stay behind me. If anything feels wrong, you run before I do. No arguments." "No arguments," I said. "We meet after your shift," he added. "Not at the front doors, out by the far lot, less cameras." "Okay." He handed the letter back. "Don't show that to anyone else." "I'm not stupid," I said. A corner of his mouth lifted. "I didn't say you were." We finished the exam in silence. I left his notes as simple and boring as possible, nothing that hinted at evening appointment with criminal mastermind. The rest of the afternoon shuffled from patient to patient. A kid with a sprained ankle. An older woman who insisted her new medication was making her see things, but really just needed someone to listen. The usual mix of human messes that had nothing to do with wolves, labs, or hidden wars. I checked the clock more than I checked my phone. When the end of my shift finally crept close, I signed off my last chart and handed over remaining cases to the incoming doctor, rattling off one-liners in the hallway as we passed. In the locker room, I sat on the bench for a second with my phone in my hand before I called my mom. She picked up on the second ring. "Hey," I said, "how are you feeling?" "Tired," she said, which was her default answer, but her voice sounded steady. "I'm going to be a little late tonight," I said. "Long day, some stuff I need to check on." A pause. "Wetheart?" she asked. "Yeah," I said, no point lying now. "He and I have to meet someone. Rylan might be around the house, watching. Doors stay locked, okay? No opening for anybody you don't recognize. I know, she said, then softer, be safe. I will try very hard to be boring and safe, I said. I'll text when we're done. Okay. Love you. Love you. I ended the call, shoved the phone into my pocket, and shrugged into my jacket. Outside, the sky had moved past gold into that flat blue-gray that means night is close. The main lot was still busy with staff changeover, people coming and going, headlights cutting across rows. I didn't go to my usual path. Instead, I cut around the side of the building toward the far lot where the lights were dimmer and the cameras old and finicky. Wetheart stood near a tree at the edge of the asphalt, hands in his jacket pockets. He'd changed into darker clothes, plain black jacket, dark jeans, boots that wouldn't squeak on concrete. He looked like he could fade into the shadows if he wanted to. You sure you're up for this? I asked as I approached. He tipped his head slightly. I could ask you the same. No, I said. I'm not up for it, but we're doing it anyway. He almost smiled. That's honest. My mom's big on honesty this week. Good, he said. She's right. We got into my car. I started the engine, pulled out of the lot, and headed toward Miller Street. The city changed as we drove. The hospital and its bright glass gave way to older buildings, then to low warehouses and lots with chain-link fences. Streetlights spread out, leaving longer patches of dark between them. Old factory, I asked, eyes on the road. Used to be a textile place, Wetheart said. Closed before I got here. Hargrove's people like places like that, empty but not too empty. Enough traffic nearby that no one looks twice at a few cars. Not enough that anyone notices if a van stays parked all night. Great, I said. Perfect place to discuss ethics. He huffed out a low breath that might have been a laugh. When we turned onto Miller Street, the sidewalks were mostly empty. A few closed storefronts, a boarded-up corner shop, a flickering street lamp. There, he said, nodding ahead. The factory loomed on the right, a wide brick rectangle with grimy windows and a rusted sign half fallen off the front. A single light burned near a side entrance, throwing a pale rectangle onto the concrete. I parked half a block down, behind a line of trees that gave us some cover. Stay behind me, Wetheart said, one last time as we got out. Got it, I said. We walked along the cracked sidewalk, our footsteps loud in the quiet. The air smelled like dust and cold metal. Two men stood near the side door under the lone lamp. Not cops, not random drunk guys. They wore dark jackets, earpieces curled behind their ears, the kind of posture that screamed security to anyone who knew what to look for. Their eyes tracked us as we approached. Wetheart put himself slightly ahead of me, body relaxed but ready. Evening, one of the guards said. Dr. Barley, I said, lifting my chin. Dr. Hargrove asked to see me. And your friend, the other asked. Invited too, Wetheart said. The first guard pressed a hand to his earpiece, listened for a second, then nodded. You can go in, straight ahead. The side door was propped open a few inches, warm light spilling out. Wetheart pushed it wider and stepped through. I followed, my heart beating a little too fast. Inside, the factory was one big open space. Most of the old machinery had been pushed to the sides, covered in tarps. Someone had set up a few standing lamps in the center, creating a bright circle of light on the dusty floor. Everything outside that circle fell into shadow. Dr. Miles Hargrove stood in the middle of that light. He looked like he'd walked out of a conference, not a crime scene. Impeccable suit, hair neat, glasses clean. His hands were folded loosely in front of him. Dr. Barley, he said, smiling like we were at a hospital fundraiser. Thank you for coming. You left me a pretty strong RSVP, I said. His gaze slid to Wetheart. And Mr. Cannelwood, he added. Or do you prefer another name when you're out on the streets? Wetheart didn't answer. Hargrove's smile didn't falter. No matter, I appreciate you both agreeing to meet. You didn't leave much room to decline, I said. You mentioned captives. I did, he said, and we'll get to that. He walked a few steps closer, stopping well outside of arm's reach. The 2 guards from outside had come in and now stood behind him, one on either side, just inside the edges of the light. "Let's not waste time," Hargrove said. "You already know more than most. You, Dr. Barley, have treated an extraordinary case more than once, and you, Mr. Cannelwood, have been interfering with my work for some time." "You call kidnapping and torture work now?" I asked. He glanced at me, mild amusement in his eyes. "Strong words, but understandable given what little you've seen." "I've seen enough," I said. "I doubt that," he said, "but yes, since we're speaking plainly." He tilted his head, studying us. "Yes," he said, "the experiments are mine, at least in this city. Yes, we are capturing wolves and rogue wolves, and in some cases, humans who carry certain markers. We are studying their healing and strength. We are trying to understand what makes them different." He said it like he was announcing a new community health program. "Why?" I asked. "So you can sell it, weaponize it." "So I can control it," he said simply. "Do you have any idea what it means to have beings walking around who can recover from almost anything, who can fight with strength that doesn't line up with their size? You patch up a few of them, I think bigger." He turned his attention more directly to me. "Imagine, Dr. Barley," he said. "No more long recoveries after surgery. No more months of rehab. If we can understand how this healing works, your patients could get out of bed in days instead of weeks." "You're not curing them," I said. "You're tearing it out of someone else." "We're reallocating resources," he said. "There is always a cost. You work in emergency medicine, you know that better than anyone." Wetheart's fingers flexed at his sides. "And what about the ones you break in the process?" I asked. "The wolves you strap down, the rogues you keep half-drugged, the people like Rylan." "If they survive, we learn something," Hargrove said. "If they don't, we still learn. In either case, the data helps everyone." His gaze flicked to Wetheart. "Unless someone keeps smashing the instruments." "You kidnapped my mother," I said. My voice came out flatter than I expected. His eyes came back to me. "We invited your cooperation," he said. "You declined. I had to make it clear that declining doesn't mean you get to stand on the sidelines forever." "She can barely walk," I said. "She struggles to speak. You grabbed her out of her house." He raised an eyebrow. "And yet she is back in that house now. Mr. Cannelwood is very efficient when motivated." "If you touch her again," Wetheart said quietly, "I will level every building you own." Hargrove smiled. "Threats like that are exactly why people like you need structure." The muscles in Wetheart's jaw ticked. "You keep interfering," Hargrove went on, "and more people close to you will be involved. Family is very persuasive. Friends, colleagues, the young doctor you work with," he added, glancing at me. "What was his name, Jerry?" My hand tightened at my side before I could stop it. His smile sharpened. "See, you understand leverage, it's how the world works." "You're talking about people like their equipment," I said. "Everything is equipment," he said. "Some tools just scream louder when you pick them up." Wetheart took a step forward. "I'm done listening to this." Hargrove's gaze stayed on him. "You can keep tearing down small rooms and dragging out a few terrified subjects," he said. "Or you can accept that someone has to be in charge of this, someone who understands." "You mean you," I said, "because of course you do." He barely acknowledged me. "You're not a hero," he told Wetheart. "You're a dog who doesn't know his place." Something in Wetheart snapped at that. "You touch her family again," he said, voice low and hard, "and there won't be a lab left standing." He surged forward, closing the distance faster than most people could have. He didn't shift, he didn't need to. It was all in the way his body moved, smooth, focused, furious. That was when the sirens hit. They rolled in from far off, a rising wail that made my skin prickle. It came from outside, got louder in a rush, and then doors on the far side of the factory burst open. "Police," someone shouted. "Stay where you are." Flashlights cut through the dim edges of the factory, beams swinging over old machines and dust before locking onto the bright pool in the center where we stood. Wetheart froze mid-step. Hargrove staggered back, hands lifting in a practiced show of fear. "There," one of the officers yelled, pointing. "Get him." From where they stood, it was simple. A dangerous-looking man lunging at a clean, respectable doctor in a suit. None of them had been in the warehouse. None of them had listened to Ryland's stories in a dark living room. All they had was a call and a scene. The timing was too perfect. In my head, Jerry's voice echoed. "Tonight at the old factory, he keeps showing up around her. Just be ready." 3 officers swarmed Wethart at once. They hit him hard, knocking him off balance. He could have thrown them off, I knew he could. He didn't. He let them drive him to the floor, face turned to the side, arms yanked behind his back. Metal cuffs clicked shut around his wrists. "Stop," I shouted, stepping forward. "He's not the one you should be arresting." "Ma'am, stay back," an officer barked, lifting an arm to block me. "He's protecting people, not hurting them," I said. "You don't understand." Another officer cut me off. "Doctor, we need you behind the line, for your safety." I wanted to scream that my safety was already gone, that it had walked out the door the first time I changed Wethart's file. Instead, I shoved against the arm in front of me and got shoved right back, heels scraping on the dusty floor. Hargrove stepped just close enough to be heard, careful not to get in the way of his own show. "I called you," he told one officer, voice steady. "I've been trying to get help for weeks. He keeps appearing near incidents. I thought maybe if I could talk him down, we could avoid this tonight, but he snapped." "You said he's been seen around bodies?" the officer asked. Hargrove nodded solemnly. "Yes, he appears where unexplained attacks occur. I was afraid if we didn't step in, someone else would die." "Liar," I said, the word slipping out before I could catch it. "You set this up. You lured him here." The officer in front of me glanced back. "Doctor, you need to calm down." "You're arresting the wrong person," I said. "He kidnapped my mother. He runs experiments on." "Ma'am," the officer said sharply, "not now." Wethart struggled once when the cuff chain bit into his wrists, then went still. He lifted his head enough to look at me. His eyes were calm in a way his body was. There was a message in them that I could read as clearly as if he'd spoken. "Don't make them look at you next." They hauled him to his feet. Even hunched in cuffs, he still looked bigger than the men holding him. They guided him toward the factory doors, voices overlapping, protocol, phrases I'd heard in code blue drills, all wrong in this context. "You're making a mistake," I yelled after them. "You don't know what he's been stopping." No one answered. The officers funneled him out into the night like water moving down a drain. I stumbled after them until the same officer blocked me again at the doorway, hand firm on my shoulder. "Doctor, you need to stay inside," he said. "We'll take your statement later." "My statement right now is that you're letting the real criminal stand there and talk to you," I said, pointing past him toward Hargrove. He didn't turn. "We have reports about this man," he said, nodding toward where Wethart was being loaded into a police car. "We've been trying to track him. We finally have him. Let us do our job." I laughed, a short, ugly sound. "Yeah," I said, "you're doing great." Outside, the police car's back door slammed. The sound echoed through the factory like the slam of a vault. Hargrove stood a few yards behind the main cluster of officers, hands now clasped behind his back, head bent like he was answering a question. His profile was calm, almost bored. As the car pulled away, lights flashing red and blue across the brick walls, he looked over. Our eyes met. For a second, the everything noise, the sirens, the radio chatter, the scraped footsteps of officers moving around, fell away. He gave me the smallest smirk. Not a wide grin, nothing anyone else would notice unless they were looking directly at him. Just a tiny curl at the corner of his mouth that said he knew exactly what he'd done and exactly how untouchable he felt. My hands curled into fists. The police car turned out of the lot, taking Wethart with it. The tail lights disappeared around the corner. I stood in the yawning doorway of the factory, old dust under my shoes, cold air spilling in, watching the empty space where the car had been. Behind me, officers moved. One of them called my name, saying something about paperwork and statements and protocols. I barely heard him. The man who ran the experiments had just admitted everything to us in private. The man who tore open his labs and pulled people out of cages was the one in cuffs. The system had swallowed the wrong person, and the real monster was using it like another tool. I took a breath that felt too big for my chest and turned back into the factory. The note in my pocket and Hargrove's smirk burned into my mind. If this was his game, then I needed to start playing like I knew the rules. And I needed to get Wetheart back. Morning came too fast. I woke with that same image in my head, metal cuffs biting into Wetheart's wrists, his shoulders forced down, Hargrove standing in the factory light with that polite, poisonous smile. For a second, I didn't know where I was. Then the cracks in my bedroom ceiling came into focus, and the smell of our cheap coffee drifted down the hallway. Right, home, not the factory, not the station. But Wetheart was still in a cell, and Hargrove was probably drinking something expensive in his office. I pushed the blanket back and swung my legs over the side of the bed. My phone lay on the nightstand, dark. No missed calls. No miracle messages saying, "We fixed it. The police realized their mistake." Of course not. I pulled on a sweatshirt over my sleep shirt, shoved my feet into slippers, and stepped into the hallway. The house was quiet, except for the low hum of the oxygen concentrator in Mom's room and the faint noise of the fridge. I went straight to her. "Mom," I pushed her door open softly. Albury was half awake, eyes blinking open at the sound of my voice. The bruises on her wrists had faded to a yellowish shadow, but they still made my stomach twist. "Morning," I said, forcing lightness. "Bathroom run." She gave the smallest nod. I helped her sit up, swinging her legs over the side of the bed, slipping her feet into her slippers. My hands were gentler than my brain felt. Outside, my thoughts were racing. Inside, I kept my voice calm. "Okay, ready. 1, 2 up." Her hand closed around my arm as I lifted. We shuffled together down the short hallway, her weight leaning into me, her steps careful and small. She breathed a bit heavier than usual, but she was steady. In the bathroom, I waited just outside the door, talking about nothing. "You know, I really think the tiles in there are personally offended by us," I said through the cracked door. "They're always cold at 6 a.m. like we didn't do anything to them." A breath that might have been a quiet laugh escaped her. We got her back to the living room and into her chair. I tucked the blanket over her knees, put the little pillow behind her lower back. The morning light through the window was pale and thin, turning the mess in the room into softer shapes. The side table, the TV, the mug from last night I hadn't washed. "I'll get your meds," I said, moving into the kitchen. I poured water, took her pill organizer, clicked open the morning slot. My hands shook just enough that one pill jumped sideways and bounced off the counter. "Great," I muttered, picking it up. "Meg," Mom's voice floated from the chair, soft but clear enough. "I know." I took a breath, grabbed a clean glass, and tried again. I carried the pills and water to her, helping her take each one. She watched my face the whole time, like she was reading more than the label on each bottle. When she swallowed the last pill, I sat on the arm of the sofa across from her. "I'm going to check on him at the station," I said. Her eyes sharpened. "As doctor." "As his doctor," I confirmed. "He was arrested after a physical fight. He's been in and out of the hospital with serious injuries. Someone should make sure they didn't miss anything." She kept looking at me, like she could see the parts I wasn't saying out loud. "And because he's the one fighting for people who can't call 911. And because Hargrove is still free." But she didn't argue. Fear settled in the tiny lines around her mouth instead. "You'll be careful," she said. "Yeah," I tried to smile. "It's a police station, Mom. Cameras and paperwork. I'll be fine." She didn't believe the fine part. I could see it, but she nodded anyway. I kissed her forehead. "I'll be back later. Call me if anything feels wrong, or call Rylan if I don't pick up." She made a quiet sound of agreement. I left her with the TV remote, her phone, and a bottle of water within easy reach, then grabbed my bag and keys. Locking the front door, I hesitated for a heartbeat, listening. Just our quiet street. No vans, no engines idling. "Okay," I whispered. "Round 2. I headed to the car. The police station looked exactly like it had yesterday, which felt offensive. Gray concrete, glass doors, a flag snapping in the cool breeze. No visible sign that they'd dragged in the city's only real shield and chained him to a bench. Inside, the air smelled like coffee, old paper, and disinfectant that never quite touched the corners. I went straight to the front desk. The officer on duty was the same woman from last night, dark hair in a tight bun, tired eyes that had seen too many different kinds of trouble. "Morning," I said, sliding my hospital ID out of my pocket. "Dr. Megan Barley from City General. I need to check on a detainee, Wethart Cannelwood. He was brought in last night after an arrest." She glanced at the ID, then at me. "You're his doctor." "Yes, he's been treated at our hospital multiple times for significant trauma. He's high risk for internal complications. I'm here in a medical capacity." I kept my tone steady, professional. No mention of wolves. No, he's being framed. Just liability and vitals and standard of care. The officer tapped at her keyboard. "We don't normally. If anything happens to him in your custody and we failed to fully evaluate him," I cut in gently, "it's on both the hospital and the station. I can make this very quick, just a basic check." She frowned at the screen, then back at my ID. After a moment, she picked up the phone and dialed an extension. "Yeah, doctor from General here wants to check on the guy from last night, Cannelwood." Pause. "Says he's high-risk trauma. She's got ID." Another pause. "Right, got it." She hung up, then jerked her chin toward the hallway. "Sergeant says you can see him. One of us will escort. No touching the cuffs, no unlocking anything." "Understood," I said. A male officer with a buzz cut appeared from the side door and nodded to me. "This way, doctor." We walked down a long corridor that smelled faintly like sweat and cleaning spray. On either side were doors and narrow windows with wire in the glass. Somewhere farther in, a man was yelling about needing a lawyer. Another voice told him to sit down. My heart rate picked up as we turned into the holding area. There, behind a set of bars, were a few short cells with benches bolted to the walls. Wethart sat on one of them. His hands were cuffed in front of him, resting on his knees. A bruise shadowed his jaw where someone's arm had caught him, but his posture was relaxed, almost calm. He looked up when he sensed us, eyes locking on mine. Something in my chest eased and clenched at the same time. The escort officer opened the outer gate, but not the inner door, staying planted beside me. "You've got 5 minutes," he said. "No funny business." I nodded and stepped closer to the bars, fingers curling around the cool metal. "Hi," I said. Wethart's mouth twitched. "Doctor." His voice was steady, but I could hear the sandpaper of a long night in it. I let my gaze skim over him like I would any patient, checking for swelling, pallor, breathing. "Any dizziness, pain?" I asked out loud because we had an audience. He played along. "Just tired. Shoulders are annoyed with your police." "Yeah, they tend to have that effect." I looked at the officer. "Do you mind if I take his pulse? Cuffs stay on." The officer hesitated, then shrugged. "Through the bars, fine." I reached my hand through the gap. Wethart lifted his cuffed hands just enough that I could lay my fingers against the inside of his wrist. His skin was warm, pulse strong and steady underneath. For anyone watching, it was a routine medical check. For us, it was a chance to talk without moving our mouths much. "Are you okay?" I asked quietly, eyes on my watch, counting. "Any trouble breathing, chest pain?" He watched my face. "I'm fine," he said simply, but the word carried more weight. His lips barely moved when he added, "He's going to run, soon." My heart thumped faster under my own fingers, but I kept my expression neutral. "Run where?" I asked, pretending to listen to his heart rate. "To the rest of them," Wethart answered softly. If Hargrove isn't stopped now, he'll move the wolves he's got left, or kill them. He can't risk anyone finding them after that raid. I swallowed. Like evidence, I murmured. Like witnesses, he said. He knows you saw enough to ask questions. He knows I know where he's been. Give him a few days without interference and he'll clean house. That means bodies or ghosts, nothing in between. I let his wrist go and stepped back, scribbling fake numbers into the small notepad I'd brought. Your vitals are stable for now, I said in my regular volume. That's good. He held my gaze, speaking plainly now, because the content sounded harmless enough. Whatever you saw in that factory, he said, that was just his public mask. The real work is still hidden, deeper. He won't leave it for anyone to find. The officer shifted his weight, bored. I nodded like he'd just told me about his diet. I'm going to recommend they send you for some scans, I said, voice calm, given your history and last night's incident. Do whatever you need to, he replied. Our eyes met for one small second longer than they should have. I saw the urgency there and the acceptance. He was ready to die in that lab if he had to. He was ready to die in this cell if it meant others walked free. I walked away before the emotions could show on my face. Thanks, I told the officer. He's stable, but I'll file a recommendation for further evaluation at the hospital. Sure, the officer said, locking the gate behind me. As I stepped back into the hallway, the bars clanged shut like a period at the end of a sentence I didn't like. Outside the station, the sunlight felt wrong. Too normal. Cars drove by. People checked their phones. No one knew there were wolves in cages not far beyond the highway. I leaned against my car and took out my phone. Mom answered on the second ring. Meg. Hey, I just saw him, I said. How is he? Physically okay, I said, for now. I looked back at the station doors. He thinks Hargrove is going to move or kill the remaining wolves soon. He says once Hargrove feels real pressure, he'll either relocate everyone or clean up the evidence. I didn't need to translate what clean up meant. There was a rustle on the line, like Mom was shifting in her chair. If you believe he's a protector, she said slowly, help him. My throat tightened. But don't forget who you are. I shut my eyes for a second. I'm a doctor. Yes, she said. You heal. You do not become the same as the ones who hurt. I know, I whispered. I'm not trying to be a soldier, Mom, but if I sit here and watch them erase people, what does that make me? Then you go, she said quietly. But stay you, Megan, don't lie to your own heart. I smiled, even though it hurt. Okay, I promise I'll stay me. We said goodbye. I slid into the driver's seat and just sat there, my hands on the wheel, my mind racing. If the system was already on Hargrove's side, then the system wasn't going to move fast enough. Court would take months. Investigations, hearings. Meanwhile, Hargrove would have trucks loaded with sedated wolves heading to nowhere. He had everything he needed. Except one thing, a medical reason to pull Wethart out of that cell. That part I could provide. By the time I walked into the hospital administration wing, I had my story polished and my folders ready. The department head on duty, Dr. Patel, looked up as I knocked on his open office door. Papers were stacked neatly on his desk. A screen blinked with lab results. Dr. Barley, he said, you're supposed to be off today, aren't you? Yeah, I said, holding up the files. I'm not here to clock in. I need approval for a transfer. He raised an eyebrow. What kind of transfer? I stepped in, closing the door behind me. Detainee medical transfer, I said. Patient's name, Wethart Cannelwood. I handed him the folder. It held printouts of Wethart's previous visits, ER notes, imaging requests, vital sign charts showing weirdly fast recovery. He's currently in police custody after an arrest, I went on. Arrest involved a physical altercation. He has a history of significant trauma and irregular healing patterns. If he's sitting in a cell without proper monitoring, the liability is huge. Dr. Patel flipped through the pages. "You're saying he's high risk for internal bleeding or something?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "Exactly that. He's had blunt force impacts, repeated. We've never had a chance to do full imaging. Right now the station has him sitting on a bench with cuffs. If something ruptures in there, it'll be on both of us. And we'll have nothing on record saying we recommended more." He made a small sound and kept reading. "And you'll oversee this?" he asked. "I'm willing to," I said. "I know his case. I can justify the scans and observation period." "And you want him here for?" 24 hours at minimum," I said. "Initial imaging plus monitoring. Standard protocol if we suspect delayed complications. Say we find nothing, fine. You send him back and everyone has clean paperwork. If we find something, we treat it and you look like you prevented a serious in-custody incident." I watched the calculations move across his face, the mental math of risk versus effort. He sighed, leaning back. "We're not in the business of fighting the police." "I'm not asking you to fight them," I said. "I'm asking you to protect the hospital and the patient. We have a responsibility once someone's been under our care repeatedly. You know that." Another beat, then he nodded. "Fine," he said. "Fill the form, I'll sign off on it. You handle it from there." Relief slid through me, sharp and quick. "Thank you," I said. In the outer office, I grabbed a detainee transfer form, filled in Wethart's name, diagnosis codes, high-risk trauma history, recommend imaging and observation. I added all the right buzzwords: standard of care, avoid complications, joint liability. Dr. Patel signed with a neat, fast scrawl. I took the form to the nurse station, had it scanned and sent to the station's fax and email, then called to make sure they'd seen it. "We received a medical request from General," the desk officer said. "You're the doctor in charge." "Yes, Dr. Barley. We're prepared to receive him for evaluation this afternoon." There was a short pause. "We'll arrange escort," he said. "Good," I replied. "The sooner the better." I hung up and exhaled slowly. That was step one. By early afternoon, I was in the back of an ambulance, checking equipment and pretending this was just another transport. The station's garage was dim. The door rolled open with a heavy clank, and 2 officers brought Wethart out between them. He was in the same clothes as last night, cuffs on, an extra chain on his ankles. They set him on the stretcher with the stiff caution of people who'd been told their prisoner was dangerous. "We've got soft restraints if you want them," one officer said, holding up the padded straps. "Policy says we use them for detainees," the paramedic added. "Use them," I said, "but not too tight. I need to be able to check his circulation." Wethart's eyes flicked to mine in the brief space where the officers weren't looking. I held his gaze for half a heartbeat, then looked down like I was checking paperwork. We secured him to the stretcher. I fastened the chest strap, then gently wrapped the soft restraints around his wrists. I pulled them snug but not biting, leaving just enough play that I knew I could loosen them further. "All right," the paramedic said. "Let's go." One officer climbed into the passenger seat of the ambulance. The other followed in a squad car behind. I sat sideways near Wethart's head, blood pressure cuff in hand, monitor leads ready. The garage door rattled up. The ambulance pulled out. As we merged into traffic, I wrapped the cuff around Wethart's arm. "Just going to take your blood pressure," I said aloud. He watched my face, quiet. When I leaned closer to adjust the cuff, I pressed my thumb lightly against the inside of his wrist, once, twice. A small, deliberate pattern. His eyes softened just a fraction. "I need to loosen this a bit," I said for the paramedic's benefit. "Circulation's going to be restricted if he's like this for long." "That's fine," the paramedic said from his seat. I slid my fingers under the strap and eased it 1 notch looser on each side. Not enough to be obvious. Enough that, if he flexed at the right moment, it would give. His pulse under my fingertips was steady. Mine was. We drove. The city blurred past the small back window. Sirens didn't wail. This was not that kind of emergency, not on paper. "You're quiet," I murmured. You used to complain I talked too little, he said, just loud enough for me to hear. Yeah, well, I said, now I'm complaining you're in bracelets again. The paramedic snorted softly. Don't worry, doctor, we'll get him up and scanned. You can make all the complaints you want in there. Wetheart's eyes held mine, saying what his mouth couldn't. You're going to open a door. I gave the tiniest nod. We rolled into the hospital loading bay. The doors opened, cool, familiar air swirled in. The paramedic and I guided the stretcher down the ramp. The escort officer reappeared, hand resting near his holster, eyes alert. Monitoring room, not the main ER, I told the paramedic. They're expecting us. We wheeled Wetheart down the staff corridor toward a smaller observation room near imaging. It had a single bed, a heart monitor, and just one door, the one we'd come through. Which meant only one way in and one way out. For them. For us, there was the side door most staff ignored, the utility access into the service hall behind the imaging suite. I'd walked past it 100 times. I knew it unlocked from the inside. The escort officer stationed himself beside the door, arms folded. You can hook him up, he said. I'll be right here. Great, I said. The paramedic and I transferred Wetheart from the stretcher to the bed. I attached monitor leads, wrapped the pulse ox on his finger, started the heart monitor. Alarms beeped briefly as they adjusted to his baseline. The escort officer shifted, watching. I took Wetheart's wrist again, tightening the blood pressure cuff. I'm going to do a full set of vitals and then prep him for imaging, I said. This might take a few minutes. Take your time, the officer said. Yeah, I plan to. I glanced over at the equipment panel on the wall. It controlled several machines in this room and next door. I knew exactly which cable would cause a panic without actually hurting anyone. His oxygen saturation looks a little off, I lied. Let me check the connection at the panel. I crossed the room, feeling Wetheart's gaze on my back. With my body blocking most of the panel, I reached for the cable that fed into a shared ventilator alarm box. One quick wiggle, one partial disconnect. The box screeched. The heart monitor chimed in confusion. A red warning light started flashing above the door. What the paramedic said. Ventilator fault, I called, which was technically true somewhere in the building. I think it's connected to the next room, too. The escort officer swore and stepped out into the hallway, craning his neck. Hey, a nurse shouted from the nurses' station. We've got alarms in 3 rooms. What happened? It might be a panel issue, I said loudly, jiggling the cable again. Get tech down here, please. We need to fix this before we put anyone in scans. Nurses hurried past the open doorway. The escort officer followed one of them a few steps, looking between our room and the corridor as more beeping started down the hall. In that thin wedge of chaos, I turned my head toward Wetheart. Now, I mouthed. His eyes flashed, bright and sharp. He flexed his hands, twisting slightly. The softened restraints slid just enough. One pulled free, the other followed with a jerk. In 2 silent movements, he sat up, slid his legs off the bed, and padded toward the small utility door on the side wall. I pretended to fight with the panel. What do you want me to tell them? The paramedic asked from the foot of the bed. Tell them it's probably a shared circuit. We just need tech, I said. Can you check if the next room is having the same alarm? We have to see how wide this is. He nodded and stepped out into the hall to look. For half a second, no one was actually looking into Wetheart's room. The utility door opened and closed with barely a click. By the time the escort officer turned back toward me, Wetheart's bed was empty. The officer's eyes widened. Where did he? He must have slipped out when the alarms started, I said, letting real alarm into my voice. Check the hallway, he couldn't have gone far. The officer bolted down the hall, radio already in his hand. The paramedic hurried back, cursing. I stood for another few seconds, watching them fan out, calling to each other. No one looked at me. No one looked at the utility door. I took a breath, grabbed my clipboard, and stepped casually toward the side wall like I was going to check another cable. Then I slid through the utility door and into the hidden hallway beyond. The service corridor smelled like detergent and dust. Rolling carts lined one wall. A stack of folded sheets nearly blocked a side passage. Wetheart was waiting in the shadow of a storage alcove, cuffs hanging loose from one wrist, the other restraint dangling like a broken bracelet. He looked lighter, not happy, not relaxed, but like the weight on his shoulders had shifted from waiting to doing. "You okay?" I whispered. He inclined his head. "I didn't hurt anyone." "I know," I said. Footsteps pounded somewhere on the other side of the wall. Voices shouted, "Check imaging," and he couldn't have gotten far. We had maybe a minute before someone thought to check the service halls. "We need to move," I said. He nodded, "Loading dock." "Back way," I confirmed. We slipped down the corridor, staying close to the wall. I knew the path by heart. This hall, a right turn past the linen room, the double doors at the end that led to the loading area where supply trucks came in. My heart thundered louder than the alarms. "You didn't have to do this," Wetheart said quietly as we walked. "Sure I did," I muttered. "Next time you try to save my mother, try not getting arrested after, okay?" His mouth twitched. "I'll finish this," he said. "Then I'll accept whatever comes. Court charges all of it." I looked at him. "You're just assuming there'll be a court case and not a bullet somewhere, huh?" "I don't plan to make it easy for them," he said. "But I'm done running forever. It doesn't work. Not like this." We pushed through the final set of doors. The loading dock air hit us, cool, tinged with oil and old cardboard. Near the dumpsters, leaning against an older sedan, was Rylan. He straightened when he saw us, scanning Wetheart's cuffs, my face, the slightly open door behind us. "You just broke a man out of custody," he said. "That's commitment, Doc." "You're welcome," I said, breathing a little too fast. He glanced at Wetheart. "Cameras." "In the hallways, not the service corridor," I said. "They'll know he slipped out near imaging, but they won't have a clear shot yet. Not unless they've upgraded since last week and didn't tell us." "That buys us a little time," Rylan said. Shouts echoed faintly from inside. Someone would realize I was missing from the observation room soon. Rylan looked at Wetheart. "We going now?" "If we wait, Hargrove will smell this before we get there," Wetheart said. "He'll move everyone." Rylan nodded, jaw tight. "Then we move faster." He jerked his head toward the car. "Get in. I've been tailing the station and hospital since they took you, just in case they moved you without her. Figured I'd be the getaway driver either way." I slid into the back seat. Wetheart took the front passenger side. Rylan started the engine, pulling away from the dock with a casual smoothness like this was just a grocery run. "Location," Wetheart said. Rylan's eyes stayed on the road as we turned out onto the side street. "Old industrial road past the East Highway," he said. "Looks like nothing. Company sign fell off years ago, but I followed 2 of Hargrove's vans there more than once. Watched them bring sedated wolves in on gurneys. Heard guards talk about big lab nights." He described the place in clipped, precise phrases. Right turn at the storage yards, gravel entrance hidden by overgrown weeds, main gate with rusted fencing, side door near the loading dock. "Front entrance is where the legit trucks go," he added. "Side loading door is for when they don't want anyone on the road to see what they're moving. Guards smoke out there. They get lazy about cameras sometimes." "How do you know the layout inside?" I asked. He glanced at me in the mirror. "You've spent time staring at closed doors, Doc. You learn to see through cracks. Windows up high, reflections in glass, the way people walk a circuit." He went on. "Long hallway from the side door, rooms branching off on either side, one larger central lab space, smaller holding rooms along the back, a generator room that hummed like a heartbeat under the floor. The main cages are in the back," he finished. "If they've stacked people, it'll be there." I swallowed. "And guards?" 3 on rotation outside last time I watched," Rylan said. 6 to 8 inside plus lab techs. Maybe more now after the warehouse. Wetheart's jaw clenched. We go in quiet, we get what we can, we get who we can. And then what? I asked softly. We just run. He looked back at me briefly. You're not here to run, he said. You're here to see, to record, to testify later if we live long enough. His gaze softened just a fraction. I told you, after this I'm done hiding, we need proof. You're good at proof. I held up my phone. Evidence, I said, that I can do. Rylan drove us out of the heart of the city, onto the highway where the buildings thinned and warehouses took over. The sky slid slowly toward evening, the light turning flatter, colder. None of us talked much. We didn't need to. By the time Rylan turned off onto a quieter road, lined with storage yards and old factories, my palms were damp around my phone. He pulled the car off the road behind a clump of trees and a broken billboard. From here, we could see the lab building without being obvious. It was exactly what he described, a tired industrial block with boarded windows on one side and a sagging chain-link fence in front. A faded, unreadable sign hung crookedly near the gate. Front door is there, Rylan murmured, pointing. Side door, around back by the loading dock. A single van was parked near the side. Any cameras? I asked. Couple, Rylan said. One above the front gate, one on the side wall. Hard to tell if they're actually watched in real time, but assume yes. Then we stay out of their little cones, Wetheart said. We stepped out of the car. Up close, the lab smelled like damp metal and something sweeter underneath, like antiseptic trying to smother rot. Last chance to change your mind, Wetheart said quietly as we edged around toward the side of the building. If you say that one more time, I muttered, I'm going to start charging you double for stitches. His mouth curved, there and gone. We stuck close to the wall, moving in the blind spots between camera angles. Rylan led, keeping his head low, eyes scanning for guards. We heard a muffled laugh near the front, a couple of guys talking, the scratch of a lighter. Guard number 1 and 2, Rylan whispered. They like the front gate, side door should have one more. We took the long way around, through a strip of scrubby bushes and broken pallets, until the side of the building loomed over us. The loading dock door was partially open, a rectangle of dull light spilling out. A single guard stood with his back to us, smoking, attention on his phone instead of the world. Wetheart glanced at me, then at Rylan. Rylan nodded once. Wetheart moved. He covered the distance in 3 silent strides, one hand clamping over the guard's mouth, the other catching his wrist. He twisted, redirected the man's weight, and lowered him to the ground gently enough that his head didn't crack on the concrete. The cigarette skittered away, ember dying. Wetheart looked at me. He's just sleeping, he said. I checked the man's breathing, steady, unconscious, but intact. Okay, I whispered. We slipped inside. The first thing that hit me was the sound. Not screams, not exactly. A layered hum, machines whirring, pumps ticking, a distant beeping here and there. Underneath all of it was a low, constant thrum, like the building itself was humming with nerves. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, washing the hallway in cold, flat brightness. White paint, scuffed in places. Doors on either side, some with small, wired glass windows. We moved quickly past the first cross corridor. Left, Rylan murmured. Holding rooms are back here. We stopped at the first door with a window. I peered in. 4 beds lined the wall. On each lay a person in a hospital gown, strapped at wrists and ankles. 2 were wolves in human form, their features roughened. Eyes shuttered, skin dotted with faint scars. Tubes ran into their arms, monitors blinked, lines snaked into machines humming softly. Another bed held a full wolf shape, fur matted, chest rising and falling slowly. A muzzle wrapped around its snout, its paws were tied to the rails. My breath caught. Take pictures, Wetheart whispered. My hands moved before my brain fully registered it. I pulled out my phone, angling it so the glare didn't blow out the image. Click, a still of the room, the beds, the straps. I slid to video, kept it low, and filmed a slow pan, machines, tubing, the tortured stillness of the bodies. The beeping of monitors caught on the audio, a cold, accusing heartbeat. In the next room, we found more of the same. 2 wolves in partial shift, eyes cloudy with drugs. 1 human with an IV bag labeled with a compound I didn't recognize. Another room held cages along the wall, each with a wolf inside, some fully shifted, some halfway between forms. Their eyes tracked us sluggishly when we moved past. None of them growled. They didn't have the energy. "Jesus," I whispered. "Keep going," Rylan said quietly. "The main lab ahead. That's where you'll see the worst." I took more photos, zoomed in on machine brands, serial stickers, anything with a name or logo. A cabinet door ajar showed neatly labeled vials. I snapped that too. My fingers trembled as I opened my Messages app. I selected the entire batch of photos and short videos, clicked Mom's contact, and attached them. My thumb hovered over the keyboard. I typed fast, "Save these. Don't delete, very important, I'll explain." I hit send. The spinning icon felt like an eternity, but eventually the little "delivered" appeared next to the message. I exhaled. "Okay," I whispered. "They're out." "Good," Wethart said. "Now if they smash that thing, it won't matter as much." We moved deeper into the building. The hum grew louder. Around the next corner was a wider door with a small window, and beyond it, a larger lab space. Wethart glanced in, then jerked his chin. "Main room," he said. We slipped inside. The central lab looked like the nightmare version of a hospital ward. Beds lined the walls, some occupied, some empty but prepared. Machines stood like tall, humming shadows between them. Cables ran across the floor in a web. In the center was a cluster of desks with computers, monitors displaying graphs and lines I didn't have time to decode. And at one of those desks stood Jerry. He wore a lab coat over his usual shirt. His usually easy hair was flattened on one side, like he'd been running his hands through it. When he turned at the sound of the door, his eyes landed on me first. He froze. "Megan," his voice cracked on my name. A hollow disbelief opened in my chest. "Jerry." For a moment, no one moved. Then his expression shifted. Shock curdled into anger and something like panic. "You shouldn't be here," he said. Wethart stepped slightly in front of me. "Too late," he said. Jerry's gaze jumped to him, then to Rylan behind us, then back to me. "You brought him here," he demanded. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" I stared at the beds, at the bound forms on them, at the monitors charting stolen strength. "I think I'm starting to," I said. A door on the far side of the lab opened. Dr. Miles Hargrove stepped out, as polished as ever. His suit was immaculate. His expression was not surprised. Of course he knew we'd come. "Well," he said, "the trio arrives, the doctor, the dog, and the rogue." Guards began to appear in the corners of the room, like the shadows had grown arms. Jerry didn't look at Hargrove. His focus was locked on me. "I joined him because of you," he said, words coming fast now, tumbling over each other. "You think I wanted this. You think I like seeing those things in cages." "Then why are you here, Jerry?" I snapped, my voice shaking. "Why are you wearing his coat?" "Because somebody has to get him under control," Jerry shot back, pointing at Wethart. "Every time he shows up, you bleed for it. Your mother ends up in a van. You get dragged into war zones." "That's Hargrove's fault, not his," I spat. "You don't see what he brings with him, Megan," Jerry said, voice cracking its calm. "Everywhere he goes, chaos follows. You were slipping away from me for a man who spends his nights bleeding and fighting. And you liked it. You liked him." I swallowed hard. The words hit somewhere deep and angry. "So your answer was to work with the man who kidnaps sick old women," I said, "to help him build this." Jerry's face twisted. "If they locked him down here, if we could understand what he is, we could keep you safe. We could use it for something better. We could." "Use it," I repeated, disgust threading through the fear. "You sound just like him." Hargrove smiled faintly, as if I'd complimented him. "Emotion clouds judgment, Dr. Barley," he said pleasantly. "Your friend, however misguided, sees the larger picture. Your attachment to this subject made you vulnerable. It made you predictable." His eyes slid to Wethart. "Now," he said, "you've delivered my most troublesome variable right into my control again. None of this had to be messy. We could have been colleagues." He snapped his fingers. Guards moved. They came from 3 sides. Stun batons, restraints, the dull metal glint of guns kept low but ready. Wethart's eyes changed. It was a subtle shift, the pupils tightening, something wild sharpening in their depths. His shoulders squared, his whole body aligning toward the nearest threat. "Stay behind me," he said, voice low. I stepped back, heart hammering. Rylan flowed into place on Wethart's left like they'd done this 100 times. The first guard lunged. Wethart caught his wrist, twisted, and sent him sprawling across a metal cart. It crashed, instruments clattering. Another swung a baton. Wethart ducked, drove a fist into the man's gut, then shoved him into a rolling chair that careened into a bank of monitors. Rylan took a third guard head-on, blocking a swing with his forearm and ramming the man backward into the wall. Even without fully shifting, Wethart moved with an edge that wasn't human. Faster, more precise. I saw the veins stand out in his neck, his jaw clench with the strain of staying just this side of the line. And in the middle of it, Jerry moved. He grabbed my arm, fingers clamping down hard, trying to drag me toward a side door. "You don't understand, Megan," he hissed. "This is the only way to keep you safe. You can't be here when they lock him down." "Let go of me," I yanked back. "You did this. You called the cops on him. You helped Hargrove hurt these people." "I called the police because he was going to kill someone," Jerry snapped. "I thought if they arrested him, if he ended up here under controlled conditions, we could." "Experiment on him," I shot back. "Cut him up, hook him to these machines." He flinched, grip tightening. "You're a doctor. You know what this could mean, curing things, fixing things. He's not like us. He can take it. They can take it." "They're people," I said, voice raw. "They're people, Jerry." A crashing sound behind us made both of us whip our heads around. One of the larger machines had toppled in the struggle, knocking into a panel on the wall. Sparks jumped, small but bright. An alarm began to shriek, red lights flashing. Hargrove turned toward a console, barking orders. "Shut that down. Seal the back rooms. Don't let them." His voice was cut off by a roar. Not fully human. Not fully anything else. Wethart slammed a guard into the floor and looked up. His eyes were glowing now, a fierce, gold-rimmed light burning in his gaze. The muscles along his forearms bunched, tendons standing out. Something under his skin shifted, like his bones were remembering another shape. "Let her go," he said. Jerry's fingers dug into my arm. "She's leaving with me," he ground out. "You've done enough damage to her life." Wethart moved. He crossed the space between us in a blur. Jerry shoved me aside at the last second, raising his arms to block, but it didn't matter. Wethart hit him low, slamming him back against a steel cabinet. They struggled, Jerry grabbing for his throat, Wethart knocking his hands aside. For a heartbeat, I thought Wethart would just throw him and run. Then Jerry spat. "She'll thank me when you're in a cage, dog." Something in Wethart snapped. He lunged, teeth bared, not the neat human kind. For a second they looked wrong in his mouth, too sharp, too many edges. He sank them into Jerry's shoulder. Jerry screamed. Wethart bit again, catching his upper arm, dragging him down. It was controlled and vicious at the same time, like he'd held this line for a long time and finally stepped over it. I flinched back, my stomach clenching. There was no gore to describe, nothing cinematic, just the sick sound of skin and cloth and Jerry's voice breaking. "Stop," I cried without meaning to. Wethart froze. His chest heaved. His eyes tore away from Jerry and found mine. For a flicker of a moment, shame crossed his face. He pushed back, letting Jerry crumple to the floor, clutching his arm and shoulder, gasping. Across the room, a computer sparked, catching some spilled fluid. A sheet of flame licked up the side, licking at plastic and wiring. The alarm's shriek doubled in volume. A different tone joined it, a deeper, insistent blare that meant structural fault. "The generators," someone shouted. "Shut down the generators." I turned my head. In the adjoining hallway, the ceiling cracked. A chunk of plaster fell, smashing onto a rolling tray. Hargrove, halfway between consoles, looked up. For the first time, I saw something like real fear in his eyes. He turned, heading for a side door, but a steel beam overhead groaned. "Move!" Rylan yelled, grabbing the arm of a limping wolf in human form, shoving him toward the exit. The beam gave way, crashing down. It hit the floor between Hargrove and the door. It also caught his leg, pinning him in place. He cried out, the word a raw, human sound. He looked up and saw me. "Dr. Barley," he shouted. "Help me, we can talk about all this." Smoke curled from the sparking machine. The alarms blared. The ceiling in the far corner sagged, plaster snowing down. Behind me, someone whimpered on one of the beds. I turned away from Hargrove. "Get them out," I told Wethart and Rylan. "We can't save everyone, but we can save them." Wethart nodded once. He moved through the room like a storm, ripping straps from wrists and ankles, lifting those who couldn't walk. Rylan did the same, ignoring the way his own breath hitched when dust rained down on his shoulders. I went from bed to bed, freeing IV lines, grabbing whoever could stand. "Lean on me," I told a human man whose eyes were glassy. "Left foot, then right, that's it. We're leaving now." We funneled them toward the nearest exit, Rylan's scouted back door, not the front Hargrove used. Each step felt like walking through a collapsing throat. In the hallway, another crack split the ceiling. A light fixture swung, then tore free. It fell toward one of the freed wolves, who was stumbling under the weight of another. Rylan saw it. He shoved both of them out of the way and took the hit himself. The edge of the fixture caught his shoulder and side, slamming him against the wall. He grunted, teeth bared, but stayed on his feet. "Go," he snarled at the others. "Keep going." I reached him as we pushed into the last corridor. "Let me see," I said, trying to pull his hand away from his side. "I'm fine," he gritted out. "Patch the others first. I'll live. That place owed me another scar." We burst through the back door into cold night air. Behind us, the lab groaned. Smoke puffed from the roof. Flames licked at a broken window. The alarms shrieked and then stuttered as something failed deeper inside. We got the freed wolves and humans into the cars as fast as we could. Rylan's sedan, a dusty truck he'd stashed nearby, anything with wheels. Some of them were still half unconscious, leaning on each other. Wrapped in blankets we'd grabbed from the lab. Others were wide-eyed, dazed, clutching their own arms like they weren't sure their bodies were real. I slid behind the wheel of the truck with 2 dazed wolves and 1 human in the back. In the rearview mirror, I saw the lab building sag in on itself, a corner folding like a kicked box. For a second, I pictured Hargrove under that beam, shouting for help. Then I pressed my foot down and followed Rylan's taillights out of there. The safe house sat at the very edge of what you'd call the city, a half-forgotten property shielded by trees, with enough rooms to lay people down in rows. We'd used it before, for a night here and there. This time, it looked like a field hospital. We carried the freed wolves and humans inside, one by one. Someone had already lit lanterns. Blankets were spread on couches, mattresses on the floor. I moved between them like an ER nurse, checking pulses, pupil reactions, breathing. I didn't have half the equipment I wanted, but I had my hands and a small kit and enough training to improvise. "This one needs fluid soon," I told Rylan, pressing a hand to a woman's clammy shoulder. "But she's stable for now." Rylan grunted, his face tight. He was sitting with his back against the wall, one hand pressed against his side where the falling fixture had hit him. Blood seeped between his fingers, dark against his shirt. "Your turn," I said, dropping to a knee beside him. He waved me off. "Others first, Doc." The others can't tell me to shove it, I said. You can, which means you're still conscious enough to be checked. He huffed a breath that might have been a laugh. Fine. I peeled his hand away carefully. The wound was ugly, a deep gash where the edge of metal had caught him. It wasn't bleeding as badly as it could have, but it definitely needed cleaning and closing. Congratulations, I said. You get the lab last parting gift award. Figures, he muttered. Place never did know when to quit. I cleaned it with what we had, gritting my teeth at his short, bitten-off curses, then wrapped it tight. Try not to rip this open in the next 12 hours, I said. You may actually live long enough to regret helping us. He smirked. I've been regretting helping you since the day I met him, he said, nodding toward Wetheart. Nothing new. Wetheart was in the far corner, finishing binding a gauze pad to a bruised wolf's arm. He looked tired, streaked with dust, a dark smear on his cheek. When our eyes met, he left the injured wolf with a quiet joke and walked over. How bad? He asked, nodding at Rylan. I've had worse, Rylan said. He'll be okay, I answered, as long as he doesn't try to throw himself in front of any more falling buildings tonight. Rylan snorted. No promises. Wetheart leaned against the wall across from me, looking at the room. Freed wolves in human form lay wrapped in blankets, eyes closed or staring at the ceiling like they couldn't quite believe they weren't staring at pipes anymore. A couple of humans sat with their knees drawn up, watching everything with the numb gaze of people whose brains had run out of ways to categorize danger. Mom's phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out. Her message was simple. Got your videos, I'll keep them safe. I swallowed. You okay? Wetheart asked quietly. I looked at him. He had new bruises, a faint tear in his shirt, smears of someone else's blood and dust mixing on his forearms. Underneath all that was the same steady core I'd seen in the hospital bed and on the floor of my living room with my mother leaning on him. No, I said honestly, but I'm here. He nodded. Silence settled between us for a second, heavy but not suffocating. I need to tell you something, he said. Is it good? I asked. He gave a short, humorless laugh. Depends who you ask. He pushed off the wall and took a step closer, lowering his voice so only I could hear. What we did today didn't disappear, he said. That lab collapsing, the people we pulled out, it's going to echo, in calls, in reports, in the way the station looks at me when they realize I'm gone. I know, I said. We have to be ready when they come looking. He shook his head. I'm not going to make them look under every rock, he said. I'm going to walk back in. My stomach dropped. Excuse me, I said. He held my gaze. You got your proof out of there, he said. Your mother has it. The wolves who walked out of that place have it on their bodies. The humans we freed have it in their blood work. If I stay a fugitive, they'll use that to dismiss everything. He mimed the arguments. Unstable subject, dangerous man, violent escapee. If I walk in with you, he went on, with the truth and the evidence and witnesses, then they have to listen, or at least they have to hear you. My throat felt thick. Wetheart, they just tackled you in a factory after you tried to kill him. They don't exactly see you as a trustworthy source. I don't need to be the source, he said. I need to be the visible reason they can't hand-wave this away, the one who keeps showing up where their system fails. He nodded toward the room. You're the doctor, he said softly. You have the videos, the charts, the scars. Rylan has the roots. These people have the marks on their skin. Hargrove is under a pile of his own building. The story doesn't start with me anymore. It starts with you walking into that station. He paused. And I'll be there, he added, in cuffs, on our terms this time. I stared at him. You want me to help you turn yourself in, I said. Yes. To the same people who just arrested you for trying to choke their favorite doctor. Yes. And you think they'll just sit there and listen to my slideshow? He shrugged slightly. Probably not at first, but truth has weight. You care about evidence. You made sure it got out. Use it. Drag it into their offices. Lay it on their desks. make it heavier than their excuses. My pulse thudded in my ears. The next fight is going to be in a courtroom, I said slowly. In a courtroom, he agreed. In reports, in hearings, in whatever rooms they use to pretend things like this don't happen in civilized cities. I looked over his shoulder at the wolves lying on makeshift beds, at Rylan adjusting his bandage, at the young woman in a blanket staring at the door like she still half expected someone to come in with a needle. I thought about the videos on my mom's phone, sitting in our living room like a time bomb. I thought about the way the police car door had slammed shut around Wethart last night, and Hargrove's smirk behind the line of uniforms. You're really willing to walk back in there, I said, after all this. His eyes softened. I told you, he said. I'll finish this, then I'll accept whatever comes. He stepped a little closer. You don't owe me anything, he added quietly. If you walk away now, no one can blame you. You did more than any human had to. But, I asked. But if you stay, he said, know why you're staying. Same thing your mother told you. I almost laughed, because of course he would echo her. I know why, I said, voice rough. I'm staying because the lab isn't just burned out. It's in the videos. It's in their scars. It's in the way the system let you sit in a cell while he played victim. He watched me. And because I believe you are what Rylan says, I added, barely above a whisper. The shield, not perfect, not gentle, but standing between them and something worse. Something flickered in his eyes, surprise maybe, or just something loosening. All right then, he said. He held out his hands, wrists together, like they were already back in cuffs. Tomorrow, he said, you walk me into that station and tell them everything. I stared at his hands, then nodded once. Tomorrow, I said, we start the next war. He smiled, small and tired and real. In the dim light of the safe house, surrounded by survivors and the smell of antiseptic and smoke, we stood there. Me with my phone full of ghosts, him with bite marks on his soul, Rylan with a fresh wound and a crooked grin across the room. The lab was gone. The evidence was out. The shield was free, for now. And the system that had swallowed him, once, was about to hear our side of the story. The first thing I heard was breathing. Not machines, not sirens, just slow, quiet breathing, too many bodies in one room, shifting under blankets, someone clearing a dry throat on the other side of a thin wall. I opened my eyes to a ceiling I didn't recognize, peeling paint, a crack that ran from one corner to the bare light bulb. For 1 second my brain did that floaty, half-awake thing and tried to put me back in my own bedroom. Then the picture slammed back in, the lab, the alarms, the ceiling collapsing, Hargrove's face disappearing under falling concrete, Jerry's arm in Wethart's teeth. I exhaled hard and pushed myself up on the couch. The safe house smelled like old dust and cheap cleaner, with a hint of coffee trying to fight its way through. Mattresses were scattered across the floor, some with blankets, some with jackets thrown over them. Wolves in human form, 1 or 2 humans, all of them bruised and bandaged, lay wherever they'd fallen a few hours ago. From the tiny kitchen area, I heard water just beginning to simmer in a battered metal kettle. Morning, Doc, Rylan muttered. He was half propped up against the wall, one leg stretched out, the other bent. His shirt was off, the whole side of his rib cage wrapped in white gauze from collarbone to waist. A livid bruise was already blossoming along the edge of the bandage, but his eyes were clear. How's the wall? I whispered, swinging my legs over the side of the couch. Still standing, he lifted his good shoulder in a shrug. Disappointed, would prefer if it had taken Hargrove's whole building with it. I checked the clock on my phone, barely after 6. My whole body protested when I stood, ankles and knees reminding me I'd spent the night sleeping at the wrong angle. I crossed the room and crouched beside Rylan, careful not to jostle his ribs. Any dizziness, shortness of breath? I asked. Just the usual existential kind, he said. I'm fine. Humor doesn't count as a vital sign, I muttered, but his pulse under my fingers was strong and steady. His skin was warm, not feverish. "You're going to hurt like hell for a few days, but you're stable." "Good. Hate to miss the finale." Across the room, someone stirred. A woman who'd been hooked to 3 separate lines in that lab last night rolled onto her back, blinking at the ceiling. One of the wolves in human skin, gaunt, shaved patch on his forearm where an IV had been shifted and pulled his blanket up. They were alive. That thought steadied me more than coffee ever could have. My gaze snagged on the far wall. Wetheart was there, shoulder to the plaster, arms folded loosely over his chest. He'd found a clean black t-shirt from somewhere and pulled it on. The neckline showed the faint edges of older scars. The bruises from last night's fight had already faded to a faint shadow on his throat. He wasn't watching the room. He was watching the window. Dawn had just started to smear pale light over the dirty glass. When his eyes cut to me, I knew he'd been awake for hours. "Hey," I said softly. "Hey," his voice was low enough that it barely carried past us. "How's your side?" "Still attached." I walked over, rubbing my thumb over the line of my jaw where someone's elbow had caught me. "Ryland's still in one piece. Everyone's breathing. That's my current report." He nodded, like that matched the tally he'd already made on his own. "What I said last night still stands," he said. "No preamble, no warm-up. I'm going to turn myself in." My stomach clenched. I'd known it was coming. He'd told me on the drive. He'd told me again before I fell into an exhausted half-sleep. It still hit like a door slamming. "You could just disappear," I said. "The lab's down, the videos exist. The wolves are out, you don't have to walk back into cuffs." "If I disappear, they write me off as a story someone made up." His gaze went back to the window, to the thin streak of light over the horizon. "The DA stands up in court and says, 'There was no lab, just a crazy man and a doctor who broke the rules.' Jerry says he was trying to help. Hargrove's dead. I become the rumor people use to excuse not looking harder." He looked at me again. "If I stand in front of a judge," he said, "with you and the evidence and the people from that lab sitting in the gallery, they have to look. They might not like what they see, but they don't get to ignore it." He always said he and they like he was talking about weather patterns. Calm, detached, but there was nothing detached in his eyes right now. "You know they're going to bring up everything," I said. "The warehouse, the factory, the escape, the bite." "Yeah," his mouth twisted for a second. "I'm not pretending I did everything right." I thought about Hargrove's smirk behind the police line, then the way his expression had shattered under falling concrete. About Jerry's fingers digging into my arm, his voice in my ear insisting he was doing this for me. "Running didn't stop them," I said quietly. "It just let them work in the dark." "Exactly." He pushed off the wall. "Ryland will stay here. Someone has to keep this place secure and get these people somewhere safer. We go home first. You check on your mother. You make sure the videos you sent are still on her phone. Then we go to the station." "We," I repeated. He gave me a look. "I'm not walking into that building without my doctor, Megan." I didn't know if he meant doctor, legally, medically, or as shorthand for something else. I just nodded. "Okay," I said. "Then we should go before someone decides to come looking for you here." We said quick goodbyes. I squeezed Ryland's shoulder gently, ignoring his grimace. "Try not to get crushed by anything else while I'm gone," I told him. "Bring snacks next time," he said. "Court food is probably worse than lab food." It wasn't funny, but I laughed anyway because it was that or cry. Then I followed Wetheart out into the watery morning light. The drive back into the city felt unreal, like I was watching myself from somewhere just above the car. Dirt road, narrow two-lane, then the outskirts, low buildings and billboards, the slow crawl of traffic as we merged closer to the center. The sky was washed-out blue. The sun hadn't fully burned through the gray yet. My hand stayed at 10 and 2. I checked the mirrors too often. Wetheart sat in the passenger seat, one hand braced casually against the door, eyes moving over the passing streets as if he wanted to memorize them all. "This is the part where you change your mind," I said lightly. "Turn on your heel, hop a bus, start over 5 states away." He didn't look away from the window. Do you want me to? No, the answer came so fast it scared me. I want you not to die, I said. That's my main request. He huffed a sound that might have been a laugh. We're on the same page there. My street came up faster than I expected. I pulled to the curb, turned the engine off, and for a long second neither of us moved. The last time I'd stood on this front step, I'd shouted at my mother and stormed out like a teenager. The time after that, I'd come home to broken glass and an empty room. My fingers tightened around the key. Ready? Wethart asked. No, I said, but that never stopped me before. We went inside together. Mom, I called as the door swung open. The living room looked normal. No broken glass, no overturned furniture. The sunlight slanted across the old rug and turned the dust motes into tiny, swirling planets. Albury sat in her chair, blanket over her knees, the TV on low with some morning show she wasn't really watching. Her eyes were fixed on the door, like she'd been waiting for it to open. When she saw me, her shoulders dropped in a visible breath of relief. Megan, her voice caught on my name. I was already moving. Hey, I'm here, I'm okay. I kissed her forehead, checked her pulse automatically. How are you feeling? Any dizziness? Pain? She tilted her head, eyes flicking past me. You came back. I glanced over my shoulder. Wethart had paused just inside the doorway, giving her space. He nodded once in greeting. Albury's face softened at the sight of him, in a way that would have been unthinkable a week ago. You both came back, she said. I helped her to the bathroom, waited outside the door, then walked her back to the chair. Her steps were smaller than usual, but she was steady. When she was settled, I went to the kitchen, grabbing a glass of water and some toast, more for the routine than because she looked hungry. She watched me fuss, then lifted one hand in a small wave. Sit, she said. I sat on the edge of the coffee table facing her. We're going to the station, I said. Today, he's going to turn himself in. Her gaze sharpened. And before we do that, we need a lawyer, and we need to make sure what I sent you is still on your phone. I held my breath a second, even though I knew logically nothing should have touched the files. Fear doesn't care about logic. Phone, Albury said, pointing to the side table. It was there, plugged in, black case worn smooth around the edges. I picked it up, unlocked it with her code, and opened the gallery. The first image that popped up was one I'd taken months ago. Albury in the park on a rare sunny day, wrapped in a scarf and pretending not to notice I was taking a picture. I swiped past it, then past photos of takeout dinners, random memes she never really understood but liked anyway. Then the lab. A room full of beds lined up like an assembly line. A close-up of a man's arm strapped down, faint animal strength coiled in his tendons, even unconscious. A monitor screen, vital signs marching in bizarre patterns, the corner of a label with HARGROVE in neat print. My stomach twisted, but I kept swiping. Wolves in human form, eyes dazed, skin pale. A shot of a cage, bars too thick, metal too clean. Another of a human woman's face, turned away, the IV taped brutally to her hand. They're all here, I said quietly. Every single one. I tapped to open a video. The phone speaker crackled softly. Machine hum, muffled voices, my own breath short and shaky as the camera panned across restraint straps and tubing. From the doorway, Wethart stood very still, listening. I stopped the video and locked the phone again, holding it between my palms like something fragile and heavy at the same time. We're going to show this to a lawyer first, I said. Somebody who knows what to do with it. Albury's fingers tightened on the edge of her blanket. If this is how it ends, then let it end with truth, she said. No more hiding. I swallowed the lump in my throat. I'm going to make some calls, I told her. I'd rather have him come here than drag you across town. I can sit and listen, she said. I don't want to be in the dark. I know, I brushed my fingers over her hand. You won't be. I stood and walked into the kitchen, Wethart trailing a step behind. You sure about looping her in this deep? He asked quietly once we were out of earshot. She's already in it, I said. If something happens to me or to you or to my phone, she's the one that has the proof, and she deserves to know what she's holding. He nodded once. Then we get you the best lawyer we can find. Working on it, I said, unlocking my own phone. It took 3 calls to get one name. The first colleague at the hospital was sympathetic but useless. I have a cousin who did a divorce once, which was not the vibe I needed. The second gave me a list of 3 firms, all of which were too corporate and too expensive. The third call went to an older attending who'd spent half his career patching up construction accidents and the other half testifying in malpractice cases. Noah Graves, he said without hesitation. Defense, smart, mean in all the right ways, doesn't scare easy when someone in a suit talks about their reputation. He'll take a case like this, I asked. Megan, I don't know what kind of mess you've stepped into, he said, but if half of what you're hinting at is true, he'll bite. I'll text you his cell. A second later, my phone buzzed with a number and a simple message. Noah Defense. I hung up, wiped my hand on my scrubs to get rid of the sudden sweat, and dialed. He answered on the second ring. Noah Graves. Hi, Mr. Graves. My name is Dr. Megan Barley. I'm a physician at City General. I got your number from Dr. Patel. Long pause. Paper rustled on his end. What kind of trouble are you in, Dr. Barley? He asked, like that was the only reason a doctor would call a defense attorney before 8 a.m. The kind involving an illegal lab, a dead research doctor, a suspect in custody, and a lot of people who shouldn't be alive but are, I said. I have photos, videos, witnesses, and I have broken rules. Another pause. When he spoke again, his tone had shifted from bored to razor sharp. If what you're saying is even half true, I need to see those videos today, he said. Where are you? At my house, I said, giving him the address. My mother here. The videos are on her phone. The man they arrested is here too, for the next hour. You're telling me your suspect walked out of custody, Noah said. He escaped, I said. Then he saved people from that lab. Now he wants to surrender again with a lawyer. Well, Noah said, that's not the worst opening I've heard. I can be there in 30. He hung up before I could second-guess myself. I walked back into the living room, feeling like my bones were vibrating. He's coming, I said. A defense attorney, recommended. He wants to see everything before you go anywhere near the station. Wethart inclined his head. Good. Albury gave me a tight, approving nod. We'll show him, she said. So we waited. 20 minutes stretched, then 30. The house too small to hold all the thoughts bouncing around in my skull. I tidied the kitchen twice. Wethart stood by the window, scanning the street like he expected Hargrove's ghosts to pull up in a van. At 27 minutes, the doorbell rang. Noah Graves looked exactly like someone who made a living walking into rooms where everyone already hated his client. Mid-40s, maybe. Dark hair starting to gray at the temples, beard trimmed short. Simple shirt and jacket, no tie, the kind of clothes that looked expensive because he didn't bother to make them look expensive. He carried a battered leather messenger bag instead of a briefcase. Megan, he asked, confirming my face against whatever description he'd gotten. Yes, come in. I stepped back. This is my mother, Albury, and this is Wethart Cannelwood. Noah's eyebrows twitched fractionally at the name, but he didn't comment. He nodded to Albury, then to Wethart, his eyes doing a quick professional inventory, height, build, old injuries. We all sat, Albury in her chair, Noah on the opposite end of the couch from me, Wethart leaning against the doorway like he preferred not to be boxed in. Okay, Noah said, pulling out a legal pad and a pen. Start at the beginning. And I mean your beginning, not whatever story the prosecutor is already telling themselves. So I did. I told him about the man who kept walking into my ER with injuries he shouldn't be standing on, about fingerprints that didn't make sense, about Hargrove showing up at the hospital with research grants and smooth words. I told him about the warehouse, the kidnapping, the rescue, about the hidden lab outside the city, the equipment, the cages, About the bite and the collapse and the safe house we'd left at dawn. I did not say wolf out loud. I didn't need to. The words I chose were enough. Somewhere around, I altered his fingerprint record so the system wouldn't flag him. Noah put his pen down and just listened. When I finished, the room felt too quiet. "You realize," he said eventually, "you just confessed to obstruction and aiding an escape in front of an attorney, your mother, and the man in question." "I know." My throat was dry. "I'm not asking you to pretend I didn't do it. I'm asking you to help me show why." He looked at Wethart. "Mr. Cannelwood, is all of that accurate from your perspective?" Wethart nodded. "Yes, she's leaving out a few broken bones and poor choices on my part, but the rest is true." "Good," Noah blew out a breath. "Now show me the part that doesn't rely on anybody's memory." Albury lifted her phone with both hands and passed it to him. I unlocked it and opened the gallery again, swiping to the first photo of the lab. Noah leaned in. The easy, casual posture vanished. His shoulders went rigid. He zoomed in on the edges of the frame, on labels half hidden by tubing. He paused on a video and replayed the 3 seconds where HARGROVE Medical Solutions appeared on a monitor, then overlapped with someone's wrist tied to a bedrail. "This is where?" he asked. I gave him the road junctions, the abandoned industrial area, the approximate coordinates. "And the fire department has already been out there," he said. "Police." "They will have by now," I said. "The building was collapsing when we left. Someone would have called it in." He nodded once, jaw tight. "I'm going to copy all of this," he said. "Is that all right, Ms. Albury?" "Yes," she said quietly. "Take them, just don't let them disappear." "I won't." Noah pulled a small external drive and cable from his bag, connecting it and starting the transfer. "I'll put them on a secure drive and in an encrypted folder. 2 backups minimum. Even if every phone in this house falls in a river, this lives on." Watching the little progress bar creep across her screen felt strangely profound. "You need to understand the charges your friend is facing," Noah said when the drive dinged softly and he disconnected it. "At the moment, from what I've heard through unofficial channels, the state's building a picture of him as a violent offender. Assault on a respected doctor, escape from lawful custody, destruction of private property, and a possible arson investigation." "As if Hargrove was the victim," I said. "As if Hargrove was the only thing standing between this city and chaos," Noah said dryly. "That's how he's sold himself for years. You're asking the court to flip that narrative." He ticked off points with his pen. "The videos and photos show an unlicensed lab doing experiments on unwilling subjects," he said. "Once the investigators' reports from the collapsed site are in, we'll have official confirmation of that. Your survivors from the lab, they're going to be ugly witnesses, traumatized, fragmented, but powerful. Their bodies tell the story as much as their words." "And me?" I asked. "You," he said, "are the doctor who broke the rules because the system didn't recognize what was right in front of it. You altered a record. You engineered a transfer to facilitate an escape. You also documented a criminal operation, got people out alive, and handed me evidence that capable crime syndicates would kill to bury." He glanced between me and Wethart. "Here's my strategy," he said. "We don't hide anything. Wethart surrenders voluntarily. That alone earns goodwill with a judge. I file a notice of evidence and make sure the DA's office has seen some of those images before we even walk into the courtroom. I push for an expedited hearing because of the seriousness of the accusations and because we need to catch the narrative before it hardens." He turned to Wethart. "You're going to answer honestly," he said. "No theatrics. No, I'm a martyr monologue. You freed captives from an illegal lab. You also lunged at a man in a factory and escaped from custody. We'll own both." Wethart nodded. "I can do that." "And you," Noah looked at me, "are going to testify. Calmly, clearly, chronologically. You are not going to lie to protect yourself. Judges smell that a mile away. If you don't know the answer to something, you say that. Understood?" My stomach swooped, but I nodded. "Understood." Noah picked up his bag. "Good," he said. "Then we stop wasting time. The longer he's out here, the more nervous the station gets. Walking in now with a lawyer and a plan is better than waiting for them to pick him up on the street. Albury's fingers fluttered against her blanket. "You'll be there?" she asked, looking at me. "I'll be right beside him," I said, "and I'll call you the second we're out." She reached for my hand, squeezed it once, then let go. "Go," she said, "finish it." The station looked smaller when you walked into it on purpose. Last time I'd come through these glass doors, my hands had been shaking and my brain had been stuck in a loop of where is she? Where is she? Where is she? The front desk officer had looked at me like I was overreacting. Today, everything felt sharper, clearer. Noah walked at my right, Wethart at my left, his steps steady. He wasn't in cuffs yet, and that alone made my chest ache. The officer at the desk looked up and froze halfway through a sip of coffee. "Can I help you?" he asked, voice a little higher than before. "Yes," Noah said smoothly. "I'm attorney Noah Graves. My client, Wethart Cannelwood, is here to surrender himself and give a full statement regarding the warehouse incident and the events at the Miller Street factory and associated properties." The officer stared at Wethart for a heartbeat, recognition flaring. Then he set the cup down too hard and reached for the phone. "Right, 1 second, sir." He called a supervisor. Within minutes, a sergeant appeared, predictably suspicious and slightly annoyed. Noah handed over the signed paperwork indicating representation. There were a few murmured exchanges I couldn't hear. Then a door buzzed open, and they led Wethart back. Watching him walk away again hurt in a different way this time. Not like something being stolen, more like watching someone step onto an operating table. "I'll be with him as much as they allow," Noah murmured to me. "You go sit down, drink water, call your mother. I'll find you when we have a hearing time." My knees didn't trust me much. But I made it to a plastic chair against the wall and sat. I called Albury. She answered on the first ring. "He's in," I said. "No handcuffs on the street. We walked him to the desk, the lawyer with him." "When do you go to court?" she asked. "Soon. They're pushing for a hearing this afternoon." "I'll be waiting," she said, "and praying the judge has more brains than Hargrove." I almost said I didn't believe in prayers anymore, then thought about how much had somehow not gone catastrophically wrong in the last 48 hours and bit my tongue. "I'll call," I promised and hung up. Noah came back 20 minutes later. "The DA agreed to a quick hearing," he said, shrugging on his jacket. "Judge doesn't like high-profile messes hanging around. We go to the courthouse now." "Now," I repeated, standing. "Now," he said. "Don't panic, that's my job. Yours is to tell the truth." The courthouse smelled like old paper and floor polish. We passed through metal detectors, my belt setting off a soft beep I'd forgotten about. Noah talked to someone at a small window, then led me up a flight of stairs to a hallway lined with benches and buzzing fluorescents. "Sit," he said, and I did, hands folded tight in my lap. He went over my likely questions again, relationship to the defendant, timeline, what I'd seen, why I'd done what I'd done. "Don't speculate about motive," he reminded me. "You stick to what you saw, what you did, what you believed at the time." "What if the prosecutor tries to twist my words?" I asked. "Then I object," he said. "Or I fix it on redirect. That's my job. Your job is to tell your story and remember that they're just people in suits. No one in that room grows fangs when you're not looking." I thought of Hargrove's easy smile. "You'd be surprised." Footsteps echoed down the hall. I looked up. Jerry was coming toward us. He wasn't in handcuffs, no uniform, just a button-down shirt and tie, his hair too neat, his expression too pale. There was a woman from the DA's office walking beside him, carrying a file. For a second our eyes met. Guilt flared in his gaze, hot and messy. Then something harder slid over it like frost over glass. He looked away first. "That him?" Noah asked under his breath. "That's him," I said. "He called the police before the factory. He was in the lab. He told me he was doing it to protect me." "He'll get his turn," Noah said. "Let's worry about yours." A door opened. Two officers escorted Wethart in from another hallway, his wrists cuffed in front of him. He scanned the corridor, found me, and the tiny nod he gave me did more to steady my heart rate than any breathing exercise. "Showtime," Noah murmured. Inside the courtroom, everything felt too big. High ceiling, heavy wooden benches. Judge's bench elevated above us, the state seal glaring down. Prosecution table on the left, defense on the right. There were maybe a dozen people in the gallery already, some in suits, some in street clothes. I sat in the row directly behind the defense table, close enough to see the tension in Wethart's shoulders as the bailiff instructed everyone to rise. "All rise." The judge came in, a woman in her 50s with tired eyes and a no-nonsense expression. We sat when she gestured. The prosecutor stood first, smoothing her jacket. "Your Honor, the state brings charges against the defendant, Wethart Cannelwood," she began. "We allege that on multiple occasions, he has displayed violent behavior endangering both civilians and a respected medical professional, Dr. Miles Hargrove." Her voice was calm, controlled. My hands curled into fists in my lap. She laid it out, the warehouse confrontation, framed as an unprovoked attack on a doctor who'd only ever been trying to help. The factory meeting, where the defendant lunged at Dr. Hargrove in anger. The escape from custody during a hospital transfer. The so-called destruction of a private research facility outside the city. She made it sound neat, clean, like we were all pieces on a board Hargrove had drawn. At the defense table, Noah took notes without looking particularly impressed. When the prosecutor finished, the judge turned her gaze to him. "Mr. Graves." Noah rose, buttoning his jacket. "Your Honor," he said, "the state has told you a story about a dangerous man who shows up when things go wrong. I'd like to show you why he was really there." He gestured toward the clerk's desk. "With the court's permission, I'd like to enter into evidence several exhibits. Photographic and video documentation of an unlicensed medical facility operated under Dr. Hargrove's authority, preliminary investigation reports from that facility, and phone records tying one of the state's witnesses to the anonymous call that led to my client's arrest at the Miller Street factory." The judge leaned forward slightly. "You may proceed," she said, "but I will expect relevance to the charges at hand." "Oh, I think you'll find it very relevant, Your Honor," Noah said. He spent the next 10 minutes dismantling the clean story the prosecutor had tried to tell. First came the photos and videos. They appeared on a monitor near the judge, on a screen angled toward the courtroom. Even though I'd seen them twice already, my stomach lurched as the images blew up larger than life. Restraints, tubing, monitors, bodies. There was a ripple in the courtroom, a murmur the bailiff had to quiet. The judge's mouth tightened. The prosecutor's jaw clenched. "This," Noah said, "is the private research facility the state has referred to. Unregistered patients, non-consensual procedures, equipment that does not belong in any legal trial." He introduced the preliminary fire and structural reports from the lab collapse. Investigators had already confirmed the presence of illegal equipment, unlicensed drugs, and human subjects with no paperwork. "Hargrove was found dead at the scene," Noah said. "Pinned under debris in a lab the state is still trying to call private property instead of what it really is, a crime scene." Then he called the witnesses. The rescued human woman walked slowly to the stand, escorted by an officer. She held herself like every movement might hurt, but her voice, when she spoke, was clear. "They took me," she said. "I didn't sign anything. They told me I'd be helping science. They didn't tell me they'd keep me there." She talked about cold rooms, bright lights, needles. How long she thought she'd been there, days, weeks. How she'd heard others down the hall but never seen them. "When the alarms went off," she said, "I thought it was another test. Then he came." She pointed to Wethart. "He and the other man," she said. "They broke the doors, they pulled us out. If they're saying he destroyed that place, then good. It needed to be destroyed." The wolves in human cover testified next, their names withheld in the record. Their stories were rough, fragmented. But they matched: straps, machines, pain, escape. Then Noah introduced the phone records. "Here," he said, "we have the anonymous tip that led police to the Miller Street factory at the precise moment Dr. Hargrove arranged to meet my client." He tapped the top page. "And here," he went on, "we have the originating number for that call. It belongs to one Jerry Thomas, nurse at City General, currently listed as one of the state's cooperating witnesses. A man with personal entanglements with both my client and Dr. Barley." Jerry shifted visibly at the prosecution table, face flushing. Noah let that hang for a heartbeat, then turned to me. "Defense calls Dr. Megan Barley," he said. My legs felt like they belonged to someone else when I stood. I took the oath with my right hand raised, then sat in the witness chair, every creak of the wood amplified in my ears. "Noah Graves for the defense," he said. "Dr. Barley, what is your relationship to the defendant?" "He's my patient," I said. "He has been multiple times over the last few weeks." "Did you alter his hospital records?" "Yes," I forced my voice not to shake. "Specifically, his fingerprint record in the intake system." "Why?" "Because the pattern was inconsistent enough that if someone flagged it and decided to look, he would become a target before anyone asked why he healed the way he did. At that point, I knew there were people out there hunting people like him. I made a judgment call. A bad one, maybe, but I made it to protect him, not to hide a crime." "Did you help him escape from custody?" "Yes." The word tasted like swallowing a stone. "I filed a medical transfer request for scans and monitoring. When he arrived at the hospital, I created a controlled equipment alarm. I loosened his restraints during a vital check and allowed him to slip out during the confusion." "Why?" Noah asked, and there was no judgment in his tone, just the same steady focus he'd had when he'd watched the videos. "Because at that point," I said, "I had seen the warehouse. I had seen Hargrove's interest in him. I had seen my own mother kidnapped by Hargrove's people and rescued by Mr. Cannelwood. I knew the lab existed. I knew there were captives inside. And I knew that if he stayed in a holding cell for the next week while the system argued over what to charge him with, those people could be moved or killed." I took a breath. "Human systems failed my mother," I said. "They told me she probably wandered off. They told me to file a report and wait. They would have failed the people in that lab too. So yes, I broke procedure. I did it because the only person actively stopping Hargrove was sitting in handcuffs." Noah nodded once. "What did you see inside the lab, Dr. Barley?" he asked. I told the court. Not every detail, but enough. The beds, the cages, the faces, the equipment, the signatures. The way Hargrove had stood in that factory and calmly admitted to using my mother as leverage. "And the videos and photos we've just seen," Noah finished. "Are those the ones you took in that lab and sent to your mother's phone?" "Yes," I said. "I sent them to her because I knew my own phone could be lost or confiscated. I wanted the evidence somewhere I trusted." He was quiet for a moment, then nodded. "No further questions," he said. The prosecutor tried to poke at me. Why hadn't I reported earlier? Why hadn't I trusted the system? Was I too close to my patient? But she didn't land anything that mattered. I repeated the same truth. Every time I'd gone through standard channels, people had told me to wait. Every time Wethart had acted, someone had lived. When I stepped down, my legs felt like jelly. I sat behind the defense table again, and Wethart's eyes met mine. There was no accusation there, just a kind of steady, quiet pride that made my chest hurt. By the time the judge spoke, the light through the high windows had shifted from bright to the warmer tone of late afternoon. She shuffled papers, then looked over the top of her glasses at the room. "This is not a simple case," she said. "Mr. Cannelwood, you have, beyond any doubt, broken laws. You assaulted Dr. Hargrove at the factory. You escaped lawful custody. Dr. Barley, you altered official medical records and abused your position to facilitate that escape." Every muscle in my body went taut. "However," she went on, "it is equally clear that Dr. Hargrove was using his position to conceal an illegal operation that exploited human beings and others as non-consensual test subjects. It is clear that, Without the actions of Mr. Cannelwood and Dr. Barley, that operation would have continued. She listed the evidence: my videos, the survivors' testimonies, the investigators' reports, the phone records tying Jerry to the anonymous tip. Under these circumstances, she said, the court is not interested in punishing whistleblowers more harshly than the architect of the crime, particularly when that architect is no longer alive to answer for it. She turned to Wethart. On the charges of aggravated assault and destruction of property, the court acknowledges your intent was to disrupt an illegal facility, she said. Taking into account the time you have already spent in custody, your cooperation in revealing the lab, and the testimony we have heard today, I am reducing those counts and considering your time served. My breath rushed out of me like somebody had cut a cord. You will be released under supervision, she added. You will check in regularly while civil and regulatory matters are resolved, but you will not be returning to jail today. She shifted her gaze to me. Dr. Barley, your actions were reckless, but they were aimed at exposing a criminal operation the system had failed to identify, she said. I am referring your conduct to the hospital board and the medical licensing authority with the recommendation that you receive a formal reprimand and a short suspension, taking into account the days you have already been away from duty under investigation. My vision blurred for a second. You will keep your license, she said. Use it more carefully. The court is adjourned. Her gavel came down with a sharp crack that made me jump. Then it was real. The bailiff called for everyone to rise again. Officers stepped forward, keys clinking, and removed the cuffs from Wethart's wrists for the first time since the factory. He flexed his hands once, then turned, and his eyes found mine across the space between the tables. Whatever was in my face must have been obvious, because the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, just for a second. Noah leaned in over the defense table. You both just walked out of a fire, he said quietly. Try not to walk directly into another one for at least a week. He shook Wethart's hand, then mine. We're not done, he added. There'll be paperwork, interviews, civil suits probably, but the worst is behind you. Go home, or wherever you go, now that home seems to include a lot more people than it used to. Outside, the hallway was full of voices. I caught a glimpse of Jerry leaning against the wall, talking to someone from the DA's office, his shoulders hunched. He didn't look at me this time. I didn't stop. We stepped through the courthouse doors into late afternoon light. The air tasted different, cleaner, or maybe that was just the absence of recycled vent air and fear. Wethart stood beside me on the steps, looking up at the sky. You're free, I said. It came out half laugh, half joke. For now, he said, then softer, we both are. We walked down the steps together, side by side, the courthouse at our backs and the city opening in front of us. Behind us, the legal battle had ended just enough. Ahead, there was a forest clearing waiting for us, and a pack that still needed an alpha. The courthouse doors shut behind us with a heavy thud that felt louder than it should. For a second, I just stood on the stone steps, blinking into the softer afternoon light. People flowed past us, lawyers with files under their arms, a couple arguing quietly, an officer laughing at something on his phone. Normal life. The kind that had nothing to do with cages and labs and wolves. Wethart stood next to me. No cuffs, no guards at his shoulders, just him in his plain shirt and worn jacket, hands loose at his sides like he didn't quite believe they were his again. Noah shifted his briefcase from one hand to the other and looked between us. There'll be paperwork, he said. Follow-up interviews, maybe another hearing if the DA wants to argue about details. He lifted his brows. But for today, you're both walking out of here, not into a cell. Take the win. I let out a long breath I hadn't realized I was holding. It doesn't feel real. That's normal, Noah said. Adrenaline crash. It'll hit harder when you open your own front door. He held a card out to Wethart. You call me if anyone tries to re-question you without me present. No more doing things alone, agreed. Wethart looked at the card, then at him. Agreed. Noah turned to me, And you, Dr. Barley, rest. You're going to get letters about your suspension and review. Don't panic when they show up. We already know what they'll say." His mouth tugged in a quick smile. "I'll walk you through every line." "Thank you," I said, meaning all of it. The defense, the way he hadn't flinched at the word wolves, the way he'd treated Wetheart like a person, not a story. He nodded once, like that was enough, then headed down the steps and disappeared into the slow-moving crowd. For a moment, it was just us, me and Wetheart, standing there in the middle of the courthouse steps like the world had paused. "You're free," I said quietly. "Not just escaped, actually free." He watched the street for a beat, then looked down at me. "You're still a doctor," he said. "I'll call that a miracle." A laugh slipped out of me, shaky and real. "Barely, but yeah, still here." I started down the steps. He fell in beside me, like he'd always known where my stride would land. By the time we reached the car, my body felt heavier, like someone had quietly removed the piece of string that had been keeping me upright for days. I unlocked the doors and slid into the driver's seat, resting my hands on the wheel for a second before turning the key. City noise wrapped around us as I pulled away from the curb, honking, the thrum of engines, distant sirens that had nothing to do with us for once. The courthouse shrank in the mirror, just another pale building with columns and people on the steps. We drove in silence for a few blocks. It wasn't uncomfortable, just quiet, like both of us were still replaying the judge's words. Halfway through a red light wait, Wetheart shifted in his seat. "They want to meet tonight," he said. "The wolves?" I asked. He nodded. "Those we pulled out, others who were hiding, a few rogues who decided running isn't enough anymore." He hesitated, gaze on the traffic light. "They want to talk about what happens next, who leads, how we stop this from ever getting that far again." Of course they did. You don't walk out of a lab like that and just go back to your old job. "Where?" I asked. "Forest clearing," he said. "Neutral ground, Ryland's already there." He turned his head slightly, watching me. "You should be there too." I kept my eyes on the road. "I'm not a wolf." "You're the doctor who walked into their prison and carried them out on a phone screen," he said. "You're the one who just stood up in court and burned their story into the record. My story is tied to yours whether they like it or not." A small pause. "Whether you like it or not." The light turned green. I eased forward. "What time?" I asked. "After dark," he said. "Gives everyone time to move without being watched." I nodded. "Then we'll go after we check on my mom." "We," he repeated, quiet but clear. "Good." I didn't answer. I didn't have to. I turned toward my street, and for the first time in days, my hands stayed steady on the wheel all the way home. Albury was exactly where I'd left her in my head. Chair near the window, blanket over her knees, TV remote in hand, and not actually watching the screen. Her eyes jumped to the door the second it opened. "Mom," I said, already crossing the room. The remote hit the side table with a soft clack. Her hands came up, fingers trembling a little, and I bent low so she could cup my face like she used to when I was 12 and came home scraped from the playground. "Well," she asked, one word full of 100 questions. "Free," I said, voice catching with the weight of it. "He's free." Her shoulders sagged, some of the tension leaking out like air from a balloon. I tucked my hands over hers. "They dropped most of it, called what's left time served." "And me," I swallowed. "Formal warning, short suspension, I keep my license." Her lips parted and her eyes went shiny. "Good," she breathed. "Good." Behind me, the door shut quietly. Wetheart stayed just inside the entry, as if he was stepping into a church, not our living room. I glanced back. "Come in, you're not a ghost." He stepped farther into the room. Albury watched him, really watched him, and something in her gaze had shifted even from yesterday. Less wary, more measuring. "I hear," she said slowly. "This time you came home through the front door." He gave a small huff that might have been amusement. "Thought it was time," he said. "Didn't want your daughter breaking more laws just to keep me breathing." "Too late," I muttered, but my chest warmed anyway. He looked at Albury more seriously. "We're meeting tonight," he said. "Those we pulled out, Others like them. We're trying to build something that isn't just running and reacting. Albury's fingers tightened slightly on mine. I'd like you there if you feel up to it, he added. They don't need a speech from you, just to see you, to know who we did this for and who did this with us. I shot him a quick look. They didn't drag you for court metaphors either. You're getting sentimental. He just shrugged, but he didn't take the words back. Albury's gaze flicked between us. Forest, she said, at night. There'll be lights, he said. Rylan and others will be watching the edges. It's safer than most city streets right now. She studied him, then me. I could see the calculation in her eyes. Fatigue versus curiosity. Fear versus the need to see something with her own eyes after paying so much of the price for it. If this, she said slowly, is the end of one war, I want to see it. Her voice shook halfway through, but her chin stayed high. You don't have to, I started. You're exhausted. We can go and I'll tell you everything. She lifted a hand, cutting me off with that small, queenly gesture she'd had even before she got sick. I sat here, she said, while someone took me, while you ran into their world. She looked at Wetheart. If they are going to stand in front of my girl and say what comes next, I want them to know my face. The words hit harder than any courtroom speech. Yes, ma'am, Wetheart said softly. I swallowed past the lump in my throat. Okay, then we do it right. I squeezed her hands once and straightened. Warm clothes first, shoes that won't betray us on tree roots, and your evening meds go in my bag. I helped her up slowly, one arm around her waist, one hand on the back of the chair. Her legs were steady but slow. Wetheart stepped back out of the way, giving us space, but his attention never fully left us. Guard mode, even in my hallway. In her bedroom, I helped her into thicker leggings and a heavier sweater, then coaxed her into a warm coat she usually reserved for the coldest mornings. She made a small face at the fussing, but didn't complain. You're allowed to be dramatic once a week, I said, wrapping a scarf loosely around her neck. You've used up your limit on kidnapping. Now we do things my way. Bossy, she murmured, but I caught the hint of a smile. In the kitchen, I threw together a small bag. Bottled water, her evening pill organizer, a granola bar she'd probably refuse, a folded blanket. Phone, car keys, mental checklist. I moved on muscle memory. When we stepped back into the living room, Wetheart was waiting by the door, hands in his pockets, posture relaxed but alert. When he saw us, he immediately stepped forward to offer an arm for the porch steps. I've got her, I said out of habit. I know, he said. I'm still here. We did it together. One of his hands steady under her elbow, my hand on the other side, the three of us moving like we'd practiced it 100 times. I locked the door behind us, listening to the click of the deadbolt with a different kind of comfort than usual. Not a shield against everything, just one small line I could control. Ready? I asked. Albury nodded once. Drive, she said, before I change my mind. Streetlights thinned as we left the city behind. I watched them flick past in the mirrors, little halos of yellow slipping away as we traded concrete for darker stretches of road. The sky deepened to a clean navy, the first faint stars pricking through above the windshield. Albury sat in the passenger seat, wrapped in her coat and the blanket I'd brought, hands folded in her lap. Wetheart sat behind her, one arm resting lightly along the back of the seat, his gaze flicking between the windows and the road ahead. He directed me with quiet words. Next right, stay straight through the roundabout, you'll see a faded sign for the old trail, turn after that. Who picked this place again? I asked, more to keep my brain from focusing on the dark shapes of trees than because I didn't know. Old neutral ground, he said. Used to be where packs met to hash things out without dragging trouble back home, when there were more packs and less running. You know how to sell a destination, I said, very inviting. Albury's voice came soft from the passenger seat. Trees look the same, she said, watching the silhouettes glide by. Like when we used to take you camping, remember? Images flashed in my head, cheap tents, burned marshmallows, my dad pretending every crack in the twigs was a bear. Back when monsters were just stories you told around a fire. Yeah, I said quietly. I remember. We turned onto a narrower road. The asphalt gave way to packed dirt. Trees crowded closer on both sides, branches curving overhead like a tunnel. The headlights carved a pale path ahead of us. I slowed as the road dipped. Where exactly is this clearing? I asked. Just ahead, Wethart said. You'll see a break in the trees on the left. Park before you reach the logs. We don't want to block anyone in. A subtle glow appeared ahead, warmer than headlights, steadier than a street lamp. Lanterns, I realized, before the car even rolled to a stop. I parked where he told me to, engine ticking as it cooled. For a second, I just sat there with my hands on the wheel again, watching the low lights flicker between the trunks. You okay? Wethart asked. No, I said honestly, but I'm moving anyway. He nodded like that was the right answer. Getting Albury out of the car took a minute. The chill brushed my cheeks as I opened her door, cooler than in the city, scented with pine and cold earth. I helped her stand. Wethart moved in immediately to take some of her weight, his presence solid and wordless at her side. We walked toward the glow. The clearing opened up like a bowl between the trees, a wide, flat space of packed ground and low grass. Lanterns sat on short stands around the edges, throwing soft circles of light. In the center, a small fire burned in a contained ring of stones, flames low and steady. People were already gathered, most in human form, men and women in mismatched coats and sweaters, a few with blankets pulled around their shoulders. I recognized some faces from the lab, some from the safe house. Others I didn't know at all, but I could feel the same undercurrent in them, the wrong kind of stillness, the way they scanned the edges of the dark even while they talked. Ryland stepped away from one of the small groups when he saw us. About time, he said, but there was relief under the words. His arm was in a sling now, wrapped tight across his chest, but he moved with his usual cocky tilt. His eyes landed on Albury and softened. He inclined his head slightly. Glad you made it, he said to her. It's good for them to see who was on the other side of that phone. She smiled faintly. I just answered, she said. You stayed, too, he replied. Counts more than you think. We guided her to a low camping chair someone had already set near the fire, as if they'd planned for a guest who needed it. I helped her sit, tucked the blanket snugly around her legs. She caught my wrist for a second and squeezed, a quiet I'm okay. Around us, conversations died down one by one. Heads turned. People straightened, eyes lifting toward Wethart without any kind of signal. Ryland cleared his throat. All right, he said. Let's get this done before your human doctor starts checking everyone's blood pressure. A scattered ripple of low laughter went around the clearing, small but real. It eased something in my chest. Wethart stepped closer to the firelight. The glow caught the edges of his face, his jaw shadowed, eyes dark and clear. He didn't raise his hands or his voice. He just stood there and everyone saw him. I took a seat on a log near Albury, just off the main circle. Not outside it, not fully inside it either. I was exactly where I belonged. The circle tightened slowly, like a lens focusing. Ryland moved to one side of the fire, his good hand resting on the back of an overturned log. We're here because most of us walked out of places we weren't supposed to leave, he said, because someone finally put a match to the right walls. A few people nodded. One woman wrapped her arms tighter around herself, jaw clenched. We've all got stories, he went on, but tonight we need one to connect them, his. He tilted his chin at Wethart. Before Wethart could speak, an older man stepped forward, graying hair, lined face, the kind of tired that went deeper than bone. I recognized him from the safe house. He'd helped lift another man into a car even with his own shoulder bandaged. When they started taking us, the older man said, our alphas said they were handling it. He made a small, bitter sound. Handling it by going quiet, by pulling their packs back, by pretending if they stayed small and hidden, the hunters would look somewhere else. He looked around the circle. They left, or they died, or they locked their doors and told us not to open ours. Murmurs, agreement. A few faces closed off, like those words landed too close to home. The man's gaze shifted to Wethart. "You didn't," he said. "Every time we heard a rumor about a lab going dark, the same name came with it." Another voice, female this time, younger, spoke from the other side of the fire. "We heard stories," she said, "of a wolf who kept breaking cages, who showed up where the worst things were happening and made them stop. No pack behind him, no name on a border, just him." She swallowed. "I thought it was just a story. Then I woke up on the floor of a lab with my restraints broken and heard a voice telling me to run." Her eyes shone. It was him. The circle shifted again, all those gazes turning toward Wethart like they'd been orbiting a point, and finally found true center. He stood there for a heartbeat, hands loose, as if weighing something. Then he stepped closer to the fire. "My pack wasn't like yours," he said. His voice was calm, simple. "We were small, edge of another city, not important enough for anyone to care what we did." He stared into the flames for a moment, then lifted his eyes to the others. "We kept to ourselves," he went on. "Hunted quiet, stayed off human radar. When rogue trouble cropped up, I was the one they sent to knock it down. I wasn't alpha. I didn't want it. I just did the work." He rubbed his thumb along a rough spot on his palm. Then wolves started disappearing. No one moved. The fire crackled quietly. "Not in fights," he said. "Not on runs in the middle of the night. One here, one there. No scent trail anybody could follow, just gone." He talked about the first time he'd smelled the sharp, wrong chemical tang near their land. About finding a dart in the dirt. About scents that went to the road and stopped, because rubber and asphalt erased everything else. "By the time we understood it wasn't rogues," he said, "they came." He didn't raise his voice, but the words landed hard anyway. Lab lights, restraints that didn't break, the sight of his own packmates on tables with wires taped to their skin. The hiss of machines that didn't belong in any forest. "I got lucky," he said. "Power outage. Somebody hit the wrong switch. I tore loose, broke what I could reach." His jaw flexed. It wasn't enough. The guilt was right there in his voice, raw and simple. Not dressed up, not dramatized, just a fact he carried. "I left bodies behind," he said. "I hear them when it's quiet enough." A soft breeze stirred the smoke. No one spoke. "That lab wasn't the last," he continued. "You know that now. There were others, new cages, new tables." His gaze moved around the circle, meeting faces one by one. "Once I knew what they were, I stopped looking for a pack and started looking for them." He laid it out, the pattern he'd followed for years. Funding names, equipment shipments, the same companies building research centers in different cities, rumors of wolves limping home with strange marks or not making it home at all. "I burned what I could reach," he said. "Broke what they used, freed who I could. Sometimes I was too late." He shrugged one shoulder. "Sometimes it was enough to keep me moving." He glanced at Rylan. "First time I kicked in a door and saw his face, he tried to bite me." Rylan snorted. "You were standing in my light." A few people laughed softly. It helped. "He came with me anyway," Wethart said. "Didn't owe me anything, didn't ask for anything, just stayed." Then he talked about this city, how the threads had led here, how Hargrove's name kept appearing in quiet corners of medical journals and funding reports, how the same equipment had been ordered for a special research facility that never showed up on any public list. "I came here thinking I'd do the same thing," he said. "Hit the lab, break the cages, move on." His mouth quirked, not quite a smile. "Then I kept waking up on the same hospital bed with the same doctor telling me to stop getting hurt." The circle's focus shifted to me for a heartbeat. I felt my ears warm under the weight of all those looks. "I thought if I stayed away from her long enough, she'd forget," he said. "She didn't. She walked further in instead." He didn't make it sound romantic, just true. "So I kept fighting," he finished, "and here we are." Silence settled over the clearing for a moment. Not empty, full of the weight of all the things that hadn't been said out loud before tonight. Beside me, Albury's fingers found mine and squeezed once. An older man stepped forward again, the one who'd spoken first. His back was straighter now, like he'd made a decision. Our alphas left, he said, or hid, or pretended that if they closed their gates, the hunters would stop at the edge. He looked around the circle. Most of us here, we survived because one wolf refused to pretend. He took on a war that wasn't supposed to be his because nobody else would. He turned to Wetheart. You didn't ask anyone's permission, he said. You didn't have a title, you just did it. Another voice chimed in. We need more than stories now, a woman said. We need someone to answer when we call, to say no when humans start sniffing around again, to stand between us and whatever's left of them. Ryland shifted, leaning a little more on his good leg. We don't have packs the way we used to, he said. We've got scattered wolves, rogues, people who don't know who they answer to anymore. That's a good way to get picked off one by one, or to turn into exactly what they say we are. Heads nodded. A few eyes flicked toward the trees, like people were remembering how easy it was to disappear. The older man drew a breath. His voice stayed steady. We're asking, he said. Not ordering, asking. He faced Wetheart fully. Be the alpha for this city, for all of us. The one we call when things start to smell wrong. The one who keeps us from tearing each other apart because we don't know where to put the anger. It wasn't a fancy speech. It didn't need to be. Wetheart's shoulders rose and fell once. For years, he said slowly, I've walked into places and broken them, then left. Let someone else deal with what came after. His gaze slid briefly to me, then back to the circle. There hasn't been anyone else here. That's the problem. He scanned the crowd, Rylan with his sling and half-grin, the younger wolves with scars still fatting on their arms, the older ones whose eyes had seen too much. Albury in her chair, blanket around her legs, watching him like she was taking his measure for herself. If I take this, he said, it means I stay. It means when something goes wrong, you don't all run in different directions. You call me and I stand between it and you. His mouth tightened. It also means if I screw up, everyone pays for it. A low voice called from the back. We've already paid for everyone else's silence. Time we paid for someone's noise instead. That pulled a rough laugh from a few throats. Wetheart was quiet for a long second. Then he nodded once. Fine, he said. I'll be your alpha, I'll carry it here. Not as a king, he added, a faint edge in his tone, and not from some house with a fancy name on the gate, from the ground, from the places where this started. It was like the whole clearing exhaled at once. There was no ritual, no glowing light, just wolves stepping forward in ones and twos to nod, to lay a hand briefly on his shoulder to say simple things like, We'll back you, and about time. Ryland stepped up last. Told you, he muttered. You break enough cages, people start trying to put a crown on your head. Wetheart rolled his eyes. If you call me your highness, even once, I'm throwing you in the nearest creek. Tempting, Ryland said, but his hand squeezed Wetheart's arm with something like pride. I watched it all from my place at the edge of the circle, Albury's hand still in mine. It hit me fully then, what he'd just taken on. Not just a fight, a life. He wasn't leaving town after this. He was tying himself to it in a way I never had, even with a mortgage and a job and a mother in a chair. The fire burned lower. Conversations broke into smaller clusters again. Someone added another piece of wood to the ring. The night felt both bigger and smaller at once. Wetheart glanced over the heads of the others and found me. The look was a question. Go, Albury whispered, before I'm the one giving you relationship advice. I choked on a laugh. You're dangerous, I told her. Always, she murmured, squeezing my hand again before letting go. I stood, brushing off my jeans, and met Wetheart halfway between the fire and the darker edge of the trees. Walk with me, he asked. Only if you promise not to drag me into another illegal operation tonight, I said. No more labs today, he said. Just trees. Then okay, I said. And we stepped into the shadows together. We didn't go far. Just enough that the firelight behind us blurred into softer gold between the trunks, voices fatting into a low murmur. The forest ahead was a wall of dark shapes and faint star-pricked sky. We walked along a narrow path, our footsteps muffled by leaves and old needles. For once, I wasn't worried about something stepping out from behind a tree. I knew he'd smell anything long before I heard it. After a few minutes, he stopped. We were still close enough to see the glow of the clearing if we looked back, but out here the night pressed closer, calmer. He turned to face me. For a moment, he didn't say anything. He just looked, like he was memorizing my face for some reason I didn't understand yet. "You know," he said slowly, "when I first saw you, I told myself not to learn your name." "Rude," I said softly. "It was safer," he said. "Names are hooks. Easier not to have somewhere to hang the guilt when someone gets pulled into your mess." I huffed a breath. "That worked out great." "Terribly," he agreed. "You kept saying it anyway. Every time someone brought me in, there you were with that look that said you were going to fix me whether I liked it or not." "That's my job," I said, "fixing people who make terrible life choices." He smiled a little, then it faded. "I care about you," he said. No build-up, no detour, just the words dropped between us like a weight. My breath caught. "I tried not to," he went on, voice low but steady. "Every time you bent a rule, I told myself I'd stay away longer. Every time you checked on me off shift, I told myself I'd leave the city after the next lab. Then you walked into that warehouse, into that factory, into that courtroom." He shook his head once. "You didn't stay on the edge, Megan. You walked into the fire with me. And somewhere in the middle of that, I stopped telling myself it was temporary." The trees around us were very quiet. My heart was not. He took a small step closer, not crowding me, just enough that I could see the lines at the corners of his eyes in the dim light. "The thought of you getting hurt because of me," he said, "is the only thing that ever made me think about stopping. Not because the labs scared me, because losing you would make the rest of it pointless." Heat rushed up behind my eyes. I bit my lip hard enough to taste copper. He drew a breath. "The wolves need a healer," he said. "Someone who understands human medicine. Someone who won't treat them like animals or experiments. Someone they already trust." He looked at me in that steady way he had. "Come live with us," he said. "In the forest, be our pack healer, our doctor." The offer hung between us. Simple words, massive shift. "You and your mother would be under our protection," he added quietly. "No more facing this alone in a house with a single lock. You'd have people at your door who answer when you call. And you'd have me, not in stolen hours between emergencies, actually there." I closed my eyes for a second, because looking at him while he said that made it impossible to breathe properly. My brain did what it always does in a crisis, ran lists. Wolves treated under lanterns, lungs listened to with a stethoscope while stars burned overhead. My mom in a cabin with a pack watching her window instead of Rylan alone on a sidewalk. My white coat replaced with jackets that smelled like pine and wood smoke. No more night shifts. No more hospital board meetings. No more being Dr. Barley to strangers who had no idea what lived under their city or what we just stopped. And also, no more Rissues bays. No more patching up car crash victims. No more being the one person someone saw in their worst minutes and trusted with their life. I opened my eyes. He was watching my face like he already knew the answer, and it was still going to hurt. "I do care about you," I said. My voice came out rough. "More than is professional, more than is normal, whatever that means anymore." He swallowed, throat working. "But if I move out here," I said, "if I become just your pack healer, I'm not sure I'll recognize myself in a year." He frowned slightly. "You wouldn't be just anything." "I know," I said. "I'd be important, needed, I'd be with you. And part of me wants that so badly it hurts to stand here and say this." The truth stung on the way out. I let it. "But I also have a mother who still needs me to help her to the bathroom at night," I went on. "I've got patients who come into that hospital and don't have anyone else who cares if they walk back out. I can't throw all of that away and pretend I won't resent it, at least some days." He opened his mouth. I held up a hand. "If I say yes right now," I said, "with everything still raw and loud, I'm saying yes from the part of me that wants to run away with you and never look back. And that part is strong. but so is the part that wants to stay grounded. If I move into your world completely and start to hate it, I'll start to hate you for dragging me there. And I never want that. His jaw tightened. I wouldn't drag you. I know, I said quickly. You're asking. I hear that. And I'm saying no, not because I don't feel anything, but because I'm trying very hard not to become someone I won't like later. Tears blurred the edges of the trees. I blinked them back, because I wanted to see him clearly for this. I want to stay a city doctor, I said. I want to keep walking into that hospital and fighting with paperwork and yelling about missing lab results. I want to keep tucking my mom into her own bed at night. I want to be the person I've spent years building, not just the woman who follows the alpha into the woods. Silence. I stepped closer, so close I could feel the heat of his body even in the cool air. I'm not walking away from you, I said. Not really. If you need a doctor in the city, I'll be there. If someone gets hurt and you bring them to my ER, I'll fight for them like I fought for you. I just can't give up everything else and live only in your world. Not yet. His eyes searched my face. Whatever he saw there made his shoulders drop a fraction, tension shifting into something else. Acceptance, maybe, or just tired understanding. Okay, he said quietly. Then I won't ask again, not like this. Before the ache in my chest could explode, I moved. I rose onto my toes, one hand sliding up to the back of his neck, and pressed my lips to his cheek. It wasn't a quick peck. It was slow, steady, filled with all the words I couldn't say without making everything harder. Thank you, I'm sorry. I wish the world were different. He went completely still for a second. I felt his breath catch against my skin. When I pulled back, my hand stayed on his shoulder, fingers curling in the fabric of his jacket. I stepped into him and wrapped my arms around him, hugging him as tightly as I dared. He hesitated, just for a heartbeat. Then his arms came around me too, one sliding around my back, the other resting between my shoulder blades. He held me like something breakable that he trusted to hold itself together. My cheek pressed against his chest. His heartbeat thudded under my ear, solid and real. I let myself memorize it. We stood like that longer than was reasonable, long enough for my legs to start to ache from standing still, long enough for the fire's crackle in the clearing to become background instead of focus. Finally, I forced myself to ease my grip. I let my hands slide down his arms and step back, wiping at my eyes with the heel of my hand. I'm not going to call you Alpha, I said, because if I didn't joke, I'd break. Just so we're clear. His mouth twitched. Good, I'd worry if you did. I will call you if I have a patient with suspiciously fast healing and terrible bedside manners, I added. I'll send Rylan to annoy them, he said. Punishment fits the crime. That pulled out a real laugh. It hurt less than I expected. I'm staying who I am, I said softly, just to make sure the words were clear. But I'm not disappearing, not from you. He nodded. Same, he said. I'll be in the trees, but not out of reach. We turned back toward the clearing together, walking side by side. The circle of light grew larger again, the shapes of people coming into view. The moment folded itself away inside my chest, a sharp, bright thing I knew would stay there for a long time. By the time we stepped back into the clearing, the gathering had thinned a little. A few wolves had already slipped into the trees in 2s and 3s, heading back to whatever homes they still had. Others were still talking in low groups. Albury sat where I'd left her, blanket higher around her shoulders now. Rylan stood near her, saying something that made the corner of her mouth lift. When he saw us, he straightened. Everything good? He asked, eyes flicking between my face and Wet-Heart. Good enough, I said. He didn't push, smart man. Wolves came to say their goodbyes in a quiet ripple. A young woman with bandages peeking from under her sleeves squeezed my hand and whispered, Thank you, doctor. A man with a shaved head nodded at Albury and said, We owe you both, in a rough voice. Another just touched his fingers to his forehead and dipped his head in a gesture that felt older than whatever city lay beyond the trees. Wet-Heart stood with them, answering small questions, giving simple instructions. Rylan hovered at his side now, not as a rogue sideline, but as someone clearly slotted into place next to a leader. It was strange, seeing that shift happen in real time. Not a coronation, just people deciding together that this was the person they'd lean on. Albury squeezed my wrist. "He fits," she murmured. "What?" "Where he is," she said. "He fits." I looked at him, at the way he stood, completely at ease in the center of that clearing, firelight on his face, the forest at his back. A man built for the edge between worlds. "Yeah," I said quietly, "he does." When the goodbyes thinned out and the fire burned low, I helped Albury to her feet. Her body was tired, but her eyes were bright. Wetheart crossed the distance between us one last time. "This is your ride?" he asked, nodding toward my car down the path. "For tonight," I said. "Tomorrow I'll go back to arguing with hospital admin about budget cuts. Very glamorous life." He huffed a small laugh. We didn't do a big speech. There were no promises, no oaths, just a final look that held more than words could, and a simple exchange. "Take care of them," I said, tilting my head toward the wolves still scattered around the clearing. "Take care of her," he replied, nodding at Albury. "I plan to," I said. He stepped back then, giving us room to move. Rylan joined him, and the two of them stood side by side as we walked toward the car, their figures outlined against the dark. I helped Albury into the passenger seat, buckled her in, and took one last look at the clearing before I slid behind the wheel. Wetheart stood at the edge of the trees now, Rylan slightly behind him. Lantern light painted them in soft gold, the forest rising dark behind. He lifted a hand once in a small, casual wave. I raised my fingers off the wheel in return, then started the engine. As we pulled away, the clearing vanished behind us, swallowed by trees and darkness. In the rearview mirror, the last blur of light flickered, then disappeared. The city felt louder when we drove back in. Streetlights replaced stars. Neon replaced lanterns. The forest's quiet traded itself for honking horns and people crossing streets with their heads bent over their phones. Albury was half asleep by the time we reached our block. Her head tipped against the headrest, mouth relaxed, but her hand still clutched the edge of the blanket. I parked in our usual spot, turned off the engine, and just sat there for a second, letting the silence settle. "You alive?" I asked softly. "Barely," she murmured without opening her eyes. "Help me inside before I become lawn art." "High standards as always," I said. Getting her into the house was slower this time. Her body had used up the day's energy, and the forest chill had drained a little more. Wetheart wasn't here to take the other side. Rylan wasn't a shadow on the sidewalk anymore. It was just me and my mom and the familiar creak of our front steps. Inside, I settled her into her bed, made sure her evening meds were out of my bag and into her hand, set a glass of water within easy reach. She swallowed the pills with a small grimace. "Get some sleep," I said, smoothing the blanket. "Tomorrow we deal with boring things like suspension letters and grocery lists." "Normal," she said. "Yeah," I said. "Normal sounds good." Her fingers caught mine before I could step back. "He's not gone," she said, eyes half closed. "Just in the trees." I swallowed. "I know." She let my hand go. Her eyes drifted shut. I turned on the soft nightlight, watched her breathing even out, then eased the door almost closed. In the hallway, the house felt both exactly the same and completely different. Same pictures on the walls, same faint smell of coffee and laundry soap, different silence. In my room, I changed into soft clothes and sat on the edge of the bed with my phone in my hand. The screen glowed up at me, too bright in the dim. I scrolled through contacts without really seeing them until I reached his name. Wetheart. Just that, no last name, no address, no label like patient or alpha or don't call after midnight. My thumb hovered over it. I could picture him out there, somewhere between those trees, maybe walking the perimeter, maybe sitting on a rock with Rylan making bad jokes, maybe just breathing easier than he ever had in a lab cell. Every part of me wanted to hit call and say something stupid like, "Did you get home okay?" As if his home wasn't now an entire forest and a ring of wolves who trusted him with their lives. Instead, I just stared at the screen until my eyes stung. After a long minute, I set the phone down on the pillow beside me, screen still lit for a second before it went dark. I lay back, staring at the ceiling. The room hummed with the usual night sounds, the fridge cycling, a car somewhere in the distance, the soft tick of the clock on my dresser. Out there, he was walking deeper into the trees as their new alpha. In here, I was a suspended ER doctor with a fragile mother, and a head full of wolves and fluorescent lights and courtroom echoes. 2 paths, 2 lives. The line between them wasn't cut, just stretched, thin and bright and very, very real. Somewhere between awake and asleep, I reached over and rested my fingers on the cool curve of my phone, just touching the place where his name waited on the other side of the screen. I didn't call, but I didn't put it away, either. By the time my alarm went off, it felt like I'd only blinked. The gray light leaking in around the curtain said morning, but my body still hummed with yesterday, courtroom wood and fluorescent lights, the judge's voice, the sound of the gavel. And beyond that, a darker memory, the forest clearing, lantern light on faces, Wet-Heart walking away between trees with wolves at his back. I stared at the ceiling until the alarm dragged itself through its second cycle. Then I rolled over, smacked it off, and forced myself upright. Shower, toothbrush, hair tied back, fresh scrubs, badge clipped to my collar, stethoscope looped around my neck. My hands did it all with the smooth, precise rhythm of routine, like my body remembered how to be a doctor even if my brain was somewhere else. When I was finished, I looked at myself in the bathroom mirror. Same brown eyes, same tired circles under them. Nothing on the outside said, help take down a secret lab, or walked away from an alpha in the woods. I looked like a woman who should be worrying about boring things, lab results, stubborn patients, parking tickets. Perfect, I muttered at my reflection. You can fake it. I left the bathroom and crossed the little hallway to Mom's room. Hey, I said quietly, nudging the door open with my shoulder. Morning, Mom. Albury was already awake, propped against her pillows. Her hair was a little wild from sleep, her blanket half kicked off. She turned her head slowly and gave me that small smile that always made something in my chest loosen. Morning, she breathed. I helped her swing her legs over the side of the bed, supporting her weight as we did our slow shuffle to the bathroom. The familiar steps grounded me, my arm around her waist, the careful pivot to avoid bumping her weaker side, the way she still muttered tiny jokes about growing old without a manual. Once she finished, and we made it back to her bed, I brought her to the living room instead, easing her into her chair by the window. Here, I handed her the pill organizer, then a glass of water. Meds first, then I'll get you something to eat. She swallowed the pills one by one, watching me over the rim of the glass. I went to the kitchen, put bread in the toaster, started a small pot of oatmeal. My movements were clean and efficient, the way they got when I was counting seconds in an ER. I knew she was studying me. I felt it like a light on the back of my neck. I brought her a plate with toast and sliced banana, plus a mug of tea. You need anything else? This is good. She took the mug from me with both hands, her fingers brushing mine. You're working today. Yeah, I rubbed my thumb against the stethoscope tubing. Suspension, over. I'm back on full shifts. She nodded, her eyes lingering on my face more than my clothes. Then go be a doctor. It was such a simple sentence. No speech about being careful, no guilt about leaving her, just that. Go be what you are. My throat tightened. I leaned down, kissed the top of her head gently. I'll call if I get a break. Doctor, she murmured as I straightened, the corner of her mouth twitching. Don't forget you have a home to come back to. I won't, I lied, because part of me wasn't sure where home even was anymore. Keys, phone, wallet. I took one last look at her in the chair, blanket over her legs, tea steaming between her hands, and left. The hospital smelled the same. Disinfectant, coffee, too many people in too small a space. I swiped my ID at the staff entrance. The little beep sounded normal, absurdly normal, like the last few weeks had been a weird fever dream, and I was about to wake up into paperwork. "Hey, look who the storm blew back in," Carla called as I stepped into the hallway. She sat at the nurse's station, hair up in a messy bun, pen tapping against a clipboard. "You done saving the world yet, Barley, or are we still just doing vitals and forms today?" I managed a smile. "Depends, any world saving on the schedule." "Just Mr. Decker refusing to put on his oxygen again." She rolled her eyes. "Oh, and radiology already hates you, so you're back to normal." "Good to know some things are stable," I said. Another nurse leaned over. "We heard about court. You okay?" "Yeah." I adjusted my badge because it gave my hands something to do. "Judge yelled at me, didn't take my license, so we're calling it a good day." They laughed. The sound washed over me like background noise. I accepted the morning handover. Chest pain in room 4, a dehydrated college kid in 6, a possible fracture in 9. I read vitals, reviewed labs, walked from room to room. "Any shortness of breath?" I asked the chest pain patient, listening to his lungs. "Not really, doc, just tight." His hand hovered over his sternum. We talked about his symptoms, his history, his diet. I ordered tests, adjusted medications, reassured him. My mouth knew what to say, what rhythm to use to keep him calm. My brain, though, kept flickering sideways, to other beds in other rooms where wolves had been strapped down with lines coming out of them and the beeping had meant something uglier. I shook it off and moved to the next patient. A girl in a sweatshirt with her university logo clung to a vomit bag. "I swear I only had 3 shots, she groaned. "3 shots of what?" I asked. She made a face. "Everything." I smiled, got fluids started, made a note about alcohol intake and diet, told her she'd probably live long enough to regret last night's choices. On the surface, it was all so normal, so ordinary. Chart, order, examine, reassure. But my mind kept splitting in two. One half was here, in this fluorescent, predictable world. The other half was still out there, in a safe house with rescued strangers, in a forest clearing under starlight, watching a man with wolf eyes accept a life-sized burden on his shoulders. By midday, the ache behind my eyes had settled into something dull and constant. After a few hours, Carla cornered me at the station. "You've got a small window," she said. "We're weirdly quiet for once. Take a break before it explodes again." 30 minutes, I said automatically. "Take an hour," she told me. "Doctor's orders." I snorted and grabbed my bag. The apartment felt too quiet when I opened the door. "Mom, it's me." I kicked off my shoes and headed straight to the living room. Albury sat in her chair, remote in one hand, a half-finished cup of tea on the side table. The TV was on some daytime show, volume low. She muted it as soon as she saw my face. "You're back early," she said. "Temporary ceasefire at work," I said lightly, dropping my bag on the couch. "Thought I'd use it to check on my favorite patient." I went through the motions, checked her pulse, asked about dizziness, made sure she'd eaten. Then I went to the kitchen and made myself a mug of coffee, leaning one hip against the counter as the machine hummed. My muscles moved like they'd done it 1,000 times, but my chest felt hollow, like someone had scooped out the middle and left a shell. When I walked back in, Albury's eyes tracked me closely. I handed her a fresh cup of tea and sat on the coffee table in front of her, my mug between my palms. "Everything okay? Any pain?" She shook her head. "Pain is the same old song." She studied me for a long, quiet moment. "You're the part that's different." I tried to smile. "That's vague. You'll have to be more specific, Mom." Her gaze was sharp, in a way that always reminded me she'd been her own kind of fighter once. "Your body is here," she said softly, "but your heart is not." The words landed like a physical thing. I felt my grip tighten on the mug. I started, then stopped. What was I supposed to say? My heart is in the woods with the man I didn't follow. My heart is in a courtroom where we got a win that doesn't feel like victory. I took a breath. "I'm trying," I said, "to be here, to be normal again." "Normal," she echoed, like she was testing the word on her tongue. Sometimes normal is just what's left when the fight pauses. I blinked hard. There was a sting at the back of my eyes I refused to let turn into tears. I have to go back, I said instead, glancing at the clock. Evening cases, they'll page me if I'm late. She nodded, the tiniest sigh leaving her chest. Then go be a doctor, she repeated. Just remember where you come back to. I will, I whispered. I kissed her cheek, grabbed my bag, and left again. This time, the distance between my front door and the hospital felt like a line drawn between two lives I wasn't sure how to hold together. I was halfway through updating a chart at the nurse's station when it happened. Dr. Barley. I looked up. The triage nurse, Mara, stood there, slightly out of breath. There's a patient in intake asking for you specifically, she said, like by name. A little pulse of adrenaline hit my stomach. By name. Yeah, she nodded toward the bays. He refused to give more history until he saw Dr. Megan Barley. His words. Cold slid down my spine. Most patients didn't remember last names. I set the chart down. Where? Bay 3. I grabbed gloves, checked that my stethoscope was still looped around my neck, and walked fast down the corridor. The overhead lights felt too bright. Every small sound seemed amplified. My brain ran through names in an instant. Mr. Decker, the girl from earlier old cases, rare regulars, but a different name sat heavy in my chest. Please don't be. I pulled the curtain aside. It was. Wethart lay on the bed, half sitting, one arm braced awkwardly against the rail. His t-shirt was torn along one shoulder, the skin underneath dark with deep bruising. There were fresh marks on his ribs, like he'd been slammed against something hard. His breathing was steady but tight, jaw clenched against some pain he wasn't showing on his face. He looked up as soon as the curtain moved. Something in his shoulders eased when he saw me. Hi, he said, voice rough. I asked for a doctor, they sent you. I guess the system works sometimes. My heart climbed into my throat, then forced itself back down. What happened? I stepped in, letting the curtain fall back behind me. My hands switched into practiced mode. Blood pressure cuff, fingers on his wrist, eyes on the monitor hooked to his finger. Someone with terrible manners, he said, and a worse attitude. Cute, I said tightly. Try again. Later, his eyes flicked to the edge of the curtain. You're on duty. You should pretend I'm just a guy who lost a fight with a fence. Right now you're a guy who lost a fight with something, I muttered. Let me make sure it didn't win more than it had to. His vitals, predictably, were better than they should have been for his visible injuries. Heart strong, oxygen steady. Still, his shoulder was swollen, his ribs tender under my fingers, and there was a small cut along his jaw that had bled enough to stain the collar of his shirt. Any dizziness, trouble breathing? I asked. Breathing's fine, he said. Ribs are just complaining. I ordered an X-ray to be safe, noted his injuries in the chart with the bland language we used for any assault. Blunt trauma, contusions, possible fracture. No mention of claws, no mention of fur, just unknown assailant. While we waited for imaging, I cleaned the cut on his jaw with saline, dabbing away dried blood. He watched my face instead of the gauze. You look tired, he said quietly. You look like you got hit by a truck, I shot back. I'm winning this round. His mouth quirked. For a second, it almost felt like the old pattern, him bleeding on my bed, me making jokes to hide how scared I was. Then I remembered the last time I'd seen him, standing in front of a circle of wolves accepting a role he hadn't wanted, and the old pattern shattered. When the orderly came to roll him to imaging, I stepped back, letting them do their job. I told myself I was just following protocol. I told myself the tightness in my chest was just professional concern. By the time they brought him back and I'd checked his updated scans, nothing broken, just bad bruises and soft tissue damage. I'd run out of excuses. As soon as the nurse left and we were alone again, I folded my arms. Okay, I said. You're stable. You're not about to collapse on my floor. Tell me everything. No more pieces. He studied me for a second, like he was measuring how much I could take. Then he let out a slow breath. Jerry didn't die in that lab, he said. The room suddenly felt very small. He started with the collapse. Emergency teams pulled people out after we left, Wethart said. Humans first, that's how it always goes. One of them was Jerry. I gripped the rail at the foot of the bed, knuckles whitening. You're sure? I went back, he said simply. Not inside. I watched from the tree line. I saw them pull him out. He was conscious by the time they loaded him into the ambulance. Guilt flickered through me, even though I knew, rationally, that we'd gotten out as many as we could, that there hadn't been time to search for every single body. I bit him, Wethart went on, eyes steady on mine. More than once, you know that part. I remembered the lab room in sharp flashes. Jerry's hand on my arm, his voice hissing in my ear, Wethart slamming into him, the snap and blur of movement, the way Jerry had shouted. I remembered blood, but I'd pushed the details away. I swallowed. I thought you just wanted him stopped. I didn't think about what multiple bites would do. Most of the time, he said, it doesn't do anything but hurt. But sometimes, if the body takes it the right way, it changes things. Changes, I repeated. As in? As in he started turning, Wethart said. Slow at first, stronger, faster, hearing more, smelling more. Temper he couldn't control. I closed my eyes for a second. Jerry, who'd stood in hallways and called the police on Wethart. Jerry, who'd stood in a lab coat and justified torture as safety. He woke up angry, Wethart said quietly. Angry at me for biting him, at you for choosing me, angry at the world for not matching what he thought he deserved. Instead of talking to anyone who could have helped, he did what angry new wolves do when they don't have a pack. He ran, I said. He nodded. He walked out of the hospital the first chance he got. No official discharge, no follow-up. He went dark, started moving around the edges of the city. Forest, industrial outskirts, places that feel like no one's watching. And you just let him. The words came out sharper than I meant. You knew he was turning and you let him disappear. I was trying to stop a lab full of people who eat wolves for medicine, he said calmly. I had priorities, Megan, but I kept an eye out. Rylan, too. My chest burned. And last night, he said, he found me. He shifted on the bed, winced once before hiding it. I was on border patrol, making sure no new vans were trying to drag anyone off now that Hargrove's gone. Jerry came at me from the trees. In full, I trailed off, searching for a word that didn't involve teeth and fur. Half, Wethart said. He's not stable enough yet to hold the full shape, but strong enough to do damage, strong enough to blame me for every breath he takes. He looked away for a moment, jaw tight. He told me I ruined his life, that I stole you, that if I just died in that factory like a good monster, he'd still have his job and his place and his reputation. He kept saying you were supposed to be his. I felt cold all over. His. He was always jealous, Wethart said. The change just scraped off whatever filters he had left. I thought of Jerry standing in hallways, eyes dark with something he'd called concern when he talked about Wethart. How many times had I brushed him off as just overprotective? You fought, I said. Of course I fought. His mouth twisted. I wasn't going to let him walk through the forest with that kind of rage and my bite in his veins. I tried to pin him down, knock some sense into him. He's new, though. New wolves are fast, unpredictable. He got a few good hits in. He nodded at his shoulder. Then he bolted, ran toward the industrial edge. I could have chased him, or I could have kept the borders covered so no one else got taken in the confusion. You chose the borders, I said quietly. I chose the people who didn't sign up for this, he said. Jerry chose himself a long time ago. The room was silent except for the soft beep of the monitor and the distant chatter from other bays. My head felt like it was full of static. Jerry had always been a problem. Now he was a problem with claws. And now, I whispered. Now he's out there, Wethart said. New, unstable, strong enough to hurt someone and angry enough to try. Someone like my mother. Someone like me. Someone like any random person walking down a dark street who happened to get in his way. I pressed my fingers against my eyelids for a moment, forcing the rising panic back down. "Okay," I said finally. "Okay." I finished what I could as his doctor. I updated his chart with the neutral language the hospital expected. Patient reports assault by unknown assailant. Injuries consistent with blunt force trauma. No mention of fur, no mention of teeth, no mention of a former colleague turned monster. I made sure his shoulder was properly supported, his ribs compressed enough to reduce pain when he moved. I arranged for pain meds that wouldn't interfere with his healing too much, signed orders, documented everything with careful, factual sentences. Then I pulled the curtain halfway open, just enough to let the light in, and stopped with my hand on the fabric. "So," I said, not turning around yet, "Jerry is out there. He knows who you are. He knows who I am. He knows where we work." "And where you live," Wethart said quietly. "He spent a lot of time at that house, Megan. Don't forget that part." "I try not to think about it," I said. I turned then, leaning one shoulder against the wall, arms folded. He's not a patient anymore. He's not a coworker. He's not even just a jealous idiot. He's a new wolf with no pack and a head full of bad ideas. "Yeah," Wethart said. "How long until he hurts someone?" I asked. "Until he shows up on our doorstep, on the news." His eyes met mine. "Not long." A breath left me that felt like surrender. "Then we can't just wait and hope. We can't hope he figures himself out." "No," he shook his head once. "We can't." Silence stretched between us for a moment. I watched the way his chest rose and fell, slower now that the worst of the immediate pain was dulled. The monitor clicked another number upward. "We can't let him keep wandering out there, angry and turned with my name in his head," I said finally. "Or yours, or my mother." "Agreed," he said. "So we stop him," I said, "before he hurts someone or blows everything open." He didn't flinch from the word. "We stop him." I let my arms fall to my sides. "I need to go home, tell Mom. She deserves to know, and you." "I'll get discharged," he said. "Walk out like any other stubborn patient. I'll come to your place later. We can move from there." I nodded. The decision settled in my bones like something heavy and right. "When you show up," I said, "don't scare the neighbors." "I'll bring flowers," he deadpanned. I couldn't help it. I snorted once, sharp and short. "Right, you, flowers." He gave me a look that said he'd do it out of spite if I made fun of him too much. It made my chest ache in a different way. "Rest," I told him. "Let the nurses baby you a little before you vanish." "Yes, doctor," he said. I left the bay, pulling the curtain fully open behind me. The sounds of the ER swallowed me up again. Monitors beeping, phones ringing, someone laughing down the hall. I walked to the desk, signed off on his orders, passed the chart to Carla with a quick, "He's stable. Keep an eye, but he'll probably be gone as soon as we turn around." "Like always," she muttered. "Like always," I echoed and grabbed my bag. The sky was starting to tip toward evening when I got home again. I unlocked the door, stepped in and called, "Mom." "In here," she answered. She sat in her chair by the window, the TV on mute. The shadows outside had stretched longer. The room was full of that in-between light that made everything look softer and slightly unreal. I dropped my bag on the couch and went straight to her. "You look like someone stole your lunch," she said, trying to make it light. "Worse," I said. "They stole my patient." She raised her eyebrows. "Wethart." "He came into the ER," I said, dragging the little ottoman closer so I could sit facing her. "Again, hurt again." Her fingers tightened around the blanket in her lap. "What happened?" "Jerry," I said. I watched the name sink in. The boy who'd brought her coffee, who'd stood in our doorway 3 times a week and talked about her blood pressure, who'd laughed at my stupid jokes. I saw the memory of that version of him cross her face. Then I told her the rest. I told her about the lab collapse, about emergency teams pulling survivors from the rubble. I told her about the bites, about how sometimes too many could do more than scar. I told her about Jerry waking up angry and not understanding what was happening to his body, about him disappearing from his hospital bed, about Wetheart watching from a distance because he'd been busy tearing down something bigger. I told her about last night in the forest. Jerry half-shifted, unsteady but strong, attacking like an animal with a human grudge. I described his words, how he'd blamed Wetheart for turning him and blamed me for choosing someone else. I watched each piece land across her face, a slow, painful puzzle assembling. "He attacked Wetheart?" she asked quietly. "Yeah," my hands curled into fists on my knees. "And he's still out there. He ran toward the industrial edge. He's new and angry and clueless, and he knows too much about us." Albury was silent for a long moment. I heard the refrigerator hum in the kitchen, the faint rumble of a car passing outside, the distant bark of a dog. Then she said, in that calm, heavy voice she used when she meant every word, "You two started this fight. Finish it together." My throat closed up. I swallowed. "We didn't start Jerry. He made his own choices. We didn't make Hargrove either." "You tore down the walls," she said. "You pulled the cover off what they were doing. You shut down their main place. That is starting a fight, Megan, a necessary one, but fights spill." She reached for my hand. I took it, careful not to jostle her wrist. "You can't control everything," she said, "but you can choose whether you walk away from a mess you helped uncover. If Jerry is out there, twisted and angry because he stood too close to that fire, then yes, you finish it, together, not just him, you." Guilt and anger and fear twisted together inside me. I wanted to tell her it wasn't fair. I wanted to say that I was just a doctor, not an executioner. But the words stuck, because under all of it, she was right. We had pulled the world up by its rotten roots. Some of the dirt stuck. I squeezed her hand. "We'll be careful," I said. "I promise." "Don't promise me that," she said. "Promise me you'll be honest, with yourself, with him." "I'll try," I murmured. She gave me a faint smile. "I know." We sat like that for another minute, her fingers warm around mine. Then there was a soft knock at the front door. Wetheart never knocked. Not like that. He tended to appear, to slip in when the latch was loose, to materialize in the middle of a problem. But someone knocked, 2 short taps, a pause, then another. I stood, heart jumping, and went to the door. I opened it to find Rylan leaning casually against the porch railing, hands shoved into the pockets of his worn jacket. "You should really get better locks," he said by way of greeting. "Or a dog." "We have one," I said before I could stop myself. "He just thinks he's a man." Wetheart stepped up from the sidewalk a second later, rolling his shoulder experimentally. "She means me," he told Rylan. "And your door's fine, but the neighborhood gossip isn't, so I practiced knocking." "Proud of you," Rylan said dryly. I stepped aside to let them both in. "We're not staying," Wetheart said quietly, touching my elbow as he passed. "We just need a plan and a direction, and then we need to go." "Mom wants to see you," I said. He paused. "Both of us?" "Yes," I said. "You and whatever stray you dragged in again." Rylan snorted. We went back to the living room together. Albury sat a little straighter when she saw them. "Full house," she said. "I should start charging rent." Wetheart smiled faintly. "I don't think the city allows, will pay in wolf security on leases." "We'll write it in the margins," she said. Then her gaze sharpened on Rylan. "You're leaving." It wasn't a question. Rylan blinked, then huffed out a breath. "I really do like how you do that." "She does that to everyone," I said. "Don't take it personally." "She's right," he said. He looked at Albury, then at me, then finally at Wetheart. "I am, after this." He leaned against the doorway, crossing his arms as if bracing himself. "I've been tracking Jerry since last night," Rylan said. "As far as anyone can track something that pissed off and messy, he's been circling the same place." "Where?" Wetheart asked. "Out near the edge of the forest, where it meets the old industrial strip," Rylan said. "You know the one. Abandoned warehouses, rusting fences, no good lighting, a couple of broken cameras pretending to do their job." I nodded. I'd driven past that area before. Dropping off supplies for a clinic outreach. It always looked like it was waiting for bad decisions. He's been scratching at walls, knocking over trash cans, breaking into empty buildings, Rylan went on, marking territory, or trying to convince himself he has some. Any sign he's gone near houses? I asked quickly. People? Not yet, Rylan said. He's staying where everything's dead and quiet, but that won't last. Eventually he'll wander farther, or someone will wander in. And you're sure it's him? Wethart asked. Rylan nodded. His scent is all over the place, mixed with concrete dust and old oil, hard to miss once you know it. My stomach flipped at the idea of Jerry's scent being a noble thing. How long until he moves? I asked. Could be tonight, could be next week. Rylan shrugged one shoulder. But I'm guessing sooner. New wolves don't handle unsettled very well. They explode or they cling. He doesn't have anyone to cling to. Except the idea of Megan, Wethart said quietly. Yeah, Rylan said. There's that. I swallowed, then looked at him. And after you tell us this, you're gone. He gave me a lopsided, almost apologetic smile. I've had my share of cages and raids, he said. And forest drama. You and him. He nodded at Wethart. You're built for it, I'm not. I just want to go somewhere nobody knows my name. Get a crappy apartment. Argue with a landlord about plumbing instead of illegal experiments. You could stay, I said before I could stop myself. We could. He shook his head. I'm grateful, he said plainly. You saved me, both of you. You gave me something to do besides rot in a cell. But if I stay, I'll be back on watch duty every night until I die. And I don't want my story to end on a sidewalk with a clipboard. I want it to end with boredom. Wethart stepped closer to him. You sure? Yeah, Rylan looked him in the eyes. You've got wolves now, real ones, a pack, a city. You don't need a half-broken rogue watching the same loading docks anymore. We always need you, Wethart said, and there was something rough in his voice. Rylan's mouth twisted. You'll live without me, he said. That's kind of the point. He straightened off the doorframe, then turned to Albury. Thank you, he said. For what? She asked. For the tea, he said. For letting your daughter run into fires and still letting us in the door afterward. She huffed a tiny laugh. Someone has to make sure you don't burn the whole city. He nodded once, then he looked at me. Be careful, he said. You're good at patching holes, but I don't want to hear you're the one in a bed because you tried to fix everything at once. I'll try to disappoint you, I said. He smiled, then stepped past us toward the hallway. Rylan, Wethart called. Rylan half turned. If you ever need a place, Wethart said, you know how to find me. I'll pretend I forgot, Rylan said, so you don't worry. Then he opened the door and stepped out into the dim light. For once, he did hug the edges or look back for instructions. He just walked down the sidewalk, shoulders loose, like a man finally walking away from a job he'd never wanted. I watched him go until he turned the corner and disappeared. When I closed the door, the house felt different, quieter, like a chapter had closed without any fanfare. What now? Albury asked. Now, I said, we drive. She nodded once, accepting that as if I'd said we were out of milk. Be careful, she said again. We will, I promised. Wethart stepped closer, his presence filling the small hallway. We'll bring this back in one piece, he told her. He didn't specify what this was, me, the city himself, maybe all of it. Albury looked at him steadily. Take care of my girl, she said. I'm trying, he said quietly. I grabbed my keys from the hook. My hands shook just enough that I had to clench them for a second. Let's go before I talk myself out of it, I said. The neighborhood looked ordinary as we stepped outside. Porch lights flicked on as the sun slid lower behind the buildings. Someone down the block was barbecuing. The faint smell of smoke drifted on the air. A kid rode past on a bike, laughing at something only he and his friend understood. I locked the door and checked it twice. Through the living room curtain, I could see the shape of Albury's head turned toward us. Wethart waited by the passenger side of my car, hands in his jacket pockets. He held himself a little stiffly. Those bruises reminded me with every movement, but his eyes were clear, focused. You sure about this? he asked as I approached. No, I said. Get in. He almost smiled. We climbed in, doors thudding shut in near unison. I started the engine, the dash lights blinked to life. For a second, I just sat there with my hands on the wheel, feeling my pulse in my palms. Too late to change your mind, Wetheart said softly. I already tried that, I murmured. Didn't stick. I put the car in gear and pulled away from the curb. The city unfolded around us in layers. Familiar streets, corner stores flipping their signs from open to closed, traffic thinning as people went home. Streetlights flicked on one by one, throwing cones of yellow onto sidewalks. We passed the hospital. Its bright windows glowed like a small planet, separate from everything else. Neither of us spoke for a while. I watched the road. He watched me, or the mirrors, or the way the sky darkened. His presence was a solid weight at my side, like the stethoscope around my neck or the seatbelt across my chest, something I'd gotten used to without knowing when. As we moved farther from the center, past the better-lit neighborhoods, past the last of the real shops, the scenery changed. Buildings sagged. Fewer windows were lit. The pavement turned rougher, patched and repatched in uneven squares. Ahead, the glow of the city dropped away, replaced by a colder kind of darkness. You know, Wetheart said finally, voice low, you could drop me near the edge and turn back. This doesn't have to be your drive. I tightened my grip on the wheel. You heard my mom, I said. We started this fight, we finish it together. You started it by saving me, he said. That's not something you should be punished for. I started it by changing your records and helping you break out of custody, I said dryly. We're already way past, no consequences. He smiled just barely. Fair. The road narrowed, cutting between empty lots and the first rows of squat industrial buildings. Old warehouses hunched behind chain-link fences, their signs faded and flacking. Some had boards nailed over windows, others just gaped, dark and open-mouthed. A few security lights flickered weakly, casting more shadows than they chased away. I swallowed, throat dry. You're scared, he said quietly. He didn't say it like a judgment, just an observation. Of Jerry, I asked. Or of what this does to the last pieces of my carefully scheduled, clinically documented life. Both, he said. Yeah, I blew out a breath. Both. We drove a few more seconds in silence. The car's headlights swept over a rusted gate, a broken "No Trespassing" sign hanging crookedly. I'm not leaving you alone with him, I said. Not this time, not when I know exactly what we're walking into. I know, he said. I'll stay until the end, I added, voice low. Whatever it looks like. The words hung between us, heavier than anything a judge had said. He looked at me sidelong, something dark and warm flickering in his eyes. You're very bad at half measures, Dr. Barley. Occupational hazard, I said. The headlights reached farther, washing over another row of warehouses, over fences bent out of shape, over a narrow dirt path that cut between two buildings and into a line of trees. The forest loomed beyond the industrial skeleton, a darker shadow behind the metal and concrete. I turned the wheel, guiding the car onto the cracked road that led toward the heart of the abandoned zone Rylan had described. The engine's hum sounded too loud in the sudden emptiness. No other cars, no pedestrians, just us, the dark and the thin line of road stretching ahead. I eased off the gas, heart hammering, and let the car roll forward into the waiting shadows, straight toward the new wolf we'd created, toward the man who knew my name, my face, my home, and who had no idea what to do with any of it. I didn't let myself look back. By the time I turned off the main road, the city was behind us, and the world had gone quiet. The streetlights thinned, then stopped. Ahead of us, the abandoned industrial strip rose out of the dark like a row of broken teeth, low warehouses, rusted fences, a few dead security lamps stuck in a permanent orange blink. The forest pressed in from the other side, a dark wall of trees wrapping around the forgotten buildings. I eased my foot off the gas and let the car roll. Wetheart sat in the passenger seat, one hand braced lightly against the dash as he watched the road. His profile was all shadow and hard lines, but every now and then the dashboard light caught his eyes. They weren't glowing, but there was a sharpness there, like his wolf was just under the surface, listening. "Here," he said quietly. "Slow down." I already had. The tires crunched over loose gravel as we turned onto a narrower lane. On the left, chain-link fence with gaps kicked out at the bottom. On the right, a long, low building with shattered windows boarded halfway over, graffiti layered on top of older graffiti. No cars, no lights, just us. I swallowed, my throat dry. "This is the place Rylan meant?" I asked. Wetheart nodded once. He said Jerry's scent kept circling here, between the buildings and the tree line. I pulled the car into the shadow of a loading dock and killed the engine. The sudden silence made my ears ring. The only sounds were the ticking of the cooling hood, and far off, a single dog barking somewhere back toward the city. For a second, neither of us moved. Then I took a breath, opened the glove box, and pulled out the small black pouch I'd packed before we left the house. "Treat this like work," I told myself. "You're good at that part." Wetheart's gaze flicked to the pouch. "You brought it." "Of course I brought it," I said. My voice shook more than I wanted, so I cleared my throat. "You said he's unstable. If I can get close enough, a strong sedative might give us a chance. I'm not walking in there with just hope and a flashlight." I unzipped the pouch. Inside, 2 pre-drawn syringes, each capped, wrapped in a little plastic sleeve. A sedative dose strong enough to lay out a big, angry man, or a new wolf who didn't know his own limits yet. I checked the caps by habit, even though I'd checked them 3 times at home. Wetheart watched my hands, then lifted his eyes to mine. "If you see an opening, you take it," he said, "but you don't force it if he's too fast." "I know," I cut in. "I'm not trying to wrestle him." His mouth twitched, the closest thing to a smile I'd seen all day. "Good." For a beat, we just looked at each other. In the dim light, his face wasn't the face from my hospital bed, or the courtroom, or the forest clearing. It was all of them at once. The man who kept walking into danger, the wolf who tore down cages, the everything else I didn't have a neat word for yet. "You ready?" he asked. "No," I said honestly, "but let's go anyway." We stepped out into the night. The air was cold and faintly metallic, like old rain on rusted metal. I locked the car, more for habit than safety, and slipped the pouch into the inside pocket of my jacket where my hand could get to it fast. Wetheart fell into step beside me as we crossed the cracked concrete toward the nearest warehouse. Our footsteps sounded too loud at first, then were swallowed by the open space. Somewhere, a loose sign creaked in the wind. "Where would he go?" I whispered. "Somewhere with walls," Wetheart said. "Somewhere he can pace. Somewhere that feels shut away from everything else." He said it like he knew the feeling. The main door of the first warehouse was chained and padlocked, but the side door hung crooked on its hinges, bent in like someone had hit it hard. Wetheart nudged it with his hand, and it swung inward with a low metallic scrape. We stepped into the dark. The air inside was colder, stiller. My eyes took a moment to adjust. Broken shelving units leaned at odd angles. Dust floated in the beam of the small flashlight I'd brought from the car, a narrow cone of white that cut through the black and made shadows jump. "Careful," Wetheart murmured. "Old floors, watch for holes." I nodded, my heart knocking against my ribs. I could hear my own breathing. Hear his, steady and controlled. Beneath that, faint and far, a sound that didn't belong to empty buildings. A scuff, a drag, a low, rough breath, then silence. We stopped at the same time. "You heard that?" I whispered. "Yes," his tone sharpened. "He knows we're here." The sound had come from deeper inside, maybe through an open interior doorway. The warehouse stretched into black ahead of us, with shapes rising out of the dark like abandoned machinery. My fingers brushed the inside of my jacket, feeling the outline of the syringe. I kept walking. We moved past a toppled pallet, stepped around a stack of forgotten crates. A sliver of moonlight spilled in from a broken window high on the wall, painting a pale rectangle on the floor. Beyond it, another doorway gaped, a darker rectangle inside the dark. When we were 3 steps away from it, a voice came out of the shadows. "So it's true," Jerry said. "You came back for him." My chest tightened. He stepped into the weak light, and for a second my brain tried to overlay the familiar Jerry. The hospital scrubs, the messy hair, the coffee in his hand, the tired half-smile. What stood in front of me now didn't fit. His body was half-turned toward us, shoulders rolled forward in a posture that didn't look quite human. His clothes hung awkwardly, seams stretched where muscle had thickened at strange angles. His hands were bare, fingers longer than they should have been, nails dark and curved at the edges like they couldn't decide if they were claws. His face was still Jerry, but wrong. The bones under his skin seemed a little off, like something had pushed from the inside and not quite settled back. His eyes caught the thin light and reflected it back too bright, too sharp. There was a wildness in them that had nothing to do with exhaustion and everything to do with something else riding behind his stare. He sniffed once, a small hitch in the air. "You smell like him," he said to me, his lip curled. "Like the forest, like them." Wetheart shifted his weight, stepping half in front of me without making it obvious. "Jerry," he said, voice steady, "this ends tonight. Calm down, we can help you control it. You don't have to." "Control," Jerry barked a bitter laugh. "You did this to me." His gaze snapped to me again, pinning. "And you let him." My throat felt tight. "Jerry, listen to me. That night in the lab, it was chaos. We were trying to get people out, and you were." "Working," he snapped. "I was working, trying to fix what he is, trying to fix what he drags around him." He jerked his chin at Wetheart. "I had a career, a plan. I was good at what I did. Then he shows up and suddenly you're lying on stand for him, hiding his records, destroying labs, destroying everything. And you still look at him like he's..." He flung one hand out, searching for the word. "Like he's the hero in this," he finished, voice rough. Wetheart didn't move, but something in the air around him tightened. "You joined Hargrove," I said quietly. "You tipped off the police. You helped him kidnap wolves. You helped him kidnap my mother." Jerry flinched, just a flicker, then his jaw hardened. "I joined a doctor who was trying to understand something dangerous," he said. "He wanted to contain it, to use it, to make it make sense. That's what we do. We take chaos and we put it under glass." He took a step closer. Wetheart shifted with him, keeping himself between us. "You don't get it, Megan," Jerry went on. "You don't see what he brings into your life. Every time he walks into your ER, something explodes. Every time you touch his chart, there's blood on the walls somewhere else. I tried to fix that. I tried to take him out of your world so you could go back to normal." The words sounded broken in his mouth. "You called the police on him," I said. My voice was low, steady. "You stood in that lab while people were strapped to beds. You watched them pull wolves out of cages. You still stayed." "It was supposed to be controlled," Jerry snapped. "That's the difference. With us, it was controlled, measured, with him." He pointed at Wetheart. "With him, it's just fire. You threw your whole life away for fire." His eyes shone wet now, not from tears, but from a furious shine that looked like it hurt. "You chose a monster over me," he whispered, "and he made me into one." Those last words came out almost like a growl. The hair rose on the back of my neck. Wetheart's voice softened. "Jerry, I didn't mean to turn you, that night." Jerry snarled, a sound that rasped out of his throat like something sharp being dragged along concrete. "Don't lie to me," he snapped. "You've been biting your way through labs for years. You knew what could happen." "I knew it was possible," Wetheart said. "I also knew you were dragging her into a prison. You grabbed her in that room. You would have dragged her right back to Hargrove if I hadn't." "I was trying to get her out," Jerry shouted, the words cracking. "Do you really think she's safer with you? Everywhere you go, people die." His chest was heaving. His pupils were huge, swallowing the thin light. The air in the warehouse felt charged, like the moment before a storm finally broke. "Jerry," I said, "look at me." He did. "The lab is gone," I said. "Hargrove is gone. The court saw the evidence. It's over. You don't have to fight us anymore. You can come with us. You can learn how to live with this. No, he said. It wasn't loud, but it was solid. You get to live with him. I get to carry what he did to me alone. His body shifted again, a subtle roll through his shoulders and spine. Something about him thickened, and for a heartbeat I thought he might fall forward onto all fours. But he stayed upright, swaying slightly, the movement jerky and wrong. I'm not going back to your world, he said, and I'm not letting him keep you. His eyes flashed and he lunged. Wetheart moved so fast the flashlight beam barely kept up. 1 second Jerry was a blur coming straight for me. The next, Wetheart was between us, arms up, taking the hit in his shoulder instead of my chest. They crashed together with a dull, heavy sound. The impact drove both of them sideways into a stack of old pallets. Wood cracked and toppled, clattering across the floor. I stumbled back, heart slamming against my ribs. Stay behind me, Wetheart shouted, his voice raw with effort. Like I was going anywhere else. Jerry came at him again, wild and messy, all strength and no control. He swung for Wetheart's head. Wetheart ducked, drove a hard elbow into Jerry's ribs. Jerry barely seemed to feel it. He clawed at Wetheart's shirt, fingers closing like hooks, trying to get past him to me. I saw his face up close now, twisted and desperate. His teeth looked a little too sharp in the shadows. Wetheart fought like a man who'd been here 100 times before. Every time Jerry lunged, he redirected, blocked, shoved him sideways. He never moved toward me. He never let their fight drift in my direction. But Jerry was strong, too strong for how new he was. Adrenaline and whatever twisted wolf instinct was chewing through him kept pushing him back up every time Wetheart knocked him down. This could go on forever, I thought numbly, or end the wrong way fast. My hand found my jacket pocket. The syringe. I'd been waiting for an opening. The problem was, an opening meant getting close enough for those hands to grab me too. Floodlights, Wetheart grunted, as if he'd read my thoughts. He shoved Jerry hard, sending him stumbling back toward the far wall where a row of old switches sat under a rusted metal box. Can you get those on? He called. Maybe, I said. My legs were already moving. I ran along the edge of their fight, circling the way we'd come. My flashlight beam jerked across the walls, catching graffiti exposed pipes, an old fuse panel half hanging open. Behind me, the sounds of the fight echoed, scuffing boots, grunts, the thud of bodies hitting old boards. I reached the panel, yanked the heavy metal door aside. Inside, rows of switches and breakers, some labeled, some not, dust thick on everything. Come on, I muttered. Give me something. I flipped one switch. Nothing. I tried another and another. Somewhere deep in the building, I heard a faint hum. Then, with a reluctant buzz, a bank of floodlights mounted high across the warehouse flickered, sputtered, and roared to life. Brilliant white light flooded the open floor. For a second I was blinded. Then my eyes adjusted, and the scene snapped into brutal clarity. Jerry, mid-lunge, flinched like someone had thrown hot sand in his face. He hissed and turned his head away, pupils blown wide, pupils not ready for the sudden glare. His balance wobbled. Wetheart took advantage of the moment. He drove a clean punch into Jerry's side, sending him staggering. Now, Megan, he shouted. My hand closed around the syringe. I didn't think, I ran. Jerry staggered away from Wetheart in a half circle, one arm up against the light, the other hanging. His shirt was half torn from the fight, leaving the skin of his upper arm and shoulder exposed. I aimed there. I came in from his blind side, hit the plunger cap against his skin, and drove the needle in one smooth motion, muscle memory from 1,000 injections doing the work my brain barely had time to track. He roared, spinning toward me, hand lashing out. A flash of movement. Wetheart again, intercepting, grabbing Jerry's wrist before it closed on my throat. Run, Wetheart barked. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over a broken pallet. I yanked the empty syringe free and let it clatter to the floor. Jerry jerked against Wetheart's grip. For a few seconds, nothing seemed different. His face twisted, teeth bared, and he spat my name like a curse. Then the sedative hit. It wasn't dramatic. There was no instant collapse, no theatrically falling to his knees. It was more like watching a power line lose current. The wild light in his eyes didn't vanish, but it flickered. His next step was a little less sure. His breath came in uneven bursts. What did you? He slurred, trying to shake his arm free. Something to slow you down, I said, breathing hard. Not kill you, but you need to stop. You need to stop before you hurt someone you can't live with hurting. His gaze snapped to me again, and for just a heartbeat, underneath the rage, something like the old Jerry appeared, confused, lost. Then it drowned. He yanked hard, breaking Wetheart's grip enough to stumble backward. His heel caught on a loose spool of cable. He staggered, windmilling his arms for balance. I saw where he was going a split second before it happened. The far side of the warehouse floor wasn't solid. At some point, a steel walkway or platform had partially collapsed, leaving a section of floor that was more rusted metal and hanging beams than stable ground. Ryland's description of broken decks flashed through my memory with painful clarity. Jerry, stop, I shouted. Don't. He took one more step. The floor under him groaned. For a second it held. Then it didn't. The old metal gave way with a shriek, dropping in a jagged chunk. Jerry's foot hit empty air. His body pitched forward, momentum and weight pulling him over the edge before he could catch himself. His hand shot out, fingers scraping the floor near my feet, then slipping. His eyes met mine in that split second, wild, surprised, angry, afraid, all of it. Then he fell. The sound that followed was a sickening crash of metal on metal, boards and beams cascading down into the darkness below. Dust exploded upward in a cloud, choking and thick. I jerked back, coughing, my eyes watering. Megan! Wetheart grabbed my arm and hauled me away from the edge, toward the more solid center of the warehouse. We stood there, side by side, coughing in the dust, blinking up at the now silent gap. The floodlights glared down, harsh and unmoving, casting hard shadows over the jagged hole. Slowly, the dust began to settle. I swallowed and stepped closer again, careful this time, staying well back from the broken edge. I pointed my flashlight down into the space below, using my free hand to shield my eyes from the glare. The beam cut through dust and shadow, illuminating a tangle of twisted metal and splintered wood. A collapsed section of walkway, old pipes bent at wrong angles, jagged edges. No movement. Jerry, I called, even though I knew I wouldn't like any answer. Silence. Wetheart came up beside me, careful, his weight balanced in a way that said he didn't trust the floor any more than I did. He looked down with me, scanning the mess. We can't get to him, he said quietly. Look at those beams. One wrong step and we go down too. He was right. The whole structure looked ready to peel away if anyone tried to climb down. My chest ached. He's gone, I whispered. Wetheart didn't answer right away. He watched a moment longer, like he was giving the world one last chance to prove us wrong. Then he nodded once. The sedative slowed him, he said softly. But the fall, that was the building, his choices, not you. I'm the one who drugged him, I said. I'm the one who brought him here at all, in a way, if I'd never. If you'd never what? Wetheart turned toward me. His eyes were steady, not harsh. If you never cared about your patients, if you'd never tried to help me expose the labs, if you'd pretended you didn't see what Hargrove was doing. He shook his head. Jerry made his choices a long time before this fall, he said. Tonight was just where they landed him. A lump formed in my throat. He was my friend, I said. I trusted him, my mom trusted him. I know, Wetheart said, and he used that's on him. We stood there in the harsh light for another long moment, staring into the broken space. Somewhere deep below, the faintest echo of the earlier crash still seemed to hang in the air. Then Wetheart touched my arm. We should go, he said. This place is unstable, and we have to tell your mother the truth. The word truth felt heavy and clean at the same time. I took one last look into the darkness where Jerry had vanished. Whatever he'd become, whatever he might have been, it ended here. There would be no half-seen wolf in the distance, no phone calls in the night. No one else would wake up strapped to a bed because of him. "I'm sorry," I whispered, more to the air than to anyone in particular. Then I turned away and walked out with Wetheart. We stepped back into the night. The cold air hit my face like water. For the first time in what felt like hours, I realized my hands were shaking. Wetheart noticed. He didn't say anything about it, just fell into step beside me, close enough that the heat from his body cut some of the chill. We crossed the cracked concrete in silence, the glow from the warehouse windows fading behind us as we moved away. By the time we reached the car, the floodlights inside were just a dull suggestion through dirty glass. I slid behind the wheel. Wetheart took his usual place beside me. As I started the engine, he turned his head, watching the warehouse one last time. "It's done," he said. It didn't sound like triumph, just a fact, heavy and final. I nodded, my throat too tight to answer, and pulled away from the industrial graveyard. The drive back felt shorter, though the roads were the same. Maybe it was because I wasn't counting every second, bracing for the worst. Maybe it was just that everything inside me was finally too tired for more adrenaline. The city lights grew again on the horizon. Street lamps lined back up. Storefronts appeared. Late-night diners glowed warm on corners, people moving inside them like another world that had never heard of wolves or labs or collapsing metal. At a red light, I let my forehead rest against the steering wheel for a second. "You okay?" Wetheart asked quietly. "No," I said, then after a beat, "I will be." He accepted that without correction. We pulled into my neighborhood, the familiar small houses lined up shoulder to shoulder. Porch lights glowed on a few. Curtains were drawn on most. When I parked in front of our house, I saw the living room lamp still on behind the thin curtains. A shadow moved, Albury, up in her chair, waiting. Of course she hadn't gone to bed. My chest tightened. "Give me a second," I murmured. We got out of the car and walked up the steps together. My key felt heavier than usual as I turned it in the lock. The door swung open. Warmth and the faint smell of chamomile tea wrapped around us. Albury sat in her chair by the window, blanket over her knees, the TV on mute. Her eyes went straight to my face, then to Wetheart behind me. She didn't miss the dust on our clothes or the tension still in my shoulders. She didn't ask what happened, like a normal mother. She asked very quietly, "Is it finished?" I closed the door behind us. "Yes," I said, "it's finished." We moved into the room. Wetheart stayed near the doorway for a moment, like he wasn't sure if he should come further in. Albury settled that by patting the couch cushion opposite her. "Sit," she told him. Her voice was tired but steady. "Both of you, I don't want to look up at ghosts." I almost smiled. We sat. For a moment, none of us spoke. The muted TV flickered through some late-night commercial. The small clock on the shelf ticked softly. Then I told her. I kept it simple, clean, the way you tell relatives about a surgery outcome without walking them through every incision. "We found him at the old industrial strip," I said. "He was changed, more than before. He blamed Wetheart for turning him, blamed me for everything that happened with the lab." Albury listened, hands folded over the blanket. "He attacked," I went on. "We tried to talk him down. We tried to stop him without it going too far. I used a sedative. It slowed him, but he still went for us. The floor gave way. He fell with it." I swallowed. "There was no way to reach him," I said, forcing the words to stay steady. "No movement, no sound. The structure was too unstable to climb down. He's gone, Mom. He won't come to the house. He won't come back." Silence settled over the room like a blanket. Albury's eyes closed for a moment. When she opened them again, they looked wet, but no tears fell. "He brought me coffee," she whispered. "Back when I was in the rehab wing. He joked about the hospital food. He asked about my pills like he was checking inventory. He smiled at you in the hall." "I know," I said. The back of my throat burned. She looked from me to Wethart. Her gaze was sharp, cutting through the tiredness. "And then he joined the man who took me," she said. "He called the police on the one who saved me. He walked into that lab and chose the wrong side over and over." Her fingers tightened in the blanket. Somewhere deep down, I'd been waiting for her to lash out, to say this was all our fault, that if I'd stayed out of it, Jerry would still be a normal colleague, not a ghost under a broken floor. She didn't. "You did what you could do," she said simply. "You tried to save him when maybe he was past saving. That's all anyone can do for a person. The rest is their own path." Wethart's shoulders relaxed a fraction. "You kept her safe," Albury said to him, her voice softening. "You kept Minnie safe. My thanks won't pay for what you carry, but you have it anyway." He looked like he didn't quite know what to do with that. "You don't owe me anything," he said quietly. "I owed you. They took you to get to her." "And you went," she said. "That's the part I care about." I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. For the first time since we left the warehouse, the knot in my chest loosened. We fell into another small silence, this one less sharp, more tired. After a moment, Wethart cleared his throat. "I'll go," he said. "You need rest, both of you. I'll check the perimeter before I head back to the forest." Something in me froze. "Head back," I echoed. He glanced at me. "I told you in the clearing," he said. "I took the role. I'm alpha here now. The wolves are my responsibility. The city's border is my problem. Nights I'm there." He gestured vaguely toward the window, where the dark tree line would be if you leaned and squinted. "Days," he hesitated for the first time since we'd come home. "I don't know yet. I thought I knew. I thought I had to stay away, to make it easier. Then you drove into the dark for a man who'd betrayed you twice, just because you felt responsible." He looked at me. Really looked. "I don't want to be the thing that takes your life from you," he said, "but I also can't pretend I don't want to be in it." My heart thumped hard enough I could feel it in my ears. He dragged a hand over the back of his neck, searching for words in a language that wasn't really built for this. "I will keep guarding them from the forest," he said. "That won't change now, but I—" He glanced at Albury, then back at me. "I want to stay with you in the daytime," he said plainly. "Here, in this house, help you with her, help you walk to work, be there when you come home, if you want that." The room went very still. Albury's lips twitched, just barely. "Well," she said, "that would save me from reaching for the grab bar alone every morning." I almost laughed, a shaky little breath that broke the tension. My mind spun through everything at once. I saw my job, the ER, the charts, the monitors, the endless string of human problems that would keep showing up no matter how many labs we shut down. I saw Albury in her chair, the pills lined up in the kitchen, the narrow hallway she still had to move through carefully every day. I saw the forest clearing, the circle of wolves, the new alpha standing in the firelight, the weight he'd taken on his shoulders when he accepted them. I saw Jerry's hand scraping for purchase on the edge of the broken floor. I saw Hargrove under the collapsed ceiling. I saw a list of choices, lined up one after another, leading straight here. There weren't any gaps left. No unknown villain in the dark, no missing explanation. I knew exactly who Wethart was now, what he had done, what he hadn't, where every broken piece had come from. And I knew who I was. I shifted forward on the couch. "If you live here," I said slowly, "the forest doesn't disappear. You'll still be leaving at night. I'll still be waking up sometimes and listening for engines or sirens and wondering which side of the world is burning." "Yes," he said, no softening. "If you live here," I went on, "my patients don't go away. I'm still going to work ridiculous shifts. I'm still going to come home smelling like antiseptic, and I'm still going to shove hospital food at you and pretend it counts as dinner." One corner of his mouth quirked. "I've eaten worse." "If you live here," I said, "my mother will absolutely yell at you if you leave your boots in the hallway, or if you break her favorite mug." Albury made a quiet noise of protest. "I have one mug. The rest are hospital freebies." All the more reason to protect it, I said. Then I looked at him again. And if you live here, I said, you don't get to carry all of it alone anymore. Not the wolves, not the night patrol, not what happened to your pack, not what happened to Jerry. You walk into the forest because that's who you are, but you walk back out here, to us, to me, if you're asking whether I want that. My voice went thin for a second, so I swallowed and started over. Yes, I said, I want that. Something changed in his face. It wasn't dramatic, just a subtle loosening around his eyes, like a grip he'd had on himself for years finally eased. You're sure? He asked. No regrets you haven't met yet? There will always be days I miss Simple, I said. But I lost Simple the night they took my mother. The night you walked into my ER half dead and healed like nothing I've ever seen. The night I opened that first file and realized the world is bigger and uglier than I thought. I shook my head. Going back isn't an option, I said. So I'm choosing what's in front of me. I'm choosing to be a doctor in the day and to love a man who turns into a wolf and leads a pack at night. I'm choosing a life that makes sense to exactly 3 people in this room, and I'm okay with that. Wetheart let out a breath that sounded almost like a laugh. 3, he echoed softly. Albury nodded, her expression tired but peaceful. I liked you better than the other candidates anyway, she told Wetheart. The last one tried to lock me in a lab, terrible bedside manner. He huffed out a real laugh at that. I'll move my things, he said, then with a glance at me, I don't own much. That's okay, I said. This house doesn't either. We all smiled then, small but real. The clock ticked. The muted TV cycled to another silent commercial. Outside, a car drove past, its headlights briefly painting lines across the curtains. Wetheart shifted closer on the couch. I should check the border before dawn, he said softly. Make sure nothing slipped through while we were in court and warehouses. Of course, I said. Alpha duties. The words felt strange, and right in my mouth at the same time. But before that, Albury said, adjusting her blanket, I would like one thing. We both looked at her. For years, she went on, you've walked in and out of our lives with blood on your shirt and apologies in your eyes. She looked at Wetheart, then at me. For once, I would like to go to bed knowing we're all under the same roof and no one is about to be arrested, kidnapped, or eaten. Mom, I said, no one was going to. She raised a hand and I stopped. So, she said, hug the girl properly, then let me sleep. Wetheart blinked, clearly thrown by the directness. Then he looked at me. Your alpha has orders, I murmured. He snorted, but the sound was soft. Slowly, like he was afraid I might change my mind, he opened his arms. I went into them. It was not the kind of hug you give a friend or a patient or a person you almost lost track of in a court hallway. It was the kind you give when you've seen the worst of each other's lives and decided to stay anyway. His arms wrapped around my back, strong and steady, pulling me in against his chest. I could feel the slow, heavy beat of his heart under my ear, the solid warmth of him. He smelled like dust and night air and that faint wild scent I'd come to recognize around him. I curled my fingers in the back of his shirt, holding on. My eyes closed. For the first time in days, my body let go of the readiness to run. I'm here, he murmured into my hair. I'm not going back into a cage, not lab cages, not police cells. If I walk into any box now, it's because I chose it. This house, this room, you. I know, I whispered. My throat burned again, but in a different way. And I'm not going back to pretending this is just medicine. I see all of it now, and I still choose this. We stayed like that for a long moment, just breathing, the 3 of us in our small living room, me in his arms, Albury watching with that small, tired smile that said she finally believed I wasn't going to be left alone in this war. When we pulled apart, my face was damp. His eyes were a little shiny too, though he'd probably deny it. Go sleep, he said gently, brushing a thumb just under my eye. Your shift starts early tomorrow. Your patrol starts even earlier, I shot back. Alpha life, he said. He stood and moved to Albury's chair. For a heartbeat, he hesitated, then he bent slightly and rested his hand over hers. "Good night," he said quietly. "I'll be back before you need the grab bar." She squeezed his fingers. "I'll hold you to that." He slipped out into the hallway to grab his jacket and boots. I walked my mother to her room, helped her into bed, checked her meds one last time. She watched me the whole time with that same, small smile. "You look less hollow," she said as I pulled the blanket up. "That's a nice way to say I look less like a ghost," I replied. "Ghosts don't talk this much," she murmured. Her eyes were already starting to drift shut. "Go on, say good night to your wolf." I kissed her forehead and turned off the lamp. In the small entryway, Wetheart was lacing up his boots. He straightened when he saw me, towering in the narrow space like the house had been built for smaller problems and was still adjusting. "I'll take the back route to the forest," he said. "Less attention." "Text me when you're at the tree line," I said. "If you can, just a dot, so I know nothing jumped out of the bushes and started round 2. He nodded. "And you text me when you leave the hospital, so I know you made it through your shift without trying to fight any more doctors." "No promises," I said, but we both knew I would. He opened the door, then paused, looking back at me with one hand on the frame. "This isn't Split," he said. "City and forest, human and wolf. It feels like that now, but it's one line. We're just standing on different parts of it at different times." "I know," I said, "but it's our line, that's the part that matters." He gave a small, sure nod, then stepped out into the night. I watched him go down the steps and along the sidewalk, his figure melting into the shadows between the streetlights. For a moment, he was just a tall man in a dark jacket, walking like any other night shift worker heading out. Then he turned the corner and was gone. I closed the door, locked it, and leaned my forehead against the cool wood for a moment. The house was quiet, no sirens in the distance, no faint echo of wolves, just the normal sounds of our tiny world, the hum of the fridge, the tick of the clock, my own breathing. I walked back to my room, changed into an old t-shirt and soft pants, and slid under the covers. My body exhaled all at once, sinking into the mattress like it finally believed it was allowed to rest. My phone sat on the nightstand, screen dark. After a moment, it buzzed once. I picked it up. A single message from Wetheart, a small dot, just like we'd said. "At the tree line, all quiet, see you in the morning." I stared at the words for a long moment, then I typed back. "Home, Mom's okay, I'm okay, come back safe." I hit send and set the phone face down on the pillow beside me. Outside, somewhere beyond the city lights, a wolf would lift his head and smell the night, listening for threats. Inside, a doctor lay in a small bedroom, already counting down to an early shift and another round of human problems that would never know how close their world had come to breaking. And between those two lives, there was a single line, no longer frayed, no longer in doubt, just chosen. I closed my eyes. For the first time in a long time, when sleep came, it didn't feel like falling into dark. It felt like stepping into a room where someone would be there in the morning. Whatever the night brought, I knew who waited at both ends of it now. And I wasn't afraid.